Has anybody ever looked at Thrayle and thought, now there's somebody who's got his shit together. I bet he's on time everywhere he goes. I wonder who that person is, how they come to any kind of conclusion. But my shit is together, and we are here. Well, in some ways. I'm questioning that. But we've got music, and the boxes are there. We've tapped the screen up, 600 times? I think we could do probably a little bit better than that. This is what happens when I'm late. My bones are at least together, that's true. Maybe the show hasn't really started till all my shit is together. And I don't know, maybe there's a way we can get our shit together. There's one way. I can repost the live. That's one of the things that I'm supposed to do. Add it to the story. I think I did that already, but why not? And while we can all tap the screen, and I appreciate all of it. There we go, 2,000, that's really good. Appreciate all the taps. One way we can really, ensure that we have a guest in here to question is if any of you know someone who has a belief in a god or gods or higher power and might be capable of questioning, you can always use that bent little arrow down there to send it to any of them on your list or copy the link. Who knows who might find their way in here and discover they have the courage or the curiosity to question their beliefs. Oh, and of course, part of getting my shit together, negligent host and all. Thank you so much to Grandpa No Pivot for helping with the goal. I'm knocking the whole goal out before I was even on panel. Hell yeah.
question your beliefs. To question a belief is to knock on the door of the house you built in your sleep. Some walls are made of inheritance, some of fear dressed as certainty, some of stories repeated until they forgot they were stories. But curiosity is a quiet crowbar. It does not destroy the house, it opens a window. And suddenly, fresh weather enters the mind. Dust dances in golden light, and you remember you are not the house, you are the sky it was built beneath.
A belief questioned does not mean a belief betrayed. Only that your spirit has chosen growth over furniture. Ask gently, wonder wildly. Let mystery keep a chair at the table. For the bravest souls are not those who cling to answers, but those willing to fall in love with better questions.
Hell yeah. We can just pretend the show just started, right? Welcome everybody to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap the screen, share the live. If you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, if you're interested in bringing that quiet crowbar to open a window, well then, go ahead and request on up. If you can question that belief. Hello, Father Henny. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 26 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like it?
I have a belief in a higher entity. I don't know what it is.
What do you mean by higher entity?
For my own personal belief, I personally believe I have a small monkey brain, and I can't fathom that everything came from nothing. And I personally feel like something created everything, and also something created that thing.
Would something have created the thing that created that thing?
It's an infinite loop in my personal belief. Yes, I mean there is an origin point somewhere.
Are you saying eventually you'll get back far enough? Oh wait, you said origin point. How would a loop have an origin point?
Well, if you take, and here's just personal opinion, if you take a pencil to a piece of paper and you start the circle to make the loop, that pinpoint started somewhere. Pencil point.
The pencil point started somewhere.
But
what do you mean by that?
I truly don't know what I mean by that, because I don't know many things. This is just a rationalization my brain makes of it.
And the rationalization your brain makes of it is that loops are started when you start to draw a loop. But a loop could not have always
started
existed.
without something thinking of the loop. Something had to have the idea to put the pencil to paper, and I agree with that. I did want to make a small joke. I'm sorry.
Why do you think that something had to have the idea?
I don't think it necessarily did have to have the idea. It could all just be protons, neutrons, atoms, and everything else that makes up all of the other things in infinite universes in an ever expanding universe. I think just it's for my own
joke.
Thank you. Well, I wanted to come on and say I wanted to say long-time listener, first-time caller.
I see. Well,
that was all.
That was the joke.
Yes. But yes, obviously you know my partner very well, Morgan. LaFay. However, it's in the group. But Morgan's kind of pushed me to try to come on here a couple times with how I view things with a ever-expanding mind, or I try to, because
monkey mind, right?
Exactly. I don't ever. It's an infinite amount of things that could lead to another thing.
An infinite amount of things that could lead to another thing. So, what does that mean?
It could mean nothing and could mean everything. And I know how pedantic that probably sounds. I don't know what it means. I may just not be intelligent enough to know what it means. I do know that I was raised on Christian values.
Mm-hmm.
But if the Christian God is the one and true God, I have questions.
Do you think it's likely?
Do I think it's likely? If I want to go with my quote-unquote infinite loop theory, this could be the layer of loop we live in, and yes, it is true. Or I could be completely wrong.
The layer of loop.
So when I imagine in my brain of thinking that it all works in a loop, the pencil doesn't go around in one circle. It just keeps going and the line keeps getting darker and darker. It's a pattern. But it did, in theory, start somewhere, and the pencil had to start in someone's hand, or something's hand, doesn't have to be someone.
You're talking about drawing a loop, though.
Yes,
a representation of something.
Yes, just the representation of my theory.
Right. The representation of your theory has a beginning as a representation. But if it is a representation of something that exists, are you saying that that something that exists was drawn like something on a paper, and so must have a beginning because of that?
I would think yes. If
Why would you assume it was drawn like something on paper?
I don't assume it's drawn. I think that's just how my brain processes the visual of it. I think that's just how I rationalize, for simplicity's sake, how to explain my viewpoint on it.
So, for simplicity, I guess I'm not seeing how that answers the question. Why do you assume let's simplify a little further. I mean, you have this infinite loop that you assume is somehow start if it is infinite.
I mean, I think if I'm answering it off topic, please pause me. If I'm thinking that the infinite loop starts somewhere, I also would think that that infinite loop would have to also start somewhere that caused the loop I get to live in to start.
The loop you get to live in. So there's loops inside of loops, and the loops.
I don't think they're inside of each other. I think they're on top of each other.
Is this a big old bowl of Fruit Loops?
It could be.
Or is it more Cheerios?
As someone who is a bit of a fruit, I would like to go with Fruit Loops.
Okay, so this loop that we find ourselves in now, does it have a beginning?
I would like to think so, but I have no evidence. And this is why, because I come on here quite a bit, I listen to a lot of very passionate people talk about their viewpoint. And I think at the end of it, I don't know what my real viewpoint is. I just don't think I have a complex thinking method enough to admit that it's nothing.
What do you mean admit that it's nothing?
Just creation theory or the start of something or what I have set up to this point, the beginning of the loop. I want to rationalize my own emotions of having a cause. And I think it's a very hard thing for a lot of people. I don't want to speak for people, but to admit that it could very well just be nothing. Because then the easy retort to that is, how does something come from nothing?
Well, why would there be a something from nothing moment?
Exactly. So then your brain tries to rationalize. Well, not your. Sorry, this was like a royal you. Tries to rationalize. Well, it had to come from somewhere. And
Why come from? Why does the coming from part of that, like, how does that factor into the equation? Why does it have to have come from?
I can give you a very personal reason for it, but I don't have a scientific answer.
What is a personal reason why you would think that everything that exists must have come from anything at all? Or come from in a process like that?
With my very shaky, and many holes can be poked in with probably what I will say, delusions of grandeur from a higher being.
Delusions from a higher being.
So, I will explain my very personal opinion on this. I don't think this is fact. This is what has seeped into my own brain. I've had very horrible things happen to me as a child from an adult that took advantage of those situations. I hope that that's enough to give context without raising any flags on TikTok.
Sure. Sorry to hear that.
When I look at it at the end of the day, I wouldn't be the person I am today without it. But my thing is, so like I stated earlier, I was very much raised in a Christian community. So that's a lot of where my knowledge of higher power comes from. And I have questions if that higher power is accurate and the stories that they tell about said higher power. I'm angry and I have questions. But I just want simple answers, and they can be mean or... I mean, it could very well just be that I actually mean nothing to said higher power, and I would go on about my merry way. I am so angry with my own thoughts that I want some kind of answer, and it can be the Lord works in mysterious ways kind of answer, or it can be an F you, you little ant, I don't know who you are. You're one of 8 trillion things I've created.
Why do you think that you could ever get an answer?
I don't think I could ever get an answer. I don't think I will ever get an answer. I am just angry enough with what happened to me that I want an answer. I don't think I deserve one. I just would really like one.
Does there have to be one?
I mean, no, I could cease to exist tomorrow and never get that answer, and it wouldn't affect anyone. It probably wouldn't even affect me if I ceased to exist in a way that, like, it really, whether it be a traumatic or not, like if I just stopped. Like, no, I would never get my answer, and I would probably be more concerned about no longer existing. So no, there doesn't have to be one.
I don't know how you would be concerned about that.
Exactly. Like, I would be more concerned about not being
Seems
here
like a
and
concern for the existing.
Exactly. So, and as much as I know people love me, they don't have that amount of passion towards that personal question that I do. I've been very afraid to come up here. I've talked to Morgan about coming up here multiple times, and I've talked about these things with Morgan because I hear a lot of the conversations, and it's very confrontational. And I don't want to be confrontational. I very, very much respect everything you're doing here, and never wanted that. And Morgan was like, that's perfect. Like, there's people all the time that come up that have no clue what they believe. And I was like, okay. So I finally had the courage enough tonight to take the time and actually come up.
Is it that you have no clue what you believe? Or is it that you have trouble articulating it?
I will genuinely say I think I don't know what I believe. I would like to stand strong in that opinion.
We have gone from infinite loops to just wanting an answer. I'm wondering, do you believe?
But no, I don't.
Do you believe in a creature, an entity, a being of some kind that controls all, knows all, and cares what you do?
I want to say I don't. Times get hard. I fall back onto what I was raised on, and I end up praying, and I often to say when I do these prayers, I say God or whoever's listening kind of thing. And I'm talking very extreme circumstances, where the few times I've almost lost my life during my lifespan. Because have you ever seen the cinematic glory of Brendan Fraser's The Mummy?
Yes, and all of the sequels.
So in my day-to-day, I would like to think that, no, I don't think there's anything there, but when it comes down to it, I feel very much like Benny when he is panicking and praying to all of the individual gods to try to get the mummy to not hurt him.
You feel like you would be like Benny, just pulling out every religious symbol, saying every prayer.
Just trying...
One of the gods would respond.
Trying to cover his ass, if I'm allowed to say that. Because
So,
go ahead. I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
I'm just saying. You're the foxhole theist that we hear so much about.
Yeah, I would say so. Yes.
Do you think that a god would accept Benny?
I think Benny himself, no. I would hope that, because Benny's character, aside from doing the instance that I gave as an example, is a very like conniving character. I try myself to not be. I try to my own detriment, help anyone that I can. And I would hope that if I have the wrong entity, they would still, if there is one, they would see that I still tried to be a good person.
That you still tried to be a good person. So
I've had plenty of bad moments in my life. I won't lie. I'm not a perfect human being.
How do you know you weren't just seeing Benny's bad moment?
That's very true. It very much could have been. We saw all of the worst of Benny, and he was a fantastic... I mean, we were taught through the movie to love Brendan Fraser's character, and Brendan Fraser, up to that point, trusted Benny, and then Benny was backstabby. So, you know, everything could have been great until then.
Would you still want your god? If there was a god, would you expect your god, I should say, not want, to reject a Benny, but accept a you?
I mean, I don't have enough about Benny's past to, I think, answer about his character personally. I think if Benny was someone like myself who got into a bad situation and was just kind of hoping that he did good enough throughout his life that someone would listen, then yes, I would hope Benny would be listened to. But if what we are taught about Benny stays characterly accurate, my words jumbled, stay true to his character, I mean, he's very, you know, conniving is how he's perceived to our viewing. So then, no, I wouldn't want that person to be accepted just because they started praying randomly and they were terrible their whole life. But if someone, to take it in a slightly different direction, I think I've had this thought many times in my life of, like, tribes or groups of people or cultures that have never, say, completely theoretically, the Christian God is the one true God, completely theoretically for this scenario. And there is a group of people that have never once had the opportunity to ever be introduced to that God because they lived in such a remote location, and they were never able to be, per the Christian standards, be baptized and things like that.
Right.
Would God damn them because his missionaries were never able to get to them?
Right. It's a great question. and I ask many Christians, there are different viewpoints on it. Generally, they would say that they would be judged on their works.
And that's what I hope to be judged on, is my works. And
But the difference would be that you're aware of the message of Jesus and don't fully accept him as your Lord and Savior. Or do you accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior?
I do not accept Jesus as my Lord and Savior. Mostly because there's 3 books that are pretty much written the same, just about different guys, and it's not about who's your prophet. It's about who's your God.
Don't they each say the one way? Well, at least 2 of them say the one way to that God is through them.
Absolutely. And then there's a 3rd book that doesn't say that. And
Which one are we talking about there?
so that would be the Torah. Because
What does that one say about God?
there's a lot of I am way out of my Torah study. So my introduction to Judaism was my ex-wife. I fell in love with the religion while I was in it, and I tried to learn a lot, and then got traumatized through the relationship and brain dumped a lot of information, so I apologize. But I know there is no above and below when it comes to Judaism. There is belief of what is right and wrong, and anyone can please correct me. I do not claim to know everything about any of the big 3. But I think when you look at them all together, it is, you need to look past who is the Messiah and who the Messiah is speaking about and for. And I personally feel that's where it gets lost. I know
Messiah?
I didn't fully answer your question there, and I'm sorry.
No, you didn't. It's okay. We kind of trailed off. Do you believe that the God of the Torah exists? Is that what you think is outside of the infinite series of infinite loops?
It very well could be. I don't think I personally believe that, no, but I also am not going to discredit it.
Oh, I'm not asking you to discredit it. I'm just asking, is it what you believe is true?
No, it is not.
Is there any way that I know you said you don't know quite what it is. Is there any way you can describe what you expect, think, feel the God that is, if it is?
It goes back to my earlier statement, and what I selfishly expect, think, and feel is I want an answer to my questions about why what happened to me when I was so young happened.
Is that what it really comes down to, though, is closure?
Absolutely, yes. Because if God
God's
is
closure.
all loving and all forgiving and all protecting to his disciples, but he gave man freedom of will, but you allow someone who is so small that they have no freedom of will and have no ability to take action and still allow these horrible things to happen. I have aggressive questions that I need very direct answers to, and those answers cannot be what I want them to be. I just want answers. would I love for the whole answer at the
It's
end of the day to be, oh yeah, it's all for character development. It was to make you a better person, to make you a better human being. That would be, sure, that's the answer you give me. And if the answer is, I just thought it was funny, that's also an answer. I don't like it, but that's an answer.
if it was such a heartless and dismissive answer as I just thought it was funny, I mean, would you then be pleased to at least have an answer and rejoin the eternal creator that thought it was funny?
On a personal level, no. If there is an above and below, and the man above, or woman above, or it above, or they above, or them above, whichever it is, looked at me and said, I just thought it was funny. And it's like, if it was like, oh, if you got the joke, you get to go up, I'd be like, no, send me below. I would rather go to damnation than live with something that thought it was funny. Very personal bias.
So your belief isn't even so much a belief as it is a desire, a want, a yearning for closure to your grievances.
I would agree, yes.
So you don't have an acceptance of the truth of a God. You don't have a feeling that there is and must be.
No. And and the only reason I say that is because if there is and there must be, and it allows those things to happen to not just me. Obviously, I've stated, and I'll sound like a broken record, it's a very personal belief and feeling, but it's not just me that this has happened to. It's happened to millions of people over centuries and centuries of time. And if that's being allowed to happen to the innocent, why do I want to be part of your righteousness? I hope that answered the question. If it did not, I'm sorry.
No, it did. It did. I was letting it settle for a moment. And welcome, Morgan, to the panel.
Thank you for having me up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to not be intrusive here.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure you have no pre-planned questions whatsoever.
No, none whatsoever.
Absolute stranger who you've never met before.
Definitely can't hear an echo from him at all.
Mm-hmm. If you've got questions, Morgan, go ahead.
I do. Do you hold a belief in anything, maybe not necessarily a god, but spirits, ghosts, anything along those lines?
I very much do personally believe in ghosts. I also believe in cryptids and things like that. I'm a firm believer in... I feel like this is gonna sound so dumb compared to everything else I've said, which I've already probably said plenty of dumb things. I'm a firm believer in the existence at one point in history of vampires. And I think a lot of other creatures relating to those that I'm not going to say their names for my own personal superstitions.
I'm sorry. Did I hear that correctly?
You sure did.
Mateo. Bruh.
I can give
Ask questions
why
now.
I
Is Morgan
believe.
allowed to say their names?
No. Well, I mean,
Oh, okay.
as far as
Great.
I'm aware, we
Shoot.
believe those same things.
We
I
do.
get what you're saying. I get you. Yeah, no, it's fine. I gotcha.
For
I did not take that as you were saying what she could and couldn't do.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
no.
you.
For context, we live in the Appalachian Mountain Range.
As our rooster starts crowing at 2 o'clock in the morning.
No.
So, I'm sorry. Let's back that. Just rewind the tape, just a little bit. Morgan, can you ask that question again?
Do you believe in any other supernatural things such as ghosts, cryptids, etc.?
Yes, I do.
Answer. Yeah, no, you elaborated.
So is it the vampire thing? Is that where we're?
What's a vampire?
So my personal belief on a vampire is a prior human that has consumed something from another existing human and gained basically supernatural abilities. And my personal belief on this stems from almost every single culture existing in the past has some form of story. Now, it may not be calling it a vampire, but has a story of a human consuming another human and gaining supernatural abilities from that. And my personal belief is these are cultures that have never connected with each other, had anything to do with each other, and there are so many similarities in their story that it is, my personal opinion, hard to dispute.
So, I have to ask, what stories are you talking about? Like, you're saying there's stories from all these different cultures that have nothing to do with each other, and they all talk about consuming part of a human to gain something.
There are many indigenous stories all across North America that at many times would not have had anything to do with each other. Verbiage for the name of said creature, but a very similar onbringing, as well as Asian cultures, European cultures, Eastern European, African cultures have stories of humans consuming other humans and gaining something from that. If everyone just as a species just decided a boogeyman story, I guess.
So we have this other friend who frequents this place. I haven't seen him in a bit, but he is Fijian, like from Fiji, right? So Pacific Island. And in Fiji, before the Catholics came and, colonized them as the Catholics do, part of what they did was cannibalism, right? They believed that eating the brains of their enemies would give them access to the knowledge of their enemies. Now, whether or not this was actually the case, right, is hard to say. Is charitable, but this seems a lot like that, right? This is. Did you see the parallel I'm drawing here?
Absolutely.
because my hands are dirty and I need to wash them. And it's
Gotcha, Cat.
But this is a very personal opinion I have. I'm not going to state it as fact. It is an opinion. I have no evidence. I don't have anything.
Well, you said you
in hand.
have no evidence, and I'm not asking you to present it right now. But you said there were like indigenous stories from different cultures. Have you cataloged like all of the stories to see
No,
like,
I have
how
not.
many there are? Oh, have you, Morgan?
We live in the same house.
I don't have a personal catalog. No, my partner, which is Morgan, have extensive conversations about this exact topic, and I know we have. Morgan is much more of a note taker, bookkeeper type than I am, and probably does have a extensive list. I personally do not. That I could reference offhand.
Morgan, do you have a list of
Yeah, you
human
want me to pull it up?
consumptions? Well, I'm just curious, like how many stories are we talking about across cultures?
I mean, I can think of at least 5 off the top of my head, and none of them are in the same room.
Can I just say,
stories.
Dalton, you're being so honest, and I love that. It's so good.
This is
I
why
have no
love
reason
him.
not to be. And I've also, like I stated much earlier, I have done nothing but, like I said, first time caller, long time listener. I have loved Thrayle's live and have not had the courage until today to actually request to come up.
Well, I'm glad that you decided today was the day. I appreciate it.
I say I also haven't started a timer, but I think this is the longest I've seen anyone up until they got booted off.
Oh, no. People have last hours, but
Absolutely. I only get to
always
come in
good.
at certain times. I only get to come in at certain times, so everyone I've seen have been belligerent and irate and not willing to question their beliefs.
well, you came up already questioning your beliefs. That's why it was hard to pinpoint whether or not you did have a belief. So it's sounding to me like anything that you could say you do believe, you can easily question yourself out of. You could almost, could you, do you know anything?
I know that each week I need to send LaFay about $350 so we can keep this house running. And that is what I know. I know that I need to continue to work very hard and do my best to keep everything afloat. Those are the things I know. Because those are the things I live every day.
How do you know?
I've seen the bills.
I can hear her laughing.
Morgan laughing loud enough off in 2 other rooms for it to be heard.
How do you know that you even exist, let alone the bills? Cat should really be putting you in this vat.
I would hope I exist, because if I don't, the pain I feel on a daily basis is very mean if I don't exist. Whether it be emotional or physical. that
You're
would
saying
be
that you can't imagine wanting to imagine the pain that you have to suffer.
absolutely. I have attempted
It's your
to.
grounding.
Yes, absolutely. Very hoorah Marine Corps of me, but I've tried to unalive 5 separate times, and it hasn't worked out all of the times. And I can't imagine that to not exist and feel enough pain to attempt that many times. That I personally can't imagine that for that to be absolutely just non-existent, and I don't know if I'm in a coma or something. Coma brain is very mean to me if that's the case.
How certain are you that you exist?
I believe I 100% exist in the reality I live in. I think I 100% exist to myself.
What is reality?
Reality's what is in front of me, and that is my reality. It's not everyone's reality. Perception is reality.
There it is.
Perception is reality, and hindsight's always 20/20.
Perception is reality, so whatever you perceive is real, even if you had a brain injury or a delusion, some kind of chemical usage. You would still assume that your perception is reality.
It's the reality. Just because someone has
Is it necessarily
I'm sorry.
Is it necessarily the reality you would be living, or is it just the moment you would be perceiving?
It would be the reality of the state of being, I would think. If someone
By
who
the reality of the state of being.
So if someone has whether it be like a multi-personality disorder or delusions or things they're perceiving that to us may not be there, that doesn't mean to that person that it's not there. Sure, it may not affect them physically, but like that person, their reality is telling them that is fully there. To them, that is 100% real, and we will never be able to perceive their reality.
I'm sorry. You said that to them it is 100% real. How do you know that's 100% real? And why? Like, are you just kind of dismissing that perceptions with delusions can be mitigated and treated?
I think if it can be treated, that's fantastic and awesome, and that would allow that person's perception to be broadened.
Does that mean the reality actually changes based upon
from an outside perspective, it doesn't change, but from an inside perspective, it would change drastically. If you fully believed that an entity or something is eating your toes in your sleep and you're waking up screaming every night, that's so real. That is so real to you. And until someone can prove to you that it's not real,
remain, right, but if your toes remain despite you having them, perceived to be eaten, and yet you can reach down and feel they're there, then what is reality?
Reality is nothing. Reality is what you perceive it as. Perception is reality.
Why do you keep relying upon that equivocation?
That is military trauma, is why I rely on that equivocation.
Is it military? So something stated in the military that because they say perception is reality, as far as I assume this has to do with public affairs or things like that.
No, it's very much just a across-the-board common phrase in the military.
I will absolutely back this up. It's drilled into everybody's head.
Why? I don't understand why.
It's all about appearances, is why it's drilled into our heads. And it's kind of like the hobo and Polar Express. Seeing is believing. And I think people see things that, from their perception, is very real. And it will affect their life extremely. And until someone outside of their perception can prove to them that it's not real, it will always exist for them. To us, we may not think it's real. But that's not the reality we're perceiving. We're perceiving that, no, it's not real. But the amount of pain or joy or sadness or anything to them is unequivocally real. Like, it's everything to them.
You say to them. Okay. So it's feeling like it's just because of the military equivocation that perception is reality, that you're kind of stuck with the definition of reality being perception.
I will agree with you.
Before we continue, don't be afraid to be direct.
Mm-hmm. What is the definition of perception?
I could Google the real definition. I could give you my own definition.
Yours.
My own definition is what your senses can bring back to your brain.
And then when I ask you what reality means,
I would say it's the same thing. It's what your senses can. Your reality will always be what your senses can bring back to your mind.
why is reality owned? Why is your reality different from my reality? Why are
We are
separating it and giving it ownership?
We are vastly different people. If you tried to live your life based off my reality, you may succeed or you may fail.
Is there
I don't.
a singular reality?
No,
There's no
not.
such thing as a reality that exists without you or me or anyone else paying attention to it.
If I was going to make a singular reality, it would just be the floating rock that we luckily get to live on. Or unluckily.
Does that
maybe
not
there's something
exist?
way out there that says that their perception's better.
But are you saying that the floating rock doesn't exist?
No, I think that that's like a very much it's a grounding.
What do you mean it's a
And
grounding?
it's a constant
Aren't,
because everything that gets to experience their own reality, it's one common thing, is that there is Earth below them. And that's why the term
that there
grounding is
Earth
such a huge
below
thing.
them? I see. So the floating rock is a grounding. Is the floating rock a grounding to a reality as perception?
I mean, whether to them the rock is Earth is flat or round, it's still a rock floating. They
So
can
then-
perceive it
you're
however
saying-
they want to perceive it.
Sorry, but then you're saying absent your mind and my mind and the flat earther's mind, then there's no floating rock.
If someone very much has the opinion that there is no floating rock, to them, that reality would be real, and I would hope that similar to psychiatric things, that
Is this
someone
as
could.
much, are you as... It's almost sounding like a people-pleasing mechanism, like you're kind of trying to avoid saying you don't believe in anything so that you don't offend somebody.
I will gladly offend people. I very much. No, I won't say gladly. That sounds terrible. That makes me sound like a terrible person.
No, it just makes you sound like a people pleaser, my darling.
I am Midwestern.
This is true. It's cultural.
It's cultural. I'm not necessarily a people pleaser, but to an extent, I will agree to you. Yes, I am, because culturally, very much people pleaser. Trauma-wise, yes, I'm also a people pleaser. But
It would please us a lot if you would challenge us a little bit and tell us what you really think.
what do I really think? I think there's only one truth in my life, and that is the great Morgan Le Fay. And that is my only constant and truth. And sometimes it's easy and sometimes it's hard, but it's always worth it.
I knew it. Fuck.
But that is what's in my perception of reality.
In your perception of reality, is the Earth flat or round?
My perception of reality, the Earth is round.
If your perception of reality didn't exist, and mine didn't exist, would the Earth be flat or round? I'm sorry, let's take that away, because that sounded like I believed it was flat. I phrased the question. If your perception and every flat earther's perception and every perception of every human didn't exist, let's take that, would the floating ball exist, or would it be a plate on pillars?
I think it can only be as much knowledge as we have at the time. I personally will always believe that the Earth is round. I will always believe that it's not a perfect sphere. It's a weird kind of pear shape. But I will always think that it is round, because that is the science I have been taught and known. There are
Is
people
that
that
dependent upon your perception? Is
that
it
is dependent on my perception. Yes.
so
If
it
none of
being
that,
round,
if none of that
is
ever
dependent.
exists, it would depend on the perception of who is existing and what they know.
if no perceiver exists, do you think reality would cease?
I mean, that very much goes back to if a tree falls in the forest and no one's around to hear it, doesn't make a sound.
Not quite. It's a little bigger but yeah.
I think the tree does make a sound, and I personally think that the world will be round.
Oh, look at you writing poems.
That was unintentional. I wrote a poem earlier that made Morgan cry.
Don't get me started. Do not. I was sobbing, okay?
So there is some objective reality, something that exists absent our perception, at least according to your perception.
Yes, I perceive all of the knowledge that's been put in front of me that says the world is round.
Right. We can go on from that, but to just that all existence exists, things that you perceive from that perspective, as far as you can tell, exist. And that, is there some underlying reality that exists absent our perceptions? Or is reality always individual?
I think for sentient beings, their reality will always be individual. What I have on my own personal belief is everything that I'm perceiving is real. So there will always be, whether people have my opinion or don't have my opinion, my belief is that the earth will always be round. That gravity always will pull you down.
Pull you down?
Yes, there's in what I believe to be the truth of the earth is that there's a core of the earth that has a density that pulls us and keeps us from floating off into space.
The core is what pulls us.
Oh, it's the density of our core. Being able to fight other gravitational pulls from other cores and other entities. Not other entities, but like other planetary things in our solar system.
To paint the picture, and I don't know if you meant to, but you're saying that if our... This might be me being pedantic. If you're saying that if our planet's core was not as dense, then the pull of Mars or the moon or something like that could yank us up.
I wouldn't say maybe Mars, but yeah, no, absolutely. I think everything has formed how it has formed and has stayed in the cycle it's stayed, a equilibrium through all this stuff. All of the planets that circle our star, it all stays in that because everything has that amount of density, allowing it to have that much gravitational pull. If something changes, everything is different. We are either on a collision course, and it could be a million billion year of collision course that someone like myself that would never even see or be able to fathom, or uneducated as myself couldn't even mathematically calculate. But everything is set in the way it is. How it got there, I don't know that. I'm not smart enough to know that.
I've got to stop you because you are kind of rambling, and the question was really just to see if you see that there is, or if you think there is a base reality, and so you do think there is something there. You're not quite as in the jar as you made it sound, though you do keep sounding like you're near a jar.
It's me. I'm the jar.
Are you the jar?
Probably.
Trying to encompass his brain.
There's no trying about it.
Do either of you have any more questions before we move on to a new guest?
I do not.
We have lost Cat.
Cat.
That's all right. She'll be back, I'm sure.
Thank you so much for your time.
Well, I do have really just one more question, but it's probably not a very weighty one. Does it matter to you if what you believe is true or not?
I would like it to, but no, it does not. Because the truth always comes out in the end.
The truth. Is the truth like reality, or is that separate from individual perceptions?
I will never know that until the end.
What if you don't even know then?
Then I will cease to exist with the amount of knowledge that I came into the world with.
Do you think that it is possible that we as humans ever really know a truth? Sorry.
It could be possible. There will be one day that hopefully we can get our stuff together and see it until the end and not burn the candle at both ends. And hopefully we can last long enough to get a final answer. I don't think it'll be in my time. I don't think it'll be in my kids' time or their kids' time.
How do you verify what is true?
I verify with the facts that I can personally believe are true. If you give me enough evidence, I will believe the truth. Quantify it.
Are you saying that truth is or isn't dependent on your perception?
My truth is dependent on my perception, but...
So truth is like reality then? Truth is owned?
Yes. And...
It can't be...
And truths can always, just like perception, it can always be stated with hard data and facts and be altered. And if you can't see it that way, if you can't...
Stated with hard data and facts and be altered.
Yes, so if I believe that the earth is round, and you come at me with undeniable information that the earth is in fact flat, then my truth of what I believe that the earth being round is has to be altered because science prevails.
Does it?
It has thus far.
Has science explained every question we've had?
No, it has not.
What is a question it hasn't?
The question it hasn't goes all the way back to where I started in the very beginning of the conversation of selfishly what happened to me as a child happened to me as a child.
So science hasn't told you why predators are predatory.
No, not in the nature of.
Remember, words mean things.
I'm aware. It has not. Science has explained to me why predators are predatory. Science has not explained to me why that predator chose me. Specifically, me.
I see.
I mean, I was kind of a fat, ugly kid. There was better options. And if you're
What that
if you're
mean? Fuck.
if you're going off of pure science and pure predatory instinct, you're going with the best option either.
I don't know how that's the best option.
It's very much goes to
Sorry,
predatory things.
I'm sorry, we're about to, yeah.
That's all. I will.
Getting too deep into a.
Yes, I think yeah. And this is to put a ribbon on it. Those are the questions that haven't been answered to me. So those are the answers science hasn't given me.
So, because you don't know why you were victimized, you say that science can't answer that. I'm not sure why you would look to science to answer that instead of the perpetrator themselves, or really, I guess I would wonder why, if it, as you said, is what makes you who you are, then why do you need more?
Because could I have been better?
What is better?
Being victimized is not your fault. What is
No, it's not, and thank you. But it's more of just it's affected many things in my life about relationships and partners and things like that. And decisions I have made. Could I have made better decisions throughout my life if I wouldn't have been victimized?
Could things have been different? I think that they could have been. They weren't. And sometimes accepting that can be exceedingly difficult. However, things that we cannot change, we have to accept. And we can, would it have been different? X, Y, and Z were different. Could it have happened a different way all day long? But it didn't. And this is not me just saying this to you. This is me saying this to myself because I need to hear it too. Thrayle and Morgan can tell you that. So the things that have happened to us are not our fault. Not for the, something like this. And I had a point and I lost it somewhere along the way, trying to muddle through my own shit and make the point that I was trying to make to you.
Which was basically that it's not his fault. You reiterate.
It's not his fault, and that, like, just because things could have been different, they're not different, and they are this, and so we have to deal with things the way they are, not the way they could have been.
I very much
It doesn't do
agree.
you any good to dwell in the decisions you could have made had things been different, right? It's
And
not
that's where I go a lot back to, this is the reality I've perceived. And
I actually am intensely like I still don't quite understand why you refer to reality in this way, like it is owned or like it is a personal thing.
that very much that exact like terminology, that exact turn of phrase is very much a military thing that they pound into your head. So it's just become the easy way to explain my way out of it.
If you tried to work out another way to describe it without using the military way, describe what reality is.
In front of you.
Do you notice the difference between those two?
One is a little bit more empathetic, and the other is very much more kind of cold and calculated.
One of them is what exists. The other is what you see as existing.
Yes.
One of them is objective reality, and the other one is idealism.
Yeah.
Which of those agrees with you more? The one that was pounded into you, or the one that you thought of?
It'd be the one that I thought of. I think I use the other term because that's the best I can it's the easiest answer in my head to explain the personal feeling.
Is it a reflex?
Yes.
Really quickly, I've got to thank for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. And also thank you, Jess, for helping me remember my hostly duties.
And also, I didn't even really intend on coming up here. I only came up here because it was Dalton. You have been loved. Give me the voodoo chicken.
Yes. Appreciate you,
Thank
Ken.
you.
The voodoo chicken?
I'll explain it later.
That sounds
Dalton,
scary.
I appreciate you. It's I don't know if
less
it's scary.
than
It's
you think it is. I'll explain it. It's
probably more disappointing than anything.
yeah.
But I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions that you have. I do think I need to move forward to the next guest, but I really do appreciate it, and I think we can definitely question your basis of reality a little more. I hear you right now, well, at least before that detour, making a sort of shift in your thinking, and I'm wondering where that shift will go. Is it the military thinking, or is it your thinking that in what is real?
Absolutely. And thank you so much for having me. I would, at a future date, whether it's on here or offline, would love to discuss it more.
Absolutely.
May I ask you one
more in the Discord?
Slight personal question, and I just more of just a kind of a yes or no answer on this, so it'll be quick.
We'll see if I answer.
Have you thought more about the
Tom Waits.
The Tom Waits and
Tom
Heath
Waits,
Ledger
Joker connection.
I mean, I've thought about similarities between the character and, well, characters, technically, I guess. If I don't know how much of Tom Waits is Tom Waits when he's doing those interviews back in the late 80s and 90s. But if you think about it, yeah, I can definitely see some similarities in the character. Maybe he took some inspiration, but I didn't look into it or research if there was any connection.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you allowing me to be up here for as long as you have.
Appreciate you. Absolutely. Thank you, Dalton.
Have a good night.
You too. Take care. And
Great
W's
start.
for our previous guest. Absolutely. What a great start.
I'm definitely not biased at all in any way, shape, or form whatsoever.
No, not at all. No. No reason you would be at all.
No, not one.
Okay. We have a few people waiting in queue. Thank you guys for your patience. If you did, I don't know if you were patient yet or not, because you might be ghosts. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. Hit one of those boxes on the screen, or the pink and blue people next to your chat box. And before we do get to our next guest, I gotta thank you guys for the 27,000 times you've tapped the screen in the last 2 hours. Of course, the more we tap, the more we get out to the FYPs of people who might have the courage or the curiosity to request up and question their beliefs. Trip says, bring hubby to work day. Cool idea.
It'd be like that sometimes.
He did great. There are some questions that I would have liked more direct answers to, but I think he did all right. And I know there were nerves going on. Would you believe I just cleared 5 ghosts from the queue? Only one of them was real. Hello, Taylor. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 31 years old.
Wow, and you still haven't grown up.
No, I've grown up plenty well.
Really not.
Are we going to do the whole thing like this, or you just come up open, I'd kick you right away?
For what? I want to talk about the prompt.
Well, I have questions.
I really do want to talk about the prompt. I think you have an overly exaggerated deep voice. But
overly exaggerated.
Yeah. But I do want to talk about the prompt genuinely.
Well, I don't think I want to actually continue the conversation if you're not gonna allow me to ask questions without you talking over me constantly. So it's too bad. "31 years old. Good job."
You know, I'm gonna be 32 in less than 2 weeks. How are we even the same age? I don't...
Taylor says not even his live. What a genius.
Hello?
Hello, 3YW. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 27.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I'm an atheist, but I secretly believe there's a god.
You're an atheist, but you secretly believe there's a god. Well, the secret's out. What god do you secretly believe in?
Not anything that's like none of the religions that people believe in, but that maybe there's something like out there. Like I'm harboring some feeling that there's something more.
Which faith has gotten it the most correct, in your opinion?
Maybe like the new age spiritualism stuff.
New Age spiritualism.
Yeah, like
What does that mean?
Like the kind of line of thinking that leads you to believe that like we're all, like the universe is God. It's like maybe like some purpose to our lives that's more beyond what we know right now.
Is that what you believe?
I think that there's something going on. Like we're definitely connected to some. I think there's definitely some reason.
There's definitely some reason for what?
For like being alive, experiencing this.
What do you mean by reason?
Like outside, like a reason that's outside of our own, like purpose that we give ourselves.
So, a reason outside of the purpose we give ourselves. Why do you assume there's anything like that?
It's a feeling, but I am an atheist.
A feeling.
Yeah,
What does atheist mean? I don't know why you're just volunteering that again, because you seem really eager to point out that you're an atheist with a secret God. What does atheist mean?
An atheist is like a belief that there is no God, like the lack of belief.
Is that, which one of those do you mean? Because you just said two different things. When you say you're an atheist, are you an atheist that believes there's no God? Or are you an atheist that lacks belief in a God?
I would say I don't believe there's a God.
So you lack belief in a God?
Yeah.
So when you say that you're an atheist who lacks belief in a God, but has a secret God, what does that mean?
It means that based off of the evidence, then that's the conclusion that the evidence leads me to, but that I think that that I could be wrong. Like there's a feeling inside.
So the evidence leads you to the conclusion that you lack a belief in a God, but you feel that that could be wrong. Is that what you're saying? Or is the evidence lead you to believe there's a God and you feel that could be wrong?
No, the evidence to me leads me to believe there is no God, but
I see.
Yeah, but something inside me is like telling me that there is.
Something inside you is telling you that there's. Were you raised to believe that there was a God? Were you brought up religious?
No, I mean, yeah, my family is like, they are religious, they're Catholics.
Do they try, or do they even know that you don't believe?
Yeah, they do know.
Do they try to compel you?
Yeah, but they're not real, like, they're not real Catholics. They don't.
But they still want you to believe.
Yeah, probably from like a good place. Like they probably think it's a good religion. So
you were brought up around believers.
Yeah, like everybody that I know is either a believer in like Christianity or some other sort of like spiritual idea.
Could it be some kind of societal pressure to fit in that makes you feel like you need to believe like they do?
No, I think it has more to do like with my own like existential feelings.
What do you mean by existential feeling?
Like my own feelings about like what life is, what happens when we're gone. But you know, those kinds of ideas.
Do you have feelings about what life is and what happens when we're gone? What do you think happens when we're gone?
I think it's probably like what it was like before I was born, but I don't want to believe that.
Why don't you want to believe that?
I don't know, because I feel like I don't have enough time.
Like, for there to be an afterlife that gives you more time?
Yeah.
How much more time?
Maybe forever.
Do you think that would ever get old?
What'd you say?
Do you think that would ever get old? That it would ever get boring?
No.
Infinite existence.
Not if there's like infinite possibilities of like configurations.
Why would there be? Wouldn't eventually you start repeating?
No, but things would get pretty similar. Like a lot of things would be similar, but there would be maybe like a slight difference.
Why?
I guess this is under the assumption that there's like infinite configurations.
Mm-hmm. It's a lot of assumptions.
Yeah, that's
layered onto
it's a huge
layered onto an assumed afterlife. An assumed infinite afterlife.
I know. It's such a like a rational thought too. Like it hurts me to think this.
It hurts you to think that there is an afterlife of infinite existence.
Yeah, it hurts because it goes against all my other beliefs. Like everything else, like if I made a rational decision, I would bet all my money that it's not the case.
Hello, Rav. How are you?
Hello. Just wanted to let you know that you have an SZI in the chat.
Oh,
I've got it, Rob. I've got it.
appreciate it.
No worries, Trip. That's what I'm here for. Good evening, everyone.
What's up, Rob?
Good evening.
What's up? Do you mind if I ask a question?
I thought you might.
Yeah, I'm just, it sounds like you're sort of, not, this is going to sound accusatory, but it's not meant to be, but it just sounds like you're sort of, maybe burning it at both ends or speaking out of both sides of your mouth or being duplicitous, and that's not meant to be accusatory or judgmental. It just sounds like you're saying two things that are inherently contradictory. I'm wondering if you could respond to that.
Yeah, totally. I would say that it is contradictory because I think I am holding like two positions at the same time.
Okay, all right, and then cool. Okay.
I think that's where like that's the thing that I'm trying to talk about is like that contradictory.
Why do you feel the need to sort of hold two things that are like, where does that need come from?
I'd say one is like what I believe to be true, and then the other one is what I want to be true.
And why do you want that to be true?
Because I want more time.
So what is that? So what does the want for more time do? So like, yeah. Let me think about the question.
No, I know what you mean. I guess it's not just time. I guess like purpose also is like a part of it as well. Maybe like the time to know purpose as well.
Have you ever heard the song "Secret O Life" by James Taylor?
No, I haven't.
It's a beautiful song. I thoroughly recommend it. I'll just put it in the chat. Secret O Life, James Taylor. And I guess like I would wonder sort of like, if the goal is more time or the wish is more time, what do you do to extend your life and the one that you have? B, what do you do to make the most out of this life? And C, what do you do to give yourself the softest pillow at the end of each day? I'm happy to reiterate each of those questions, but those are genuine questions, not rhetorical ones.
Yeah, what was the first one?
What do you do to extend your life that you have?
I eat healthy.
Yeah, I mean that's yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. What steps do you take in order to extend your life? What do you do to live the fullest life? Right, carpe diem. Like, how do you seize each day? And then, what do you do to give yourself the softest pillow at the end of each day?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I try to spend any like free time that I have doing something that I wanted to do. And I guess at the end of the day, I just think, like I was saying earlier, how I think that when you're gone, it's just like how it was before you were born. So I just guess I just say, yo, that's what's going to happen. It's not going to hurt or anything. So it's not too big of a deal.
What do you think you're looking for to convince you of the God that you might feel exists?
Maybe something that, can you ask that again?
Well, the question I want to ask is what would convince you that a God exists? But you have this notion that maybe some God might. A sort of halfway in, halfway out belief, so I phrased it differently. But generally, what would convince you that a God exists?
Only my like own experience could convince me.
Can you think of an experience that might compel you more towards belief than lack of belief?
I would say all my experiences have led me to believe that or to that lack of belief that there is a God.
Can you think of any experience that might lead you to believe in a God?
Well, this one time...
I'm sorry, I'm not asking for a previous experience.
Okay,
Because
not
you
a
kind of already are in a halfway in, halfway out. So what would tip this belief?
Maybe the way the universe is. Like, there's this thing that, like, Christians say, like, just look at the trees or whatever. And I kind of, like, it sounds really dumb, but it also kind of makes, like, a lot of sense, I guess.
I'm gonna talk past that for just a moment to thank Big D. Thank you so much for the Night Star. You say that looking at the trees, the phrase Christians give, that somehow makes sense to kind of lead you.
Yeah, like, it's almost kind of obvious, but it's, like, not at the same time.
What do you mean by? Well, when you say look at the trees, what do you mean?
Like, just looking around you and the universe, the way it, like, I mean, just existence in itself could be some sort of evidence that there is a God if you, like, thought about it really hard or something. I don't know.
Existence in itself could be evidence if you thought about it really hard. What do you even mean by this?
Like,
What question were you answering?
yeah, I'm answering, like, what proof would I need to tip me over to believe that there is a God? And I guess it would just be like that, like how I said, if you thought about it hard enough, you could convince yourself.
Is that what you're kind of missing then? Is just thinking about it hard enough to convince yourself?
Yeah, maybe, or maybe I just, not that I haven't thought of it.
Do you think you could think hard enough that you convince yourself the other way again?
Yeah, I do it every day.
I don't know if I have any more questions for you right now, Three. Rav or Morgan, if you do have a question, this would be your best chance to get that out before we move on.
Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
Appreciate you, Three. Hope you keep asking questions. It sounds like you're kind of in flux, and I don't know how long that's gonna last, but when you settle on a belief or lack of belief, come on back, and I'd love to question you when your answers remain consistent. That was more charitable than when I called the guest a genius earlier, right?
Facetiously.
That's irrelevant.
But you know it is relevant. Those who have a belief in God, God's higher power, or anything like that, and are able to question those beliefs.
That sounds like it might hold some relevancy. Also, you know what else is relevant? Reaching the gift goal, which we did earlier. And I've got to thank Shell and BRJ. Thank you guys so much for helping with that goal. I wonder if anybody with a belief, I wonder how this is going to go. I wonder if anybody with a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that is curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. Oh, I guess they were a ghost. Thank you, Shell. The music might be a little on the sleepy side.
I don't think it's quote unquote late enough for it to be too sleepy.
Do you know Eden Abez?
Did you say Eden Abetz?
Mm-hmm. He has like one album that he made, like the original Googie music. This reminds me of that a little bit.
I'm gonna guess there's only one thing we should, that makes it sound like I'm gonna read a poem. That's not what I'm gonna do. I think we're gonna do this.
Welcome. Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request on us. Not here to debate or argue, or even burgle your God. But there's always room for one more. In the shed.
I don't know, that one might put me to sleep.
Man, you need to get some peppier music, my dude.
I forgot it's still going. I mean, No, that's not very peppy. I do have a peppy song. Peppy. That word's lost
Why
on
are
me.
you stuck on that word?
I don't know. I do have a song that is a little more upbeat from a member of the community. This might have a little more pep. There it is.
Once in the moonlight, his bone shone bright. He asked me softly beneath the quiet night, what do you believe in? What makes you whole? His hollow voice echoed, drifting through my soul. In the shadows he swayed, challenging my heart's parade. Skeleton man, whispering doubts. Under the starlight we danced aloud. In the stillness, truth takes flight. It shows me clarity wrapped in the night. I spoke of love, of dreams and stars. He grinned with wisdom from the world afar. These fragile moments, do they truly last? With every question, he unraveled my past. With each rattle and chime, he questioned every paradigm. The skeleton man, whispering doubts. Under the starlight we danced about. In this stillness, truth takes flight. He shows me clarity wrapped in the night. In his prison, fears sustained. I found my truth with the skeleton man.
Hell yeah. Appreciate Bats for that contribution. And if you want to find your truth with the skeleton man, Go ahead and request on up. See if you can question your beliefs.
Though not all of us are so fortunate to be free of those fleshy bonds.
Fleshy bonds.
Curses be cursing, you know?
Hello, K-John. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 38.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
No, I do not.
Why not?
Because there's no proof. I don't
There's
believe.
no proof.
I
So
don't believe.
what would prove to you that a god exists?
Some story that actually has a basis beyond it.
Some story that has a basis. So
yeah.
how is a story going to convince you?
So if somebody came to my house and said, "I'm your Lord and Savior," and did a miracle in front of me,
You would then believe that that is a god?
I would have more leaning to it. To be fair, I would lean more towards that. Yes. But the stories.
If that occurred and a god compelled you to believe that it existed, would you worship it just for existing?
No. Not just for existing, no.
Would you believe?
Why would I worship something just for existing?
Would you believe the miracle performed in front of you was? It
would have to be a good one, but
what would make it real for you?
Well, it would have to be a miracle that I can't justify of it being like a magic trick kind of miracle.
So then what would be an example is not something that can be explained by sleight of hand?
Well, a good one would be if this person rose up in the air, went around the world, and grabbed me something from a different place. That would be a good one. That would be something outside of our natural world. Something outside of our natural world.
What do you mean by our natural world? Sorry, Thrayle.
So something outside of, okay, so we know humans cannot fly.
Are you sure?
100%.
I feel like
I'm assuming you mean unassisted.
Oh yes, yeah, by themselves. Yeah, if we're gonna get to the nitty-gritty of it, yes, humans cannot fly on their own accord.
Is there a specific way it would have to be manifested, or would any method be sufficient?
Yeah, the only way would be without insistence. Any type of Like you couldn't have a squirrel suit on to glide across the world. It would have to be on that person's own accord to actually fly. So this to
Really quickly,
make,
before you elaborate on that any further, I just want to reach out real quick to the audience and say thank you guys for tapping the screen 43,000 times. And also, if anybody watching actually has a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. But I wonder if Rav or Morgan have another question for you.
Question for me?
I mean, I'd like my original question answered genuinely.
Yeah, that would be good if he got back to actually answering that.
yes. So if somebody was in my vision to truly fly, they would have to do it on their own accord. There would have to be nothing on them, nothing to interpret something else. So the best scenario, they, like, to be crass, they would have to be fully naked to make it the most true.
So a person who can...
If they were to sprout wings from their back, that wouldn't count.
No. I'm not talking about wings. I'm talking about an actual human being. They don't have to sprout nothing. I'm talking about somebody in the flesh.
Mm-hmm.
As a human being, like me and you, doing this thing that we know humans cannot do. In front of my own eyes. I have to see it.
And then, so once you see a human fly in front of you with all their dangly bits dangling,
right?
Do you think that you would worship the God that allowed that somehow evidenced itself to you?
By exposing somebody else.
Well, even if it's the God himself doing it.
Well, I have to say no in that regard because...
No, you wouldn't worship a God.
Yes.
Dangled fleshy bits in front of you as it flew around.
No.
Why not?
Because if this person did what we're talking about and said you have to worship my God to do this thing, I mean, I'm sorry. I'm not going to do it. You can't tell me what to do. That's not how that works. I would believe in the miracle. I would believe in the miracle. Yes.
Okay. So stop for a moment. Does it matter to you if a God exists or not?
No, it doesn't.
Why not?
Because it's irrelevant to how life works.
It's irrelevant to how life works. Interesting. I don't know that I have any more questions for you, K-John. Appreciate you coming up. Rav or Morgan, did you have any quick questions before we move on?
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, thank you for having me. I'll be quiet.
Appreciate you, K-John.
I guess my question would have been actually, why request up?
Why what?
Why request up? Dangly bits and everything.
You can't make this shit up, people. I can't.
Oh, he came back.
Welcome
I don't know
back.
how that happened.
I don't know how that
Any
happened.
warning at all? It just
That was
smacked me right out.
fantastic.
You've heard of Flight of the Bumblebee?
was Flight of the Thrayle.
The Thrayle. The Thrayle.
That was Flight of the Thrayle.
The Thrayle. The Thrayle.
So Flight of the Thrayle. We're gonna go ahead and set you down and figure out how to sort that echo out, because it just keeps echoing itself.
I'm trying so hard to maintain composure. I'm so sorry. I'm okay.
What's up, Blake? Haven't seen you in a long time.
That's not helping.
Me?
No, what Blake said.
Oh, nice.
Flight of the Bumblebones. Is it just like Flight of the Bumblebee played on the xylophone? Is that all it is? Is that the only difference?
Why a xylophone?
Yeah, why xylophone?
Because I feel like
Bones,
that's
right.
supposed to sound relatable to a bone sound. Like,
Yeah, that's what I figured.
I mean, a marimba is too wooden, in my personal opinion. A glockenspiel has too much of a ring to it.
I mean, I was thinking, ivories.
Hey, Thrayle, if Braden requests up, could you pull him up, please? I know actual bone percussion is a thing, but I don't know the names of like any instruments that are actually like explicitly associated with bone derived instrumentation.
Okay, I had to get blueberry coffee number 2. It's just,
Is it infused flavor in the coffee? Like, is it roasted with the blueberry?
yeah, the blueberry flavors in the coffee.
Yeah. And do you take it with
It's really
milk
good.
or is it black?
It's under the sauce.
Cream,
Cream. Hmm.
yeah.
Real cream or
Vanilla
powdered cream?
Real.
Vanilla cream. Yeah. Okay. Good. Just checking in. I used to manage a coffee shop.
Over ice, of course.
Oh, nice.
I couldn't imagine that you were ever involved with coffee ever in your life, at least
see the-
once.
Me?
Do you see the cup on the
The
screen?
cup on the
in front of
screen,
Thrayle?
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Accurate depiction?
That is
very clearly
exactly
a
the kind of
Moscow
cup I am using. Yeah. That is the cup I'm using.
Hey, Braden.
Hey, what's
Could I
up?
get your age for TikTok TOS, please?
Yeah, I'm 19.
What year were you
Indeed.
born?
2006.
I can vouch.
She can vouch.
This is Morgan's Friends Day on a
Apparently. Apparently, this is all of my contacts decide to show up today.
I see.
I'm only gonna be on for a little bit though. I'm already up way past my bedtime, and I'm gonna be up early in the morning.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm an Eastern Orthodox Christian.
Eastern Orthodox.
Eastern.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I have not.
Why not?
Honestly, I hate to say I can't find the time. So our church puts out scripture readings for the day on their website, and so I track along with those. I just haven't gone across the whole 76 book canon yet.
76.
Yeah.
Do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
True, yeah. Literal, maybe not in every sense, maybe not in the sense that, like, a fundamentalist Christian would. But I guess you could say literal. Do what?
I just asked 6-day creation, like Genesis 1. Do you believe that's true?
No, I'm an evolutionist, yeah. I guess that's the right word for it. Anyway.
So you don't believe in the 6-day creation. You say you believe in evolution. Does that somehow work with Adam and Eve, or do you not believe that either?
Yeah, no, I believe it works with Adam and Eve.
How does it work with Adam and Eve?
So, a lot of Christians will make the contention point. Just hold on one second. Somebody in the comments said, what year was I born? 2006.
We already asked that, and I'd really prefer you stick to the conversation up here.
Yeah, sorry.
So the question, yeah. So, do you remember the question you were answering?
Yeah. How does evolution, work within Scripture? So a lot of Christians...
Not quite what I was asking. Not just work within Scripture. Let me ask a little more detailed question about this. The Adam and Eve story, is that a literal story?
Kinda. I don't know how to answer that simply. So
yeah, what parts are literal and what parts are?
So the way that I read it, right? When God breathed life into Adam. So, for example, there's two creation stories in Genesis. There's the creation of Adam and then Ha-Adam, the man and the man. So I believe we can look at that and say, okay, well, there was,
Okay, let's slow down for just a minute.
Go ahead.
You're saying there's two creation stories now. There's Adam and Ha-Adam.
Yeah.
Which one is the one with Eve?
Ha-Adam, the man.
Ha-Adam. When is Ha-Adam made?
It's in the same chapter in Genesis.
In the same chapter? So there's a chapter where a man is made, and then there's another in the same chapter. There's a part where the man is made.
Yeah, so it's kind of like a general creation. So like where we get the theory of evolution, we evolved from human-like beings. Yeah, go ahead.
Which chapter?
Genesis 2 or 3.
So in Genesis 2, a man is made twice.
So man in a general consensus. So essentially the subspecies that would evolve into Homo sapien, and then Ha-Adam, the man, which is the one that God breathed life into.
So you're saying the Ha-Adam that he breathed life into is the one in Genesis 2, would that be 7?
Yeah.
Where did you get the idea that this is a... Well, actually, no, let me make sure. Where's the other man made? Just man. Where is that one made?
Off memory, I don't know. Do you mind if I grab my Bible? Or do you want to just go to the next one since we're trying to keep up with
Go
time?
ahead and grab your Bible.
Okay, cool.
You're the only one in a hurry.
Okay, I got you.
Rav, you still with us?
Oh, very much so.
Okay, but
No, I'm here. I'm 100% here. I'm waiting on bated breath. I was just.
Oh, shit.
He's very genuine, I promise.
I wondered how
promise.
bated the breath.
He's so genuine.
I'm waiting to
so
hear it. Yeah, I'm here to walk.
Doesn't need an advocate.
I know. I feel like sometimes when Christians
You are your own. You're your own person. Well, also he's not reflective. Like nothing happened. Whatever. You're awesome. You know what I mean? Like yeah.
I get it. No, I do.
I'm curious. You know, I'm coming from curiosity.
He has a really cool perspective. Is all I'm saying.
You say that, but
There's a
hurry
reason
to
I'm
get to
not
bed.
participating.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know. Adam. Which translation of the Bible will you be getting there?
So this is the Orthodox Study Bible. I want to say it's NASB. I could be wrong.
Okay.
Before we do this, do you mind, Braden? Do you mind if I ask, like, where you got this idea from?
What do you mean?
Well, like, is it something that you were taught, or is it something that you noticed?
Like, were you raised in this, or is this something you were introduced to? Is this something that you found as you discovered it, type thing?
Do you mean like my general like form of Christianity, or the?
No, specifically the question of Adam and Ha-Adam.
There was a apologist I was watching on YouTube when I was first looking into Christianity.
Yeah, great, cool, no problem. I just was curious, like, where the idea was coming from. That's all.
I don't know if you know who Redeemed Zoomer is, but he made a video on it about how evolution and creation tie into each other.
Do you have the verse yet?
I'm still looking now.
Okay, cool.
So.
Is it 127 by any chance?
127?
Yeah.
Yes. So 127, God made man in the image of God, he made him. Male and female, he made them. And then in 2:7,
hold on, before you go to 2:7, 127 says Vayivra Elohim et ha'adam. So it is ha'adam there. B'tsalmo, b'tsalem Elohim bara oto zachar v'nikiveh bara otam. So it is Vayivra Elohim, and so God created et ha'adam. Very much so, this the man, b'tsalmo, b'tsalem Elohim, in his image, b'tsalem Elohim, in the image of God, bara oto, God created him. Zachar unikeva bara otam. Yeah, so 127 is the man.
Right.
And it's actually interesting.
Go ahead, Raf.
Sorry. Well, just that, so one of the midrash here is that this Adam person is androgynous, is born with both male and female bits. So et ha'adam b'tsalmo, in God's image, b'tselem Elohim, in God's image, bara oto zachar unikeva, created him zachar unikeva, created him with male, zachar is male, unikeva, and female. Nikeva is a tough word, by the way. It's not a great word to describe female.
That's also my understanding of this passage of the Torah.
Just another offering, I guess. And then you were saying 2:7.
Yeah.
2:7 is okay. Vayitzer Adonai Elohim et ha'adam. So again, et ha'adam afar min ha'adama vayipach be'afar nishmat chayim vayhi ha'adam again lenefesh chaya.
So both of these are ha'adam.
Huh. Okay, well, I was proven wrong then.
If they're both in Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 referring to the same man, what does that say about the sudden change in order in Genesis 2?
What do you mean?
Where he makes them one he made him after.
Wait, are you so in Genesis 1 he made them after the plants? In Genesis 2, are you saying in Genesis 2 he made them before the plants?
Huh?
There is a
Started 2:5.
yeah.
Started 2:5. Okay.
You actually already said your. Oh, never mind. Sorry, forgot. Never mind.
You're doing so good, Rav. I'm so proud of you.
Thanks.
Before any plant of the field was on earth, and before any herb of the field sprang up, for God had not sent rain on the earth, and there was no man to till the ground. But a fountain came up from the ground, and watered the whole face of the earth. Then God formed man out of dust from the ground, and breathed in his face the breath of life, and man became a living soul.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I like the breathed in his face part. Interesting. So, before there were plants, because there was no rain and no man. So before, because, and. He makes this and that. Right? Mm. Before there were plants, because there's no rain and no man, he makes the mist, or in your case, a fountain, and a man. Before the plants.
You know, I'd never looked at the before, because, and part of that before. That's interesting.
Can I offer something?
Yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
So, Genesis 2:4 says, Eila toldot hashamayim ve'haaretz. How is yours translated?
This is the book of the Genesis of heaven and earth when they were made. In the day, yeah.
Book of the Genesis.
It's so fascinating. I actually kind of like that translation. I think that's sort of a nice sort of.
I want to say
it's NASB. You said.
Well,
I want to say
it's not an accurate translation, but it's a sweet. I like it.
Thinks it's the NASB.
I'm gonna look. I liked the breathed in his face part. That was funny.
Braden, you're such a good sport. I appreciate you.
Yeah. Ain't nothing to get upset about.
Does the creation story, well, I guess the creation story doesn't matter so much because you also believe in evolution. You somehow merge those together. I wonder if there's any faults in that marriage.
It doesn't also just go inside with the Genesis story. But, well, I didn't know if you were going to say something after that.
I was go ahead, Rav.
Well, sorry, but you had actually already said that it was two different stories.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if you, you saw Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 as two different stories because you perceived the two different versions of Adam. I guess.
Oh shit! Hey, my son's waking up. Y'all have a good night.
Yeah, take it easy.
Absolutely, Braden. Looking forward to talking to you again sometime.
Yeah, absolutely.
Take care. W's for Braden in the chat.
Absolutely,
He was questioning right along.
He's
diving
such a
in.
great human. I love him so much.
I will be honest. Questioning Eastern Orthodox.
I remember his history correctly, and I may be wrong. He was introduced to Eastern Orthodox. This is not what he was raised in.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. You don't often.
It's so fascinating. It's so fascinating. I love talking to him. He's so interesting.
I'm curious where his questions lie. He sounds like he has more. Like I started Genesis because why not start at the beginning? But hello, Blake.
Hello, everybody. Good to see you.
Hiya.
Yeah. Yeah, I was curious where in their belief, like like where the line of evolution, the first mention, like I heard my child maybe waking up. I gotta go.
He's so great. He's so great, and I genuinely think we might get him again if we wait long enough. We might get him again, and he's such a good conversation. He really is.
Big D, capital B says I rises first in the east. Well, I hope you sleep well, Big D. Appreciate you.
I hope wherever you are, the sun does in fact rise in the east.
The sun also rises.
If it's gonna rise, I hope it rises in that direction.
I think otherwise something has gone terribly wrong.
Oh, thank you, Big D. Appreciate you. And by the way, if anybody's not following Big D already, I've caught them before falling asleep and after waking up, and they're amazing. And some of my favorite people, and some of you guys' favorite people are always there too.
Physics? I love physics.
Oh, also, fun factoid about bone instruments. There's actually just an instrument called the bones that's like common in Creole.
I was hoping you would say something.
They're like cleaved part of like a larger bone, usually the femur or like a ham bone, and you would take like four like flat ones and hold like 2 in each hands and like clack with them.
Okay.
It's like spoons.
Clackers.
Spoons, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's probably the predecessor to the spoons. I had never even thought about that before. Exactly.
I was gonna say that's a pretty deep cut Creole culture type thing.
Yeah, instruments too, because there's also traditional drums where you play with like there's like scraper bones too. You're right, because there's like scraper bones, and then femur heads can be used for like mallets and stuff as well.
Yeah, and that's usually scapula for the scraper.
translation because I want to know some of the other word choices.
Also, wasn't his breathing, his face is funny. What's interesting, I just noticed also, there's a little bit of like wordplay from sort of from an oral tradition that is fun with the dust of the earth. Okay.
Which oral tradition might that be, Rav?
Good question. Honestly, now that I'm thinking of it, it's a good question because I wonder if like this part. So I think that this is like a symbols in Deuteronomy that are like I don't know, but like the notion of heaven and earth and this idea of Ayla Toldot, I bet is um, like the Ayla Toldot is this thing that happens in verse 4:2-4, and that's thing that I was explaining, like really demonstrates that it's two stories. I don't know, it feels a little earlier. I don't know, maybe. The piece is definitely multiple stories, and then the garden is definitely in contact with Babylon.
I was gonna say, my friend, that was not a
It was something. Well, I was just noticing the wordplay, and wordplay in oral tradition to me is pre-Babylonian exile, and so I'm wondering if it's like right after the like. Here, I can't really explain it, but it's playing with the off sound.
It would genuinely depend on, and this is what's so tough about oral tradition, is that it depends on not just when it was recorded, but who recorded it, because the lens they view the world in, which is why we have things like Norse reconstruction that is exclusively built on things that we know from Christian monks who recorded, Norse mythology and things like that.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, like a lot of the symbology around the breath is very like reminiscent for me of a lot of like circumpolar indigenous communities and a lot of like imagery they have around like breath and life and those really being one, and like the tracking of their haploid groups takes them back into like the Turkmenistan. I mean, that's like tracking oral histories that far back is impossible. But the that there's a regional tie and there's still like larger motifs within the beliefs that I can still see between like North African and the Middle East, and then like the peoples that spread out from there is so crazy.
I mean, and then you also have to factor in environmental factors as well as, I mean, and when it comes to environmental factors, it's not just weather, it's not just like topography, it's as well the flora and fauna that exists alongside of you, and that's going to drive everything, like all of the stories you tell to your children in them of dangers, and to warn them of this is how we operate within society,
I promise I'm not falling asleep. I was accepting ghosts. No, I really, no, I was accepting ghosts, and they don't exist. Since ghosts
Things I
don't
say.
exist, there's nobody joining us.
Well, that's boring.
Isn't it? I
A
think
little.
they could be a lot less boring by, I don't know, being curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. And if you happen to have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I just want to know if you can question it, and what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it?
You know, I feel like I've known or at least asked this in the past. I know Rav's religious belief background. I know at least some of Thrayle's religious belief background. Blake, what exactly is your religious belief background?
I'm Cajun Creole and have a lot of family from Mexico via California as well. So I grew up Catholic, but like Louisiana folk Catholic. So there was, well, and autism mixed in there as well. Like my cousins were like wearing talismans to protect them from fire and drowning and stuff.
I completely understand. My step grandfather lived in Baton Rouge.
Oh yeah, yeah. So yeah, my one side of my family's from Acadiana and the other side's California. So yeah, we got the real witchy brands of Catholicism, and like both of them thought the other one was like
Heretical.
doing witchcraft.
Which do you align with, if any?
Well, we definitely got a lot more of the like Louisiana folk Catholicism passed down. My very like quickly in my grandpa's generation tried to like assimilate into like American culture. Even went so far as to say that they were Spanish instead of like saying that they were Mexican. So there was definitely like some issues going on there as well with racism. But so we got a lot more of the like we have voodoo dolls around the house. We have drawn vive, a lot more of like the aspects of like West African religion and indigenous religions got patterns.
Is this a tradition you were raised in?
Oh yeah, my father was from Lake Charles, Louisiana. So
Oh, fucking hell, Lake Charles.
yeah, heart of Acadiana.
Hell yeah. Oh, fuck, I miss Louisiana so much.
Yeah, especially during this cold, I was missing it. I was mad because my parents were down there, and I was not. But yeah, and it was just Mardi Gras, so we're talking about all kinds of
I
really
was gonna
cool,
say, yeah, that wasn't too far away.
like different cultural practices that go along with that, like in Can Run, where you have traditional traditional outfits. They're kind of a combination of like a jester outfit, but also like indigenous like grass clothing as well. And then they throw a chicken, and then you have to ride on top of the horse. Some people do it standing. That's how like you're supposed to like technically do it.
The
But
horse come in. Hold on, pause. Where did the horse come
Chicken
in?
jockey.
oh yeah,
Chicken jockey.
that would be funnier. But no. So they throw a chicken, and the chicken starts running, and then you're on a horse. So it's basically like a fox hunt, but a chicken.
But it's a chicken.
So
Got it.
yeah,
I
there's a
understand.
lot in Louisiana imagery of making fun of the upper class
No, that
during
totally
these
makes
festivals.
sense. I get it. Yeah.
So it's like a fox hunt, but you're hunting a chicken, and then whoever gets the chicken gets to keep the chicken, and then you got free chicken that you get to eat.
Hell yeah. Is it always a rooster? Or is it a hen?
I'm not sure. I don't think I've ever actually checked that part. I think normally it's a rooster because they will run more.
That makes sense. I have so many questions that are not relevant to this live in any way, shape, or form.
I mean, why
It's
not?
relevant to this current conversation.
Go for it.
What came first, the chicken or the egg?
The chicken. No.
The rooster.
The egg.
The rooster.
I take it a step further on Tiny's live, by the way.
Yeah, I know you do.
I hate you all. I hate you all so much.
Sorry.
As somebody who owns chickens, no.
Fair enough.
This just reminds me of my friends telling me about like bris jokes that were made to try and make their family more comfortable during the procedure. And they're like, it would just be better if you didn't.
You pay the rabbi,
was
but the
good.
moil gets to keep the tip.
Exactly.
Fucking stop.
Exactly.
That's
All in
straight
this
up a
vein.
Robin Hood Men in Tights joke. Stop.
You know, they prefer to do circumcisions for elephants.
No.
Yeah, bigger tips, you know.
Rav, please, I love you so much. Please, no.
That was the last one, I promise.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, sorry. It's horrible.
I was going to use a segue with tips. I'm not going to do it. If you've got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like it, stop. We're not here to debate you. We're not here to argue. We're not even here to make you look like a fool, though you might do that on your own. We're just here to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? I think if I'm quick enough on the draw here, I really need a button
It's
to do
quiet
this.
too long. I'm just going to start playing random weird swamp people instruments.
You can't hear the music. Okay. No, there's music. See? There's been a loop there the whole time. But there might be about to be something else.
No, no good night. No good night. Is wake up time. Is awake. Very awake.
Thank you, Brad, for the good night.
Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that?
I don't like this one. It makes me feel warm, like a mountain desert.
Cat doesn't like
because
this.
it goes twice. No, she said it's growing on her.
Oh, good.
Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that?
I can't with that last pronunciation of that every single time.
Hello, Bubbles. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Welcome, Bubbles. Did you mean to join us? Alright, Bubbles the clown. I was looking forward to meeting another clown. I like clowns.
Clowns are cool. Like bow ties.
No
He's
worries,
also
Bubbles.
She's also wearing an Elmo head thing.
That's awesome. I'd say W's for Bubbles just for being a clown.
Dubs for Bubs.
Hell yeah, dubs for bubs.
Elmo clown cosplay. That's awesome.
All things Elmo, all the time.
I stretched out my Elmo voice earlier today, and yeah, I'm
No,
not gonna do it again.
more. All done. No,
Yeah.
no more. All done.
That's a Discord treat.
Discord? Where could you find the Discord?
At the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one takes you there. You just gotta read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it looks a little lonely. But if you agree to them, then you find out that you're not alone. And then you might find your way into a voice chat. Hear me.
Immediately regret everything you
No.
Never,
It's
not
just a
once.
potential. It's a possibility. You could hear
Possibility.
me attempting the Elmo voice. I don't know. I think today's attempt was pretty solid.
I agree. No, genuinely, I do.
You can imagine Elmo's a little bit of a stretch for me.
I can only imagine. Well, I can't imagine. I can think about it. But
Honestly, I think it's about committal. Like, you don't have to get the actual register. It's about, like, committing to it.
Oh, no, I go for the register.
Elmo absolutely questions their beliefs.
Oh, absolutely.
Can you hit the register, Ralph?
I don't know that God provides best. That what do we say? Oh, that GoPro. I don't know that GoPro would be able to, like, be on the live for that. Like, I think that they would laugh too much. You know, they would.
Oh yeah.
They leave, and then it just wouldn't be good for the metrics.
GoPro earnestly answering the chat if they believed if souls were edible or not was the highlight of my day yesterday.
That was great.
It was so good.
It raised so many questions when he said no.
And like, I felt like I couldn't ask the questions I wanted to. Like, what does soul taste like? But I guess that wouldn't necessarily be something that that person knows.
Well, if blood tastes like wine and flesh tastes like bread, do we think it might be cheese?
I would want it to be, but it's not. Kidding, joking, teehee is funny joke.
I missed it. Sorry.
It's okay. It was more so a placation for the chat.
Speaking of the chat, you guys have got us up to 65,000 likes. Really appreciate all those taps, all the shares too. Thank you guys so much. Now if only somebody with a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that. Only request on if they would do that. Oh my.
If you want to get schooled in Hebrew by a puppet, come on up.
This hasn't been a puppet show for a long time. Ask Batitude down in the chat.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum.
Salam. I'm just kidding. I'm Christian. What's up, guys?
Fascinating. Joe, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
28. I'm pushing 30 and I'm almost bald.
Wow. And in all those ancient wise years, you've come across Christianity, and the one that you settled on as the correct answer?
I hope so.
I see. Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
No.
Why not?
Lazy. Studying for school. Trying to be a doctor.
So lazy. And so you haven't read the Bible. You're studying to become a doctor, you said. And, but you to be true and little, the ones you've heard.
Yeah, anything can happen. I believe in evolution and science. I think that's factual, right? But to sit and say everything happens in life, I think it's kind of, you'll be walking a blind eye if you don't question it. You know, how could Noah
Walking a blind eye. I think, we're mixing some idioms here.
Oops.
Are you inebriated?
Am I what?
Wow.
Wait, am I what?
Are you
That's
inebriated?
wrong.
What is that?
Are you drunk?
Oh no, I was just eating an Oreo.
I'm not sure how that was connected at all.
I like the music, by the way.
That's good. It's good music, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And so you believe in evolution, but you believe some of the stories of the Bible could be true.
Mm-hmm.
You believe in the 6-day creation, Adam and Eve in a garden. Do those somehow comport with evolution?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Now I can.
Yeah, you said the 6 days, and how does that relate to evolution?
I was just asking, do you believe it? And then, if you do, does it somehow comport with evolution?
I would say God's timing. We say he really did it in 6 days. We don't know how long that would really take.
You're saying you don't know how long a God day is?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't say it's 6 days, but you know, if it could have happened, maybe, I don't know.
Then you don't believe the 6 days, at least not as days.
No, probably not as days, maybe something else. You know?
So then somehow he created everything in that order, though. Does the order matter?
Like from beginning of end? Well, when I read about it in evolution and how the earth was created, and I looked at the Bible, it was similar, but like not.
Can you tell me, as you're studying to be a doctor, apparently, where is it in evolution it talks about the creation of the earth?
4.6 billion years ago, it was just a bunch of rocks.
Yeah, I was asking you where in the theory of evolution was, like, what part of the theory of evolution is that?
I think I'm going into, so evolution is creation of like animals and humans and so forth, right? Maybe I'm mixing up my theories. Is that what you're trying to say?
Is evolution creation of, you said creation? Is it creation?
Is evolution creation? I was never tested on that. Or maybe I should have been.
Never tested on that.
Evolution is a process in nature.
Is it possible that creation is just our recording of us evolving to that point?
I kind of like that answer.
It doesn't matter if you like it. Can you answer the question?
Can you repeat it one more time?
Is it possible that it just illustrates our point of evolution where we reached that level of cognition?
Is it possible that creation... I'm listening to the music too much. I'm so sorry. This is hard for me.
All right. Joe, if you find yourself a little more clear-headed, maybe, and capable of questioning your beliefs, come on back. But I don't think there was a
was I too
certain
quiet?
level of cognition there.
There was some feedback going on that kind of made it hard to hear what y'all were saying.
Some of the audio feedback there, yeah, wasn't great.
Okay, please, by all means, let me know if there's interference.
No, it wasn't your fault. It was on his end.
I see.
And part of the question you asked was a little... As I was listening to it, I wasn't quite sure what you were asking.
I'm trying, I'm sorry.
As though the Bible was a recording of evolution to a point.
Mm-hmm. As if that's the furthest back that civilization could remember.
Then where would the texts that come before that come from?
Recorded oral history.
Well, the irony also is that even the Bible's texts are not in the order. You know, the Genesis is younger than
Job,
Deuteronomy,
for
let's
instance.
say.
Well, all of them are younger than... Isn't Job supposed to be the oldest?
Job is the oldest, yeah.
No way Job is the oldest. You're kidding, right?
I'm pretty sure it... Hold on, I'll look it up.
Let's look into it. Yeah.
I think Job is like 300 to 400 BCE.
So if that came first, that's so messed up. That's so messed up.
Rough start. Really rough start. No, the oldest is like the Song of the Sea.
We're doing so good.
That might be true. That might be true, Ref. But I think Job might be one of the older ones. Again, worth a fact check. Definitely don't take
Absolutely.
my word for it.
My last lookup was female Ninja Turtle.
Venus.
Yes.
Yeah, it says between the Persian period between 540 and 330 BCE.
Yeah, Book of Job. Roughly 2,000 to 15,000 BC. Yeah.
Wait, what? 2,000 to 15,000?
Yeah, that one. Sorry. My bad.
That one.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's
a big...
Sorry,
That's
I make that mistake a lot. I'm so sorry, Rav. That's 100% my fault.
No problem, but that's...
I do that with
that's
the,
a
I do that with
religious...
the light goal too.
But that's a religious dating.
Is it? Where's it from?
Yes.
I also have Torah dating it back to 14 to 1200 BC.
That's what I'm saying.
The
Like
Torah.
that's a religious reading of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's really very late. It's like that. I really would put it like between 300 and 400, but it's just saying 540 to 330.
I was gonna say I also see third century to first century.
Exactly. Yeah, that seems a little late on the later side, but whatever. I mean, Greek play influence. I think it's definitely after Alexander the Great.
So the oldest thing that I have immediately visible without deep diving is the oldest surviving fragments of biblical text are the Ketef Hinnom scrolls, part of Numbers 6, which date roughly to 600 BC, followed by the Dead Sea Scrolls, dating from 3rd century BC to 1st century BCE.
Yeah, so like that you're only going to see text after the Babylonian exile.
Makes complete sense.
It's possible that it's also, you know, a story that's compiled over time and redacted later. But I guess what I'm saying is not the religious, certainly not the oldest text.
Right. No, the oldest composition specifically was what I was referencing initially.
Song of Songs comes up, as 1000 BC.
That's religious also.
That's religious.
Because it's attributing it to Solomon.
Right, which is
like traditionally it's attributed to Solomon, but it's again probably same sort of
a lot farther back. See, and that's what I'm finding with Job is more 400 to 500.
Yeah.
We're gonna need to look into these. We need to gather up in the source materials and find out.
Definitely, for sure.
Where we're actually sourcing these dates. How are they dating these?
I wrote actually a whole thing out that I sort of rearranged the whole Bible into, and in these it's not like I could be more sort of cutting it up, I guess, but 550 to 30 BCE. I mean, that's a really long range. Look, these Song of Solomon, Job, Book of Esther, Ecclesiastes, these are like so clearly influenced in a Hellenistic way. Like really smart people wrote those books.
Well,
really well-learned people wrote those books.
And that's the other thing. How much of this was written through a Roman lens?
Well, Rome would have been later. Like, Rome didn't even exist when these books were written.
Right. But Rome still eventually adopted Greek gods into their own pantheon.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't stop at Greek gods. There are many gods that got absorbed and adopted.
All over. One after another.
If I can commend the Romans on anything, it's documentation. It may not have been the cleanest documentation, but it was documentation nonetheless.
It was really like the courts of Asia when we started trading east, and well, also all the way back to Mesopotamia, but it is hard to come across a continuous record like the kingdoms of Asia. Like, their meticulousness is inspiring. I wish I was that meticulous with recording.
This is a general question to everybody. Do you think... No, I don't like how I worded that. Hold on, I gotta think about it.
By the way, the Mayan were also meticulous in their recording, but all of the books, except for like one or two, were completely destroyed.
And there's also several other like indigenous recording systems or writing systems, like the Easter Islands texts that still we need to that we do like have very sparse pieces of to try and figure it out. There's also extant Kipu, which is a system of recording through knots and textile that is still being deciphered, and that would be very interesting.
Kipu's so fantastic.
So the word for book and the word for number in Hebrew are the same root letters. And to tell somebody is also the same root letters. The idea being that the first thing you need to write in a book are things that you need to count or record or tell or retell, like a teller.
Yeah, it's interesting. It seems like a lot of the very earliest evidence of writing is from like the need to record keep. Like there's these, I think mostly in like Germany, they found these what's called like bread tablets, and they have like different impressions in them, but then they're also scored, and most of them that are found are like broken, like they have been like raffle tickets. Like
I only got so many fingies. You know, have you ever seen the Mesopotamian counting system? Where
I've
it's
got enough fingies. I know I've got enough fingies to count out that Morgan Le Fay, Painiac, knew Shell, Dante, and Cassie have all helped contribute to the goal. And I thank you all. Thank you so much. And I didn't even need to use the Mesopotamian counting system where you can get all the way up to 12 on one hand.
There you go. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, and you can count to 12 on one hand. Well, yeah, 12 on one hand using the 3 segments of your finger over 4 fingers, and then you can get to 12 of 12. You get to 144 by counting
hands.
on 2 hands. Actually, you can get to 160 because you got the 12 times 12 on your left hand, and you got 12 more. My math's off. No, my math's on. No, my math's off. 156. Yeah, 156. But who's counting?
Apparently Mesopotamians.
Yeah. Base 60.
I
so
get what
cool.
you're saying, because you count up to 144 on the left hand, and then you can do it again. And then you got one more. Okay. that broke me for a second.
Don't forget to carry the 1. Yeah, joking.
I'm tired yet.
60 is a cool number, right? I mean, so divisible, very, very divisible. Also the reason from Mesopotamia as well, like why we have 60 seconds to a minute, 60 minutes to an hour, 12 hours and 12 hours.
Yeah. If you believe that a base 6 system is superior, join us.
Only if you can question that belief.
Yeah, how does division work? Is that where the problem came in? Is that why we switched?
Yeah, but even like dividing by 60 is so easy. 30, 15, 10, 5, 2.
One time I had to code a program to get something into base 26. That broke my brain.
"26 is a big number in Judaism, for whatever that's worth."
It was for alphabet encryption. That's why. So it was like, yeah, just the number of letters. I don't know
the. How many letters are there in Hebrew?
Well, it's a tough question. So there's 22 letters, but then there's also 4 final letters, 5 final letters.
Okay, because I thought that there was like a way to count it as 26, but wait, and then there's 5 others, or did you say 4?
Yeah, there's 5, so 22 plus 5, and then there's also vowels as well that are dots and dashes. Yeah, lines.
Yeah, this is where trying to look at it through the romantic alphabet lens starts to break down.
Well, it does. For whatever reason, the order of the alphabet has some really close similarities to the alphabet. Like Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Daled. Gimel is like, that's the first letter in camel and gamel. So there's a very similar. So Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Daled, A, B, G, D. And then like Lamed, Mem, Nun, Ayin, Pei, Kuf, Resh, Shin, Tav. So LMNO, and then QRST.
Because I know that even with like some of the earliest phonetic like Egyptian hieroglyphs, there's aspects of that even line up still, and I think it's like A, B, and C that they still start out at the beginning.
This is something I was talking about on Big D's Live earlier, that like the relationship between Egyptian, Canaanite, Proto-Hebrew, Phoenician, Proto-Greek, like that is all super related. Like that's all one big sort of discussion, linguistic discussion and negotiation that's happening.
Yeah, and so much like molecular and chemical archaeology that has been being done around like where we can trace isotopes to see like where food stocks came from and were transported based on like what they picked up from the ground, is showing us that like even though like people may not have had a cultural understanding that like the goods that they were getting came from the other side of like the Himalayas or something, these communities were transcendental to each other, and so thus had so much more influence and spread with each other, even though they didn't have quite like the global or like bird's eye understanding of like a trade network that is like planned out in the way that we do.
Well, they did have like pretty strong and established trade routes that were like ancient, like international trade routes. Like the Via Maris is an example, which is the Seaway, the King's Highway, which is like lower Levant, and then the road to Damascus, the other one, like northern Levant. I don't know if I'm responding to what you were saying. Not.
Oh no, that's interesting, because like what I was more talking about was like even like very rural, isolated communities within like the reaches of Siberia. We find, especially with grave goods, when they're being laid with like their precious items, more that's where you're finding more items that have an origin that's like from much further away than you would anticipate within like non-cosmopolitan communities. Like around me, there was within a burial mound found a feather that would have come from the Amazon region, and I'm in like the around like the Great Lakes area, and
that's very far.
So it's like it's like insane to think that even though they didn't have like a map that like that came, but like from these communities that were all tangential to each other, these goods got passed around, and that like massive, almost definitely international, but almost like global way. And this is like the burial mounds also are like pre-plains. That's getting into like the even pre like bronze working in America, like very, very early.
Hello, Rob. Can I get your age for TikTok? Oh, okay. We'll let you go, Rob, until you figure out what's going on there. But if anybody watching has a belief in a god or a godlike thing, or I don't know, mermaids or Mothman, or I don't know at this point, you gotta believe in something.
What about the aliens?
I mean,
I guess we can question alien belief.
I want to believe in Mothman.
Yeah, but if you've got a belief in one of them, things, and you can question it, that was the other thing. Yeah, if you've got a belief and you can question it, go ahead and request on up. Yeah, we really need another one of those Michael V segues. Hey, Carlitos, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
30.
You there?
Yeah, I said 30.
Oh, okay. And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like it?
Not by free choice.
Are you saying you have a belief, but you didn't want to?
Well, I can't control my wants either.
Okay, so you don't have a choice, and you believe what you believe, and you believe in a god. Which god?
Since there's no free will, I didn't.
You seem to really just want to talk about free will, but I'm not interested. So will you answer the question about the God that you do believe in, whether you chose it or not?
Oh yeah, simulation type of God.
What do you mean by simulation type of God?
Me, you, anyone on this panel is not in any full control of anything.
It's like one-track mind here, isn't it?
I guess.
That didn't really explain
it explained everything. He just wants to talk about his lack of free will.
It's not my lack of free will, it's everyone's lack of free will.
Yeah, I'm not here to argue.
Lack of free will.
What was that question, Morgan? Sorry.
Why do you believe there is a lack of free will?
He's a determinist.
That's great. I'd like to hear his answer.
Yeah, See, the thing is that even my own things that I use to believe why I believe is not even under my control.
Yeah, see, he's not even really here to answer your question.
It is.
He just wants to. How did it answer her question?
Because the question is it's like a half question. I'm going deeper than that.
So you're ignoring the question, you're disrespecting the question, and you're answering your own question. Fuck off, Carlito.
Give me a fucking break. Holy fuck.
Rav, how does accountability work? Well, I mean...
Like if there's no accountability whatsoever, like if there's no free will or any choice or any,
Oh, I see, yeah. Yeah, probably
not in
doesn't.
general.
I was sitting here like, do you really want me to break down how accountability works and like different
from the top
understandings of? No, yeah, let's not. Because my answer was probably going to result in a resounding. I don't know. Is that resounding? How does resounding sound?
Well, what the fuck? I'm just saying, how does accountability work in a deterministic worldview?
Yeah. As a deterrent, as a determiner of influence. An influence of determination. I don't know. There we go. See? Still got that I don't know. Well, yeah, we all love an I don't know. I mean, if you don't love an I don't know, then well, why not? Are you afraid of it?
No, they just haven't presented themselves to me yet.
I'm not quite down to the third cup yet. Haven't decided if I'll have a third cup. But I still got some blueberry coffee. And if you've still got a belief in a god or gods or anything like that, go ahead and request that. I mean, you heard me say it, but...
Welcome in. Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a god? A higher power? Aliens? toroidal earth, mermaids, Bigfoot, or anything like that. Request on up.
Carlitos, your insecurities are showing in the questions. If you're not capable of questioning your beliefs, I don't know why you'd come back in here after the last several times you made it clear you're not capable of questioning your beliefs. You're just interested in debating, arguing, trying to score points that you're not going to score because nobody's here to debate or argue against you. Just want to know if you can question your beliefs, and if you can, well, then we get to ask you all kinds of questions, and you get to talk about your beliefs and maybe actually consider the questions. That would be really awesome. That's kind of how it works. My beliefs are not my own, no. So you can't talk about them, you can't question them. You reject interactions with other human beings for the sake of sounding smart, because it didn't work. Well, now you're asking a valid question because you're asking him about determinism. That's all he wanted to talk about. So, why would he even still be here? I guess he's determined. But yet incapable of participating in the panel.
Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God, a higher power, or anything like that? Request on a
Yeah, Clyde. I haven't had a chance, Raph. I haven't had a chance to do really too much of anything except, this. At least for the last several days. But I see we're at 92,000 likes. That's really freaking close. We could easily get to 100K in no time if we'd only just tap that screen a little bit and make sure that you share the live if you haven't already. Hit the bent little arrow at the bottom right corner of your screen. You can hit that and repost the live to your followers, or it may even give you the option to add it to your story. You can also just send it to your friends or copy the link, send it to that uncle that tells you all about God every Thanksgiving. See if maybe he can question his beliefs. I actually don't know that that's the best advice. Unless you got that kind of family where you can. But you do you. If you know someone who believes in a God or God's higher power or something like that, and they can question it, send the live to them. Sandwich is right, Ed. 116 of us in the room. That's really amazing. That many of us are into loop music. We all just really dig on the loop. We are here to question our belief in music. What is music? I don't know if I would do a what is music prompt, but I have actually worked on a background with a sort of musical vibe. Whatever the fuck a vibe is. Not a believer out there, not a one. I simply don't believe it. Oh, well, we know you believe GoPro. Well, we think you believe. You think. You convey to us that you believe. I don't know. Do you really? Is it belief or is it... For you, is it more an identity? I used to run a prompt asking about if your belief was intertwined in your identity. Can't remember the exact wording. Not quite yet, GoPro. It's going to become the Batcolyte and GoPro show, and we don't want that. But I do enjoy questioning you. I appreciate how respectful you are. I'm hopeful that we can hear from new voices. Though I am already brewing with a few new questions for you. But ponder on that one about identity. Well, thank you, Cassie. You're pretty amazing yourself. But yeah, I appreciate all the panelists that come up, all of our great questioners. Carlitos deciding to continue being disrespectful in the comment is not a good way to continue engaging, at least not in this life. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish. It's unfortunate you're not capable of interacting respectfully on the panel. Are you seriously? Good question, but can the script be flipped on you? Are you new? Like you haven't been here time and time again when it says question the questioner and failed to request up and actually put forward questions? I didn't answer your question by telling you that there's a prompt that says question the question. That I answer questions about my beliefs nearly every night. So I want control. Fascinating. Yeah, I like to control my life. It's a show that I like to control. But you know what else I know? Best so he wants control. Now he's going to do that. Here's the way this works, Carlito. If anybody has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. Those who can question, those who can't, and those who are learning to question. I agree, Ralph. And sometimes it is hard to tell the difference between those who can't and those who are learning. And maybe there are no those who can't. Maybe there are only those who are learning. And some just learn so slowly they never seem to progress. But I know that there are those who are unwilling. I see a request. I don't know if you meant to request up. If you did, well, I can go ahead and bring you up. Hello, Cassie. Did you mean to request up?
I'm tapping.
You were tapping. I'll
I'm
set you back down so you can keep tapping.
Thanks.
Appreciate you. W's for Cassie. W's for all of our tappers. Appreciate you, Blake. Right? We like honest answers. Speaking of honest answers, they may be evasive sometimes, but they're always honest. Hello, crows.
Thank you. You want to know something?
What's that?
Your AI says that you are the god of the bacon pantheon.
The AI says that?
Yes.
Fascinating.
It says bacon pantheon discussing spirits and blah, 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 blah. Yep, it says that.
The bacon pantheon.
And it's been saying that for a few days now. And every time I come in, I expect to see Hammy here, but he's not. So, what's the deal?
He was here a few days ago, and the bacon pantheon was I don't remember a bacon pantheon being discussed, just that he was the god of bacon. But now we're feeding that AI to say it again in, I guess, 3 or 4 days.
I know what we'll do, right? Copy what I say, Thrayle, okay? Bacon pantheon, bacon pantheon, bacon pantheon.
Bat pantheon, bat pantheon, bat pantheon.
Oh, yeah, bacon pantheon. I was like, what?
You're just going to say it enough times now to try to make it stick again.
Listen, I can't help it if I want to be a devotee of the bacon pantheon.
Is that, are you saying that you had a choice?
See, I see what you're trying to do here. I'm not playing. I would have thought the god of the bacon pantheon would have had better tricks up his sleeve.
Well, I just can't wait to tell Hammy that I'm the god of the bacon pantheon, apparently.
Oh, he's gonna be so angry. He's gonna be so angry. I want to witness this. Yeah, but that was it. That was it. I'm getting ready, so I'm going out thrifting. So I just thought I'd come in and annoy the absolute life out of you.
Well, I appreciate you. Yeah, we're just sitting in the quiet, waiting for a believer, listening to the music, I guess, while we wait.
Have you had any interesting believers that may have made you question your own beliefs?
Potentially. The question.
I'll get information onto what that was, since I've missed the entire thing.
No.
Rude. But okay.
No, I question a lot of things when I'm questioning believers. Sometimes they present things that make me reconsider. Something I was sure I had reason to believe was that Job was one of the older books of the Bible. It turns out it is not, at least as far as I can find.
Do you know, see for a man, right, that doesn't believe in God, you sure know an awful lot about the Bible.
Well, it tends to come up a lot when I'm asking people about what they believe.
Yeah, but you know more than what they know. You know, it's like you know that book inside out, my guy. Like, did you spend time in that lifestyle? Uh-huh. Okay, got you.
No, I never spent time in that lifestyle. I've attended a church or two as a guest a handful of times in my life.
You're a strange being, Thrayle.
I am. I know.
A very strange person. But it's good, I like strange, so you're fine. I can't really talk, can I?
I mean, you can talk, but
oh, for God's sake.
You just be a hypocrite. or I don't know.
I'm trying to work out what I need to do. I fucking know, man. So, yeah. So, have you had any interesting guests, any interesting believers that have came up with wild conspiracy theories or whatever today? Because I like them. I've missed them.
Wild conspiracy? No. You know, we haven't had a wild conspiracy theory yet.
Oh, man.
I know. And it's starting to get late. Like, we're about halfway through the show, and I haven't had a wild conspiracy theory.
Well, to the viewers in the gallery, yous are letting the sides down because a couple months ago we had a guy that believed that he was Jesus, but that Jesus was his dad. Like the dad was also
that.
Jesus, so you need to get your game on. That was mental.
I remember that guy. That
A
was
home remedy for your cough. Sorry, Thrayle. A home remedy for your cough. You need to get mullein tea and honey and lemon and ginger and a cup of tea. There you go. Right, carry on, Thrayle. You can have your life back.
You came up and did some witchery right under my nose.
Always. Always.
Nope, I'm not going to. I'm not gonna take the bait.
Do it. Do it.
Is it the particular herbs in the tea, or is it just the hot liquid that helps?
Well, honey's not a hot liquid. Just saying.
So honey and hot liquid. Could I do it with honey and hot water? Or would it work the same if I used Earl Grey?
You would. So, honey and anything is good for you, right? It's antimicrobial. It's fucking all the antis, right? It's all the antis. It's good for you. The hot tea, yeah, any tea would soothe, so it would. However, with mullein is very good for fighting respiratory issues because of the medicinal properties in it. Ginger is also all the antis. It's very good for clearing out your diuretic system. I don't know what else you would call that, like your liver, your kidneys, all that kind of good shit. It's also good for fighting against illnesses, particularly coughs, colds and flus. And lemon is good for, obviously it's got vitamin C, but it's got more vitamin D, and it's good for again flushing out all the shit and nourishing the body. So yeah. You try to test me there? Fail for Thrayle. F in the chat for Thrayle.
Fail for Thrayle? What? Because I was questioning if Earl Grey would work as well as hot water or mulled tea.
Mullein tea.
Mullein tea.
Yeah, mullein is a plant, sweetheart. It's not.
Well, what does the mullein do?
Mullein is. Oh, I've just told you. It fights coughs, colds, and flus. It's very good for respiratory.
Is that scientifically backed?
Yeah. Yes.
Interesting.
You'll find it in a lot of your remedies as well, like your cough, cold shit. So you'll find it in a lot of them, like extract from it in a more purer form. You'll find it there, or you'll find components that have been separated through distillation or whatever in your medicines for coughs, colds, and flus. Yeah.
You're gonna make me look things up.
Absolutely. If you're going to step into my gene pool and try and test me, I'll give you homework. But yeah,
is there any chance that there's a placebo effect at work?
No. If there was, they wouldn't use it in medication, right? They can't be selling placebos.
I don't know, wasn't there recently a discovery that a certain decongestant wasn't actually a decongestant at all, had been sold that way for decades?
Listen, right. Hear me out. You don't trust shit. Just saying.
I mean, I question Shit.
How do you even survive, man?
On blueberry coffee and
Oh, so you go for antioxidants over... Right, okay. Mm-hmm. Sitting there trying to fucking raw dog me over mullein tea and ginger, and you're over there drinking blueberry stuff? Aye, alright, Thrayle. Hypocrisy.
eating blueberry stuff, drinking blueberry stuff. What is it when it's a smoothie? Is that eating or drinking? Or both?
How about we go for slurping?
Slurping.
Yeah,
So
it's
whether
a
I'm
combo between the two.
Yeah, so I eat I eat, drink, and slurp blueberries. I like blueberries.
Yeah. I don't like blueberries. Blueberries are minging.
You don't like blueberries.
I do not
What
know.
blasphemy is this?
Touche. I prefer blackberries.
I'm okay with blackberries, they're just not blueberries. They're good
I
in
don't
their own way.
understand the texture. I just don't. I can't get the texture of it. I don't get it. And it's a lot of work for a tiny wee thing. Do you know what I'm saying?
How is it a lot of work?
Like, you don't know, like, you chew it, but, like, are you chewing it? Is it like gum? Like, is it not like gum? Like, I don't know. I have sensory issues.
I think there's something wrong with your blueberries supply.
What's your blueberries like? You're in America, so they're probably genetically modified. You know what I mean? So,
maybe.
So what are your blueberries like? Are they gooey? Because they shouldn't be gooey.
Gooey. I don't think they're gooey. Juicy.
Yeah, no, pass. That doesn't sound right.
Doesn't sound right.
No.
They stain your hands when you grab them by the handful out of the bag you keep in your freezer, because you should keep a bag of blueberries in your freezer all the time. Forever, perpetually. Like smoothies. And breakfast cereal.
And muffins.
And yogurt and muffins.
Do you have blueberries with a side of steak?
I would.
You need to try it and tell me what it's like.
Probably
For
delicious.
science.
For science, I will.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I will absolutely do that. It sounds, I have another for science gastro experiment that I need to go through with, called the Paniac.
What's that?
Well, the original version of it was a hot dog with a little bit of ketchup, raw onions, and cottage cheese and mustard, apparently. I opted, instead of the raw onions, I'd go with fried okra.
Oh, caramelized onions. With just a wee bit of crisp.
See, I would do that. Caramelized onions, yeah, that'd be really good.
I would try that for science. Minus blueberries.
See, I wasn't gonna put blueberries on the Paniac. That didn't sound right. Though maybe. might be better than onions.
Cranberries might work in that.
Cranberries. I don't even know what to say to you right now.
What? Do you not like cranberries? They're quite savoury.
They can be. But also, before I lose this list, I need to make sure I thank Shell, Heretical Apothecary, Cat DeWitch, and Cassie for helping with the last goal. But also, cranberries are not blue. And the color isn't what really matters. But they're not blueberries.
Do you know what, right? See, for the guests in the box that are talking about raw onion and garlic, see if you take honey and you fill it with garlic and onions, you get this really cool medicine that will help you through the winter, and it's all raw and you get to eat it, which is really cool. So, yeah. But I think you should...
You were definitely raising questions.
Questions and what? What are you questioning me on now?
How is garlic, onion, honey, sorry. How is garlic, onion, honey, medicine?
Do you know,
my brain does not like that combination.
Not that's absolutely fine, right? But do you know, see, 400 years ago, you wouldn't have survived, my guy. You would have got a cold.
I don't know. I might have been used to it already.
Yeah, but somebody would have brought you home medicine because that's what they had, and you'd have been like, oh no, I don't trust that. You see, I'm an elitist and I don't understand the components of your properties. So you would have just unalived.
Not at all my approach to medicine.
You'd have been over there like, just take me, it's fine. Don't medicate me, just take me.
That doesn't sound like me at all. I might question the remedy in front of me, but only after I'm better.
And that's how the witch trials started.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny. That's a nice wee solo, so it was. Nice wee riff. Is that AI?
Mm-hmm. I know. But it's my favorite part of this, like, one of my favorite parts of the whole playlist. I like when it comes up in just the right moment in a conversation. There's a few other distracting moments in the playlist, but yeah, no, I really like that one. Reminds me of classical gas.
I'm quite into my classical music.
Classical gas isn't technically classical music. It's a guitar arrangement.
One of my favourite is Silence by Beethoven. I love that song. I listen to it on repeat for hours and hours. It's just so good. Are there any believers out there? Anywhere? Hello?
I don't know if they exist.
Oh, back in a minute, Thrayle.
Oh, okay. Real life calls. It's too bad. I was just about to ask her about all of her witchy beliefs. I probably wasn't. We've dissected that brain so many times. You can only put it back together the right way so many times before it stops working. And we don't want to damage it.
Excuse me? Bacon Pantheon?
Bacon Pantheon.
I got a call. I'm waiting on the doctor phoning, so. Right, we'll go on then. Fucking, you're giving it big licks over there.
I was.
Fucking put your money where your mouth is, big guy. Let's go.
Oh, can you question your beliefs?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
You know I can. I've not got a follow-up answer to that. I'm a one-liner. Come on now, Thrayle. Let's go.
Okay. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, spirits, or anything like that?
All of the above.
All of the above.
Maybe not the higher power. No, not the higher power. All of the rest of the above.
A god. A bunch of gods.
Yep.
Spirits.
Mm-hmm.
What is a spirit?
I don't know.
Damn it, she won already. W's for crows in the chat.
I'm a pro at this now.
So you believe in spirits, but you don't know what they are.
Yeah.
How do you identify something as a spirit? What are some indications?
That is a good fucking question. I run on vibes and feelings. Particularly high vibes. Seriously, I don't know. It's difficult to ascertain. It's difficult to find the right language to be able to speak on my experience with spirits. Do you know what I mean? I could sit and talk to you about plasma cells and try and make myself sound smarter by talking about something that I don't know, like a lot of the people that we see. Or I could sit and speak to you about spirits in the folklore that have been recognised in folklore. But that's neither of those things would be true to me. I don't know what a spirit is. I just know that it is. And I don't know how to articulate how I identify them. I just know that I do. Does that make sense?
Yes. Are there any criteria that you can articulate at all?
So if I use the language that I know to understand, you'll try and dissect it and we'll never get anywhere. We'll get stuck on the fucking one question that you asked me repeatedly. So I can't use...
Which question is that?
What is energy? So I can't use the verbiage that I would use to describe it because you instantly want to dissect that, missing what it is that I'm saying. You know what I mean? Because you want to understand. The problem is that I don't think there is a correct verbiage to be used in order to describe the relationship or the experiences that people like myself have. So we borrow language from other people and other areas to try and build an understanding of what we know. And even then, it's not right, it's not entirely right. So when I'm trying to describe how I communicate with spirit or my relationship with spirit or what a spirit is, it sounds false because it's borrowed language that doesn't match the description that I'm trying to give. Does that make sense?
Not entirely.
So if I was to, don't you me, right? If I was to try and describe to you about, if I was to try and describe to you, you're so bad. If I was to describe to you the different types of spirits, right, I would do so in a lighter, darker type way. So I would talk about the lighter spirits, which would be kinder, nicer, more approachable. And if I was to explain the darker spirits, I would say that they're not evil, they're not bad, they just have a darker presence around them, because we have to have duality. Duality exists in the universe, doesn't it? So you don't have your good and your bad, because that's Christian morals that have been placed in the spiritual realm, right? You have your light and the dark. I'll give you a good example, right? I'll give you an example. So in Scotland, we have a spirit called the Bavanshee, right? Now, concurrently, when you look up the Bavanshee, you're told that she's a vampire. However, the Bavanshee was a consumption spirit in Scotland that predated Christianity, but the monks had sat and categorized all of our spirits through our folklore and moral quandaries. They then added extra pieces on to the Bavanshee because she didn't fit into either of their categories, because they couldn't understand a spirit, a consumption spirit that didn't cause unaliving but was present during it and ensured it through no violent act, right? So they created a whole new persona for her and projected it out into society. They added their own idea of morally right and morally wrong onto a spirit that doesn't have either or. She just is. So when you see people talking about lighter and darker, they're talking about their presence. They're not talking about willingness to harm, if you will.
I don't know if they're all talking about that.
Most do. That's yeah. But then you've got, so people that are in our realm understand that a darker presence isn't always a bad presence, but people outside looking in, know that.
I'm gonna question this more in a minute, I think. But we have Jabir joining us. Jabir, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Jabir.
Hello.
Hello, can I get your age?
Yeah.
Oh, hello. That echo is super delayed. We are not going to have a conversation with what is that, like a 10-second delay? We might as well write each other letters. No offense there, Jabir. Just make sure you get somewhere quiet without the echo and get a stronger signal first, I think. So darkness isn't bad, it's just wait, so I'm sorry, what is dark? The way you were using it.
That's to be decided, I guess. We know that nighttime is dark, right? And it comes with correspondences. I suppose darkness can be looked at like it has. So, okay, fuck it. Right, so in my culture, the darkness it symbolizes obviously nighttime, unaliven or the unalived, the unseen, the other world, harm, concealment, all that kind of stuff. Darkness is determined by the person, I think.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Cassie.
Because everybody has their own idea, has their own moral standing, right?
So dark and light has to do with your own perception from your own moral standing.
I think so, yeah. I think it can be quite subjective, yeah.
So my dark could be your light.
Absolutely, I think so, yeah.
Is dark necessarily the negative side of morals, or is it?
That depends on who you're speaking to. I don't necessarily see that. If in my realm, when in my community, I'm considered a darker energy, right? I'm considered a darker person that works in the realms of darkness, right? That's what I'm considered as. And to some people, that judging me on what their idea of the darkness is. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's subjective. I think so.
You know how we find out that Rav is asleep?
Good, because he would have torn me up.
He would have had some questions, I know that. Morgan too, but we'll give her a moment more.
Oh, she would have loved this.
Yeah, she might be here, but I don't think she is. This is what I do. I just put people to sleep while they think they're questioning beliefs. I'm really just Morpheus here. Not from the Matrix. The other Morpheus.
How do you see darkness and light?
In a poetic sense, or
In any sense that you wanna share?
right. It's hard to see darkness. I mean, you can see an area that is darker than another area, but to actually see darkness seems kind of contradictory.
So you would work in the realms of concealment if you were metaphysically aligned.
If I were metaphysically aligned, I would work in the realms of concealment.
Yeah.
What does
Illusion
that mean?
and concealment, yeah. Because I think now this is just me spitballing, okay? Take it with a pinch of salt. I think when someone works with the light and the dark, right, they recognize that there is obviously a symbiotic relationship there. But I think the way that they work within those spaces, I think it's determined by their relationship with that presence, darker or lighter. So if you were to see it the way that you see it, if you were to look at darkness and be like, I can't really see darkness, I can see it, but I can't see it because it's not there, but it is there, then you would work in the realms of concealment, because that's what concealment magic does. It's there, but it's not there. It's illusion, but it's not illusion. Do you know what I mean? It's a thing, but it's not a thing. You would work in there if you were metaphysically aligned. That would be a natural skill set. I feel like I'm preaching. I might be. I don't know. You asked the question, I gave you answer. There you go. You would be a powerhouse, do you know that? See if you were to like come, I'm not trying to convert you, I'm just if you ever want to be converted though, do you know what I mean? Like, hit me up, bro. But you would be an absolute powerhouse.
What would the power be?
I don't know, I think you would just be witness to, right? What I've witnessed from you over the last, say, 8 months, right? You would be so good in a metaphysical position. So you've got a lot of potential, my guy. Your skepticism and your questioning automatically puts you in a good place. Just saying. You wouldn't be like a fucking warlock, do you know what I mean?
I hope not. Don't know what oath I would be breaking. But yeah.
Oh, you do know then. Clever boy.
Yeah,
Look at you.
I do know what the word means.
Proud of you. Proud of you. Don't you hum me.
Oh, I'm not humming you. I am humming these two. And I can only take one at a time, so we've got to find out. User, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, sure, 28.
Do you have a belief in a god or
Dude,
gods?
you aren't gonna like me, straight up. You aren't gonna like me.
I already don't, because you're interrupting me.
Well, that was sweet.
Well, there's somebody else waiting, so he could try again and be next. But he's not going to interrupt me the moment I start asking if he's got a belief in a gods. I don't know why you'd do that.
Self-defeating.
You see a panel that says, be respectful. People are calmly having a conversation.
I don't see that. I don't know how anybody could kick you out of their establishment, Thrayle. I think you're being too hard on yourself.
I could make it happen. And if I made it happen, then I have created a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Do you know, we would in my realm call that a premonition.
A premonition. I know. I know. I've had to ask so many times if people would recognize that they had caused this premonition to fulfill itself, and they never seem to want to accept that.
Yeah. What happened to our other guest? Is he shut out it?
Oh, the God Y up there.
Yeah.
The wandering board.
No,
They're not real.
no. I know that. I'm not that dumb.
Oh, the
Come
second
on.
one that was in line. Yeah, the
Yeah.
second one that was in line. They were a ghost, or a poltergeist, sorry.
Ah.
They don't really
Poltergeist, I like
exist.
that. Well then, his user still there? Is he able to behave?
No. I mean, he
Ah.
might still be there, but he can't behave.
What about we God's province? Because they're quite a God. God provides best. You come on up, son, or madam.
Have you talked to GoPro before?
No, I haven't. No, I just see them in
This
the
could be
comments and they seem
very
sound.
interesting because I actually think you two have something in common.
He seems like
But
quite a nice person.
It's actually gonna depend on his answer to a question I've already asked him.
Okay.
Do you remember the question, GoPro?
I do not remember the question, but I'm glad that they want to communicate with me. That's very nice.
Yeah. Welcome back. Remind us your age for TikTok TOS. Sonic Wind is trying to get in trouble.
I'm in my mid.
Never mind. Never mind, Sonic. I just realized what you typed. Didn't mean what I thought. Sorry, you're mid-30s. You've told me your age before. Why are you being vague?
Why am I being what?
Vague.
I believe I'm 36 now.
I believe. Love it.
And you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power or something like that?
That is correct. I believe in the Elohim of Elohim.
Are you sure you have a belief?
I'm willing to question that belief, but yes, right now I'm convinced that I have a belief.
What is a belief?
That is a fantastic question. I consider that a belief is when you are utterly convinced of something. Or when you lean towards something.
I feel like I'm stuck between vague and vaguer.
Vague and vaguer.
Yeah, he's vague, you're vaguer.
So he believes in Elohim of Elohim.
I have no idea what that is. Educate me.
Well,
so,
it depends on how you translate that, right? So what does Elohim mean?
It's a plurality of gods.
All right, okay.
So he believes in gods of gods.
Hold up. So, is that like levels of gods? Like, for example, the Greek pantheon where you've got the titans and then the gods and the blah, and it goes up and up and up and up and up like that?
That is a fantastic question. So, Christianity has the idea concept of a family that exists in a oneness. And then so you have like one being that's expanding into other forms that have always been connected spiritually.
Okay.
So theoretically, it's... Go ahead.
I was going to say, so then is it the idea?
The idea of what?
The idea of bigger and greater existing.
The idea of creating existence, you said?
Well, I'm trying. Right, continue explaining because I don't think I'm understanding. So.
Eternal spirit that's existing in a oneness in different forms. So that form is expanding. And I would say, depending on when that being takes a new form, that's considered like another level. So for example, Christ is said to be in Colossians chapter 1 verse 15, the firstborn of our overall creation. Now I would say that Christ always existed spiritually, but that form is new. And I would also say Christ is God, but that form is new. So I would say it's an eternal spirit that's taking new forms over time and expanding in a way that views these new forms as family that are interconnected.
Okay, so like Hecate then. So it's different. So Hecate has got 2,000 epithets, right? So she's got 2,000 odd different types of personalities or different ways that she's recognized. So she's like the keykeeper, the mother of the hounds, the triple goddess, like different personas added to the one goddess. So like that. Just applied to Jesus and God, right?
Well, applied to the whole entire creation. I would say the whole entire creation is connected to that same eternal spirit. So the whole creation has eternal spirit.
So then where does that stand with other gods and goddesses in different pantheons and different belief systems? Do you believe that they're all a part of your God?
That is a great question. Well, because the Elohim is the Elohim of Elohim, the question is how many Elohim are there? And I do not know how many there are.
Surely with what you've just said, that would imply that every God aspect across the world would be a part of your God. There wouldn't be any other ones like him.
Well, if those gods exist, then yes, they would be part of the oneness. So yes, if those gods exist, then they would be part of the oneness. That's true.
Can I be frank?
Go for it. I appreciate your honesty. I like your personality a lot.
Thank you. That ideology just sounds like another form of colonization. Like, yeah, you can believe in your God, but really your God is actually a part of my God because of this ideology that we have over here. So crack on, my guy, but really you're just working on you're just working with a different version of the Christian God or whatever this is. Like, do you know what I'm saying?
It gets more complicated.
Oh, right, okay, sorry. Right, maybe I'm jumping the gun. Maybe I'm not understanding.
His sandwich is layers.
Right, hit me up with your layers. Let's go.
Well, I do consider myself a Christian.
Okay.
I'm not sure what Thrayle meant by the sandwiches. And the layers.
Everything's a sandwich. Even pomegranates.
That is a great point.
I like pomegranates.
Yes. I think they're one of God's favorite fruits.
I asked you if you really believe. If belief is what you're really doing. Is it really belief?
So, when you ask this question, I imagine if I was in a life review, I mean, I believe in life reviews. So, during a life review, and that's how, during that moment, I would ask, what am I? What do I actually think? That's what I think belief is. I think belief is, what does that person truly think? What are their true perspectives? That's what I think belief is. And I've given it a lot of thought. Because I imagine what a life review would be like, where like you're being analyzed and your soul and spirit is being looked through. and no thought is hidden. Everything is out there.
Do you know what that sounds like?
What?
That sounds like new age nonsense. That sounds like I'm being serious. Like, it sounds like the whole idea of soul contracts that we see through our community. Like, yeah, you absolutely signed up for all of this trauma and horridness, and it's okay, it's just a lesson that you need to learn to undo your karmic whatever the fuck they talk about. That's kind of what it sounds like, but in using different words.
Well, whether that phenomenon is real or not, I still put myself in that scenario to see how I would react to it. I, of course, do lean towards that phenomenon being a real thing based on witnesses, but it is possible that all those witnesses were lying, so.
Witnesses how? Could you explain that for me, please?
I mean, we have discussed NDEs on this live in the past, and so there are witnesses that come forth and give their testimony as to their NDE experiences.
Mm-hmm.
And I've listened to documentaries about NDEs.
Have you ever experienced one?
No, but I really want to experience like I would call it a near life experience where I don't have to unalive or experience pain or trauma to teleport into a spiritual realm and get a life review. But
so your documentaries that you've watched, are they primary source, secondary source, third source information?
You mean where the person that's experienced the NDE is speaking? Is usually the person who has experienced the NDE is speaking. It's like an interview.
Mm-hmm. Are you talking about the old guy that travelled all the way back through his life? Is that what you're talking about? After his NDE, because of everything that he saw, because he was able to exist in all areas at the same time and experience his entire life and didn't like how it went, so he changed his entire life when he came out. Are you talking about that guy?
I'm not sure
John
because
or something his name was.
I've probably listened to hundreds, definitely over 100 interviews with people that have testified of their NDE experiences.
Yeah. I'm not saying that doesn't exist. So I'm not. I just don't think. No, that's the wrong way. I'm just trying to understand how you've come up with this life contract thing based on.
My whole point is that I believe that there are beings that can see through all our thoughts and motives and spirits and souls and everything. So because that's true, or because I believe that's true, it makes me wonder what I'm made of, and that's what. So since they see my beliefs, I might as well be honest about it. That's my point. Because there's nothing that's hideable, if hideable is a word. Nothing can be hidden. That's probably better way to say it.
I'm just going to ask a proper witchy question here. What are you doing to protect yourself from that?
That's a great question. Well, since I believe nothing can be hidden, you might as well put on the best show as possible, as in be as kind as possible, pray and fast as much as possible to boost up your faith, your kindness, your love, your sincerity. I mean, if nothing can be hidden, then you might as well be as bright as possible, right?
How does this impact your day-to-day life without going into detail, obviously? I don't want personal information.
I try to improve as much as possible in every way, as fast as possible, all the time.
You're trying to... So is this based on the teachings from the Bible?
Yes.
So your idea of morality, what's good and what's right and what's wrong, comes from the Bible.
Well, also, it's based on the Bible, but also from direct connection to the Heavenly Father, because I believe that you can communicate directly to the Heavenly Father. So for me, it's not the concept of sola scriptura, where like I only look at the Bible. It's that the Bible says I can communicate with the Heavenly Father, and the Heavenly Father will communicate with me, so I can get further updates. So I lean on prayer a lot to get guidance.
You get updates.
Yeah.
Downloads?
Yeah.
So you have scripture DLCs.
Yeah, so my point is, if I pray to God and God speaks to me, and I believe that God is speaking to me, then I hold that at the same level of scripture, because that's God speaking, in my opinion.
Do you light candles and burn incense?
No, although the Bible does encourage olive oil for the whole celebration of the Holy Spirit.
Have you ever used holy water? If not, because it's hard to get a hold of, would you use holy water if you could use holy water?
That's a good question. I would have to research holy water, as the only thing that I've researched is the olive oil with the biblical. But I'm open to looking into it.
What do you use the olive oil for, if you don't mind me asking?
So the oil is symbolic of the Holy Spirit throughout the Bible. Whenever you're celebrating the Holy Spirit, it's encouraged to use olive oil. So like if you want healing through the Holy Spirit or anointing through the Holy Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. I've got a saying over here and you're not going to like it. You're a witch, bro. You're a Christian mysticist. You're practicing witchcraft and you don't even realize that that's what you're doing. Everything that you've just said is just is occult mysticism, if you will, without so much heavy on the occult, but in a Christian setting, that's what you're doing. Everything that you've just said aligns with that. Your belief system, the way that you practice, the way that you think. Yeah, you're a witch, bro. Welcome.
How do you feel about being a witch, GoPro?
Well, I'm just trying to be as honest and seeking the Heavenly Father as possible. So,
how do you know
Christian mysticism is massive.
How do you know that you're seeking the Heavenly Father?
Well, Jesus said, "Seek and you will find," and I'm doing my best to contact the source and seek the source of all life.
Do you think you have contacted it?
I do believe that I have done my best to contact, and that I am in contact with it until proven otherwise.
How are you in contact with it again? What is the actual contact?
So through prayer and fasting and meditation and seeking the Heavenly Father and doing things that please the Heavenly Father, I would call it telepathy.
Yeah, you're a witch. I knew you were going to go to telepathy. I knew you were going to do that. And now I'm going to ask you, can you hear other people's thoughts? If you're a part of this connected oneness and everybody, like all spirit can, and your God can witness everything that you think, you feel, you believe, and you're a part of the connected oneness, are you able to interpret other people's thoughts?
Well, Jesus very much...
I'm not talking about Jesus, I'm talking about you.
Yes, because I'm an apprentice of Jesus, yes.
So you can
Mind
hear my
reading
thoughts.
is very available, like you said, because of the interconnectedness. Yes, mind reading is a real thing.
What is my thought on you just now? I'll be honest.
I'm not sure if I'm good at mind reading others because I think it requires them to focus on others a lot, and I'm more focused on the Heavenly Father. But
cop out. Bullshit.
I still think it's entirely possible.
You just haven't experienced it yourself, but you know that you can do it, right?
Sometimes I feel others' thoughts.
You can read our minds, Thrayle.
Oh, really? Why do you think he can read minds?
But he can't do it. He just told us he couldn't, mate. He just told us. But I've just asked him to, like, obviously read my mind and what it is that I think of him, and he can't do that. I know. Like, read my mind and prove to me that, like, your God is true that way.
I think that there's levels to how efficient someone is at mind reading. I wouldn't call myself like an expert mind reader, but I think there are times when you can sense others' thoughts. But I could get better at it.
Sensing others' thoughts and not just happen to think something similar based on similar circumstances.
It's because
really noisy.
It's because Jesus is a mind reader, and therefore I must learn to be a mind reader because I'm an apprentice of Jesus.
Where does it say Jesus is a mind reader?
Say that he knew their thoughts.
Is that literal?
Yes, I interpret that as literal.
Why?
He would address them. The verses would be like, and he knew their thoughts, so he asked them, why are you thinking this? And then it would lead to a conversation. That happened quite a few times.
Can only people that are connected to Jesus do mind reading? Because I think that's a skill I would like. I'm not gonna lie.
Are you about to convert crows?
If I get to read people's minds, dude, I'd be a billionaire by the end of the week. Yeah, fuck it, yeah. Why not? Let's go.
Well, Jesus certainly invites everyone to join the oneness in Christ and the Heavenly Father in John 17.
I have some questions though. Sorry, Thrayle, I'm just going to put in, like, if I'm seriously going to think about converting here so that I can be a mind reader, I need to know what I'm signing myself up for. So, when you're sensing other people's thoughts, is it one person's thought? How do you single out? Oh, I've got loads of questions. Is it one person's thought or is it many people's thoughts?
That's a great point. I would call it like we are each antennae or antennas, and if you can decipher what signals you're getting and how to pay attention to the signals, that's what it's like. So it's about getting the antenna better so that you're picking up more signals, but it's also about differentiating what signals are and where they're coming from, kind of thing.
My guy, there's 8 billion people. There's 8 billion people, or nearly 9 billion people in the world, right? That's a very, very busy space. How long does it take for you to be able to single out a single person's thoughts so that you can sense them?
That's why I think the antenna can be focused. So that's where focus comes in.
How do you focus it? How do you focus the antenna? Is there buttons? Like, what do you do?
You use all the focus that you have to.
But I've got ADHD. I don't have focus.
You have to focus on either that part, whatever you're trying to communicate with. You would focus the antenna that way.
I have ADHD. How am I meant to focus? Does that mean that people with ADHD can't get this mind reading ability because we can't focus?
I think focus helps, but I mean I would still try to focus on the mind reading. Maybe just focus on the mind reading and then see what you get, right?
But you're using the word focus to somebody that's got ADHD. I can't focus, mate. Give me something
Well,
else to work with here. I can't convert to
I
your
would,
mind reading Christianity if I can't focus. Do you know what I'm saying? You're
yeah.
trying to get me into your thing. So let's go. Give me something
So
else.
I would put the intention out there. Be like, Heavenly Father, I want to experience mind reading. Help me mind read. I want to mind read with as many beings as possible simultaneously, or whatever you want. And you put the intention out there, and then you fully expect to receive it. And you believe that is possible.
Well, dude, there are many people all over the world. I'm just going to call a wee bit of bullshit on that, right? Because if your God is answering you, right, and he's the same God as many other Christians' gods, then a lot of the atrocities that have happened across time wouldn't have happened because your God would also have answered them, right? So wars and unaliving and all that kind of good stuff wouldn't have happened. So are you telling me that your God is only cherry picking whose prayers he's answering and who he isn't? So like if you want to mind read, your God's going to answer that prayer, but he's not going to stop several wars and stuff like that are happening across the world. Is that what you're saying?
There's a lot of modifiers that affect how powerful a prayer is. Faith is one of them. But yes, there are prayer modifiers.
What's a modifier? What's a modifier? I've never been in your religion. What's a modifier?
That's a numerical term that means that it's like a multiplier that affects how effective something is. It's like a number.
Right.
That's
So outside of
affecting.
faith, give me another modifier.
Yeah, so for a Christian, we would want as high faith as possible, so therefore our prayers will be more powerful.
So faith is your only modifier.
It's not the only modifier, but it's
Right, give me another example then, because I
okay.
don't have faith. So give me something else.
I would say faith, honesty, gratitude, kindness, compassion, like all the good positive.
So how can I be grateful for when I'm asking for this mind reading ability when I've not received the mind reading ability? How am I meant to be grateful for something that I haven't received yet?
That's an excellent question. You would focus on all the things that you are grateful for, and then you'd use that.
I don't have focus. Remember, ADHD.
Okay, so you would think about all the things that you have gratitude for, and then you would try to bring that into the prayer itself, and you would say, I am showing gratitude for all these things. Please.
That I don't have.
You don't have gratitude for anything?
Oh, I've got gratitude for stuff that your God didn't give me, all the stuff that I got myself prior to coming to your faith system. So that was me that done that. Your God didn't do that, right? I don't have a relationship with him yet. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes, but I would say it's still good to come with an attitude of gratitude. And you could state that happened in the past.
Why am I giving him gratitude for something that he didn't help me get?
I would say it's because the Heavenly Father appreciates positive attitudes.
Right, but why am I giving him fucking praise for something that he didn't do? He didn't do any of the things. He didn't help me get any of the things that I've got. My God's helped me get the things that I've got. He didn't. Do you see what I'm saying here?
Yes.
Like, how am I meant to thank him for something that he never done?
I understand, but it's like, imagine I'm introducing you to a foreign king that you've never met before, and I'm giving you personal advice where I'm saying this king appreciates positive attitudes, so if you could be as positive as possible, that'd be great. That's what I'm saying. Because I know this foreign king, and I know that he responds well to positive attitudes. You know what I'm saying?
Right, so for me to get this mind reading ability, I need to turn up with a massive amount of faith, even though he's not gave me a reason to be faithful in him, with a positive mindset. What else do I need? What other modifiers do I need? I'm trying to capitalize my opportunity here. Do you know what I'm saying? So what else could I use outside of focus? Because ADHD.
Well, prayer is possible. So you could pray to this Heavenly Father to give you faith and to give you focus. You can ask for anything through prayer.
Right?
Yeah. I use prayer to ask to increase everything. So I recommend you try that.
And he answers your prayers, right? Because he gave you the mind reading ability that through your antenna you can single out other people's thoughts, right? You can sense them.
You're talking specifically about when I pray and then telepathical responses from the Heavenly Father, right? And what that's like?
Yeah.
Yeah, so sometimes God will give me a direct answer. Sometimes Heavenly Father will say that he would rather discuss something else right now, or that I shouldn't be thinking about that right now and to concentrate on something else. Or sometimes God will say, yes, I approve your prayer. I will honor your request, kind of thing. So it's like a collaborating negotiation kind of thing.
So you prayed to him and asked him for telepathy so that you can pick up signals through your antenna for other people's thoughts that you've been sensing, so that you can hone in and get more specific on the individual so that you can read their thoughts, right? That's what you've said in a nutshell.
So Jesus said all things are possible, and I'm encouraged to be like Jesus. So since Jesus has mind reading, I really want that ability. I think it's very helpful and useful. So yes, I have personally requested for the mind reading. Yes.
And he's gave you that because obviously you can now sense people's thoughts.
I think I can get to much higher levels where I'm much, much better at it, but I would say I'm at like the super beginner level of it.
Oh, that's fair. Everybody's got to start somewhere. So my question to you is why would you be so selfish in your prayers to ask for mind reading abilities and not ask for him to fix something that's going on in the world? If you're one of the chosen ones, where he's answering your prayers and giving you Jesus's mind reading ability, then why would you not use that to help the world in some sort of way?
That is a great point, and I have done many prayers like that because I do have the ministry
he hasn't
of
answered them.
Reconciliation.
But he hasn't answered them. He hasn't stopped any of the things that you've asked for. He's just gave you mind reading abilities, right?
God has helped me in many ways, but as far as the reconciliation of the entire creation, I believe that there is a plan, and I believe that mind reading can help with that plan. Because
how?
Well, because I have the ministry of
how, I was just a second too late. Now you got to pause even longer while I explain all that. Because I just need to thank Nina and also Tavium, Polly, and Cassie. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate you helping. Oh, and Insomnia. Sorry about that. Scrolled up, saw you there. Thank you guys so much. Now you can answer why.
How?
Sorry, how?
How?
Yes. So, because I have the ministry of reconciliation, that means that I'm basically a negotiator where I have to understand where people are coming from so that I can better help understand where they are to help connect them with the Heavenly Father so we can all be a big happy family. We're not all
What if I don't want to be a part of the big happy family? What if I don't want to be a part of the big happy family? What if I'm happy being in a small family?
I think deep down we all want to be part of the big happy family. I think it's ideal.
That's presumptuous. That is presumptuous. I don't deep down want to be anything. I'm happy with my small family. I'm going to refer you back to my earlier statement, right? Everything that you've said here just now, it screams colonizer mentality to me. It really does. It screams absorbing every culture in the world under the one true God and the one true Jesus and whatever. And this is what you'll get for it. You'll get mind reading abilities. If you walk away from all of your belief systems, all of your faith systems, you will be able to read the minds or have an antenna that signals when somebody's having a brain thought. So you'll get that, but don't ask for, through prayer, for us to stop any of the wars, because as your God, I'm going to say no. We're not doing that because we like conflict and turmoil and hurt and pain throughout the entire world. But absolutely step away from everything you know and everything you believe and hold true to join us, because you'll get to maybe sense a thought from somebody else. That's what it sounds like. It's colonizer.
It couldn't be any more. You're writing the playbook over there, my guy.
Well, I do believe that the Heavenly Father celebrates peace. Peace is definitely ideal, and I think it's about shining light. And
Peace in whose eyes? Your eyes or his eyes? So, in whose eyes? Your eyes or his eyes? Because the Old Testament wasn't very peaceful at all, and there are elements in the New Testament where it's still not peaceful. So, whose idea of peace are you talking about? Your vision of peace or his version of peace?
I believe that the Heavenly Father has the highest version of peace, of which I'm trying to also think the highest version of peace, because the Heavenly Father is about perfection.
Yeah, but how? How? Because through the entire Bible as a whole, there isn't any peace in there. There's even the idea of peace in that Bible is skewed with harm. So where is his ideology? War in heaven? Like, even in his own place, in his own house, there's no peace. So why would we sign up for an idea of peace that he's presenting that doesn't actually exist?
I would say that when the Heavenly Father sent Jesus, Jesus presented that the Heavenly Father is encouraging peace and mercy and reconciliation, and that we should all seek the highest peace as possible, and that we should pursue peace.
So
pursue mercy.
He wants you to uphold an ideology that he himself is not upholding. It's a do as I say, not as I do scenario, right?
I do not think he is a hypocrite. That's why, since he's saying to forgive everybody and to be merciful to everybody.
It gave you mind-reading abilities. Of course not. It gave you mind-reading abilities. Why would you think he's a hypocrite? Because you can read his thoughts as much as he can read your thoughts, right? Or can you not?
That's an excellent question.
I know.
I do believe I said I'm only beginner level. I sense a lot of peace and joy and love and kindness and mercy from the Heavenly Father's heart. I think the Heavenly Father...
How do you know that you're sensing that from the Heavenly Father's heart and not your own? How do you know you're not just in your own head?
That's an excellent question. All I would say is I've spent time praying to the Heavenly Father, and that's the sense that I get when I communicate with the Heavenly Father. And I usually feel
the sense
better.
That you get when you communicate with the thing that could be the Heavenly Father or could be yourself is that it is the Heavenly Father and not yourself. It's the sense you get.
Yes, it's part of this is part of the oneness.
What is that sense? Like when you say the sense you get is that it is the Heavenly Father. What is that sense?
It feels like knowledge and wisdom and peace and joy and love.
What does knowledge feel like?
Knowledge feels like you're getting a download of all kind of different perspectives and thoughts and stuff.
A download?
Yeah.
When you say a download, what do you mean?
Like the DLC and allegory you used earlier was a very
You're saying that
one.
You gain knowledge that just suddenly was like it wasn't there and now it is there.
Yeah, it feels like you're getting like
how do you know
a rush.
Yeah, how do you know that's gained knowledge and not an epiphany, an idea formulated in your own brain?
That's a good question. I would say because it's so many new thoughts and stuff at once. Like usually when I'm personally thinking, I usually have like one thought at a time when it's a new thought. But this feels like thousands of like new thoughts all at once.
Wow. Your brain really is going through it, man. You've got all these thoughts coming in where you're being downloaded with all of this stuff at the same time as trying to learn how to work your antenna so that you can single out singular voices out of the 9 billion people on the planet so that you can sense their thoughts. That is a lot of work for one person, and I'm a witch and I'm saying that. Do you know what I'm saying? That hats off to you, my guy. That's a lot.
Yeah, what you said is correct. The role of a Christian is to reconcile all beings to the Heavenly Father. So this includes humans, aliens, angels, everything out there.
Aliens.
Yep.
Oh, fuck. I'm in. I'm all in.
Well,
I was going to leave Thrayle, but...
Hang on, before you do join. How do the aliens get here again?
Well, I would say that the aliens have been here since Adam and Eve.
How did they get here?
Well, one particular time is... So either they were here when the earth was created, which it says the sons of God sang for joy. But one particular time in Genesis 6 says they came from a different habitation. In Jude, it talks about how they came from a different habitation to come here. And then they came to Earth and they interbred with humans and had hybrid offspring. That was one group of them. And their hybrid offspring are known as the Nephilim.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Yeah, keep going. I'm interested. Sorry.
So they came from another habitation. You say habitation instead of world. Why is that?
Because that's the exact word that Jude uses. It uses the word habitation. So that's why I use that word.
What shape was
there's
this
a community.
habitation?
Sorry.
What shape was the habitation?
It doesn't specify, but I wish that I got more information about it. They did know they were not supposed to come to Earth with what they were about to do. Yes, First Enoch does give more information. They knew they weren't supposed to be doing this, though, when they came to Earth.
I think Crow's had a question.
Is this the Borg? Is this the Borg?
Oh yeah, it is the Borg. If you read Revelation, they even, well, I mean, they don't, but we get to have a cube. Well, not us. We're heathens.
Hey,
we get thrown
I'll
in
be
the lake
back.
of fire. GoPro gets a cube.
I appreciate that.
Oh, we lost her. I'm guessing she was raptured.
Hopefully she'll be teleported back shortly. But yes.
What was that? I'm on a better phone, battery died. GoPro, I appreciate you coming up and answering questions. I want to ask you more questions, and one of the ones I want to ask you, of course, is the one I'd asked you earlier when you were still in comments. Is this as much a belief as it is an identity?
I think that I've been authentically doing this belief for so long that it has become an identity.
Has it become so much of an identity that if given any cause or reason to end it, to leave the belief, to consider otherwise, that it would cause some kind of identity crisis?
That's an excellent question. I think growing up, my beliefs have changed so many times that I'm used to beliefs changing. So I wouldn't say that my beliefs are unadaptable to truths.
You say you wouldn't say they're unadaptable to truth?
Yes.
So you don't think that there is a defense within you to avoid alterations of certain kinds?
That is another excellent point. So I would say one of the virtues is truth, and another one of the virtues is idealism, as I would say, what is the most perfect thing? So, that's the only thing where there could be a potential conflict, is between truth and idealism. So theoretically, I might pursue idealism, but I would say that maybe idealism is the ultimate truth. Wow.
That's an
I'm wondering.
Conclusion.
Yeah, I'm wondering if truth and idealism are at odds with one another, but what if I perceive that...
Is truth contrary to idealism? Is idealism something that, because it is the perfection of things, the ideals of things, is it possible that those don't align with truth?
So then I would respond by saying, so maybe for me subjectively, idealism I might view as the ultimate truth, and then therefore I'm allied with the Heavenly Father because I see Heavenly Father as one that is pursuing ultimate idealism. It's a good question.
You assume it's pursuing ultimate idealism. I appreciate you, GoPro, as always. I think I'm going to go ahead and move on, but another time we'll definitely explore more of that apparently telepathic brain.
I appreciate you all. Thank you.
Appreciate you. And W's, of course, for GoPro in the chat. There's questions there, and I hope he keeps asking them. I could have easily asked about the shape of the Earth. I did ask about the shape of the habitat, didn't I? Oh, I got 2 for 1. Hey, Madeline, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
20 years old, born in November 14, 2005.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I'm Catholic, a little bit of borderline Christian, still like learning my faith.
Getting a lot of echo right now. Are you?
I'm home alone. But,
speakerphone.
Yeah, I am speakerphone, but I'm Catholic, learning more of my faith in general. So I'm like, I'm more Catholic than I am Christian, but I'm still a bit like learning my faith. If that makes sense.
You say you're more Catholic than Christian,
It's I know it sounds dumb, but it's very different the way we do things, the way traditionally it's done.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Still reading.
Which one, the Catholic one or the Christian one?
Old Testament, New Testament. I have a teen Bible. It's both. So.
Yeah, is it 66 books, 76 books, 83 books? Which book is it?
It's the New Life version of Aspire Teen Bible. I need to get a new one. I know. Bear with me.
And you said you're reading it, but you haven't finished, right? You haven't read it all the way through.
No, I haven't.
Do you believe the stories you have read from it to be true and literal?
I do. And what questions you're asking, but I pretty much do believe in my faith. And what is your faith?
What I believe won't make any difference to this conversation.
Sorry, but what's your faith? Are you agnostic?
I just told you my faith, my beliefs won't make any difference to this conversation.
Okay, fair.
The stories in the Bible that you believe are true, do you include amongst those the 6-day creation? You think that is a true story?
Yeah.
Why?
Before we start this conversation, I just want to say I respect you. I hope you respect me. I mean, I don't want this to be an argument. I really do want this to be respectful between us.
That's great. I had just asked you a question. Do you remember it?
The 6-6, what verse are you referring to? What Old Testament, New Testament, what are you referring to? Because I'm kind of studying, though, if that makes sense.
The creation. 6-day creation would be the first chapter of the first book.
The first chapter, you're right. The beginning.
Do you believe that story to be true?
I do believe that story to be true.
So God created the earth in 6 days in a very particular order.
Yeah, he did.
Why do you believe that?
I personally believe it because, God, Jesus, where do I begin? But I believe that Earth was created in 6 days, and that God created man and woman.
Why? I'm sorry, I wasn't on chapter 2 yet. I was just asking about the 6-day.
Sorry, my bad.
So why do you believe in a 6-day creation?
I personally believe in a 6-day creation. I mean, can I speak on my personal belief?
I've been asking you about your belief.
I know, but I want to speak on my personal conviction of what
You
happened.
just kind of wanted to speak. You just came up to give testimony. You can do that somewhere else, Madeline. I'm here to question beliefs of people who are capable of questioning their beliefs. And it feels like you're avoiding some questions. So I'll give you a break, give you a few minutes to think about if this is really the conversation you want to have. There's a prompt on the screen that says, "Can you question your beliefs?" What is your belief and why? It's not a proselytization channel. We're not here to give you a pulpit. It's not a testimonials channel. I'm not here to ask you for your testimony necessarily, though I may ask about it. I'm just here to see if you can question your beliefs. And it kind of felt like you didn't want to do that. But I could be wrong. I always could be wrong. No worries, Ed. We had a delightful conversation the other day, albeit brief. Well, I thought I accepted her back up, but she's not there. Sonic Wind says I hear nothing. Well, you might look into that, Sonic Wind. I'm still talking. Been here. And there's music. It's just very, very faint. That should be better. A Michael V transition. Yeah, I think we could probably do one of those. Oops. I think it's time for the crowd favorite. My favorite, anyway.
Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like request Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request on.
And now we just need a believer. I thought for sure that might work. No matter. Thank you so much, Dancing in Duality. Appreciate you. Laughing Toaster says, this is better than sitting alone listening to Hungry Eyes by Eric Cartman. I don't know. I'm sure somebody somewhere finds that more to their taste. I think we may need a slightly more involved contribution from Michael V. He's got some great ones, you know. I think I know just the one to get ready. Hello, Bats. Good morning, good to see you. And good morning to everybody else who's joining us. If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate you or tear you down. I'm not here to make you look like a fool or argue. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? And do I expect anyone to request off of that segue? No. But who knows who might request during one like this.
I sit where the night folds over thought, counting the cracks in the walls of belief. Every certainty feels like a brittle branch, every answer a shadow I can't quite reach. Do you know the taste of doubt? Sweet as moth wings, bitter as absence. Step closer, leave your armor outside. Let's sip from the cup of maybe tonight. The moon laughs at all your neat categories. Darkness hums in the spaces between. I'm the echo of questions you forgot, the small thrill of things you've never seen. Do you know the taste of doubt? Sweet as moth wings, bitter as absent. Let's sip from the cup of maybe tonight. channel. Nothing is true, just shadows and whispers. Me and you, we dance in the quiet under the stars as the world sleeps. We heal our scars. Do you know the taste of doubt? Sweet as moth wings, bitter as absence. Step closer, leave your armor outside. Let's sip from the cup of maybe tonight. Maybe tonight. Oh, maybe tonight.
Thank you, Michael V, for that contribution. I don't know which one's my favorite of his, but that one sticks in my brain. I really love the poetry in it. If anybody has well, if you've left your armor outside and you're open to taste from the cup of doubt, well then, go ahead and request on up if you can question your belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that. Hello, Mary. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, my bad. I think I was just tapping and accidentally requested.
Well, I appreciate the tapping. Thank you so much.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm gonna guess that's why most of you are in queue, but maybe Paul meant to be here. We've had a few great conversations with Paul. How you going? How you doing, Paul?
I also was mistakenly coming up. I didn't mean to come up.
No worries. I'll set you down. I appreciate you. Thank you, Paul. He sits in the hot seat enough by accident, so I won't pressure him to stay this time. Thank you so much. But maybe you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or something like that. Maybe you can question your beliefs. Have you thought about that before? Have you really thought about questioning your beliefs, or is it just something you're willing to try to be on a panel? There's plenty of panels where you can go argue with people. But can you really question it? Sweet as moth wings, bitter as absence. The sweet as moth wings part. I like an abstract metaphor. If it can still paint the picture, I've got to wonder, why would moth wings be sweet? Just how sweet is a moth wing? These are the kinds of questions that, well, I mean, that Michael V's music helps inspire, but also that get dwelt upon as we wait for someone with the ability to question their beliefs. Are we over 150K? Holy crap. Thank you for pointing that out, Pats. I see, negligent host. I'm always looking somewhere else when I should be looking there. Thank you guys for tapping the screen 150,000 times. And I appreciate all of that. It helps get us out to the FYP of other people who might be able to question their beliefs. Of course, we can also do that by sharing the live, adding it to your story, reposting it, or just sending it to a friend who maybe they'll question their beliefs. Still loading in. Maybe they're there. Chantel, can you hear me? It's like they're partially loaded in, more than a usual partial load in. And they're gone. Paul asks, is it just nihilism to say that death invalidates everything if there's no eternity? There's a lot of layers to that question, aren't there? To say death invalidates everything, what does that mean? If there's no eternity, why would you? You mean eternal life? Eternal existence? It's definitely a question that breeds more questions. No matter what you do, you end up as if you never existed. If that is the case, Paul, and I get that you don't likely believe that, but if that is the case, then what is the surprise? What is the concern? What is it that makes that difficult to stomach? Is it the idea that you end up as if you never existed? And why would you assume that you wouldn't? Less motivation? How is it less motivation? Shouldn't it be more motivating if this is the only life you know you will have? Shouldn't that motivate you to experience as much as possible? to see as much as possible, to do as much as possible, to enjoy it in the moments that you enjoy it. It goes back to a question, well, I'm sure it's a question I'll find for you again sometime. Jade Smith, did you mean to request that? What was that? Didn't think so. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna start taking all the assumed sleepers. You were saying no. Understand, Jade. No worries. Appreciate you. I guess the question that I was thinking of a moment ago, Paul, was, is something more valuable if it is finite, or if it is infinite? No, or better phrased, is a resource more valuable if you have an abundance or a scarcity?
Have you heard of the Epic of Gilgamesh?
I have heard of the Epic of Gilgamesh, but before you start going on about that, I'm going to need your age for TikTok TOS.
I am 3,000 years old.
That's so unfortunate that we're not going to get to have a conversation about Gilgamesh because you can't be serious. Yes, Bats, thank you. Well, we already know. I'm late. Thank you, Shell. Thank you, Polly. Thank you, Cassie. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Oh, and I see a fourth from a private account. Thank you, Mysterious Gifter, as well. I thought there was a request. Oh, Gilgamesh wants to come back. Welcome back, Gilgamesh. Can I get your actual age for TikTok TOS? Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I believe in King Ashur as my god.
You said you believe in who?
King Ashur.
Who is King Ashur?
King Ashur is the son of Ishtar and Nineveh, The moon and the sun who have created Ashur, a Babylonian ancient
So you
religion.
believe in all of the Babylonian gods?
Yes, but this is the most important one.
Why?
Because I am Gilgamesh. Why would I not?
Why do you say you are Gilgamesh?
That is what my name shows.
Why is that what your name shows?
A question I ask myself to this day.
Did you choose that name?
It was given to me
By your parents?
by Ashur in his library. I have a brother named Keto.
No, you don't. Enkidu doesn't make it to the end of the story. Gilgamesh, did you actually read the story of your namesake?
Of course I read the name of my own story.
Oh, what happened to Enkidu?
And Keto was my brother who was actually sent to kill me. And he was created by the wooden demon god, Alibaba.
It's
And he
a very
came.
interesting version you've got here. So,
I know.
what happened to Enkidu at the end of the story? Spoilers, everybody.
Spoilers of Enkidu. He actually killed me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Which version of the story is this?
Sumerian text.
So Enkidu successfully unalives Gilgamesh in the story.
In the Sumerian text, yes.
And then what happens?
Well, that's why I'm here, my friend. I live on. To tell the true tale.
That doesn't... I'm not sure that makes any sense. That's why you're here. You live on. I thought you said in the story he dies. Gilgamesh.
Ah, yes. In the Sumerian text it says this, but when you dig within Ashur's library, you will find the
Where
book
is
known-
Ashur's library?
It is in Iraq.
And you were there?
Of course.
You say, of course.
Yes.
When were you there?
3000 BCE.
I see.
Mm.
Are you capable of actually having a discussion about what you believe and why?
I believe in King Ashur and the god.
I'm gonna take that as a no. Yeah, bats. I wonder if he ever actually read it, or if he just is going by a ChatGPT summary.
Oh, wow.
Hello, Kenny. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I've been here before. I'm 23.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, are you familiar with me? I was here around November last year.
I have so many guests daily, so can
Fair
you tell
enough.
me if you have a belief?
Yeah. My belief is in Hermeticism, as my name suggests. I could recap a few questions that you kind of pressed me
Go
on.
ahead and just ask you, for the audience sake. So you said that you believe in Hermeticism. The question I'd asked you, though, wasn't about moral systems or anything like that. I was asking if you had a belief in a God. Do you have a belief in a God?
Yes, I do, yeah.
And which God do you believe in?
The monad.
What is the monad?
The ineffable one, typically in my theology, it operates off of emanations and off of,
what does that mean, ineffable one?
Meaning that it's beyond human logic and reason and understanding, but connects to emanation.
What is emanation?
Emanation, depending on who you ask, a typical consensus upon emanation is that it is almost like, I guess, a good simile, if I may. Like, you know how like the sun projects rays off of it?
So you're saying emanation is the way light comes from the sun?
Yeah, like how the sun emanates rays. That's kind of like how the monad connects to creation, is through emanation, is like through projection.
Sorry, what's emanating?
So in my system, I follow a little bit of the Aristotelian form of emanation, that there are 3 forms of emanation. There is the intelligence.
I said, what is doing the emanating?
What's it doing emanating? My belief in God is doing the emanation, or what I believe to be God.
So your belief in God?
No, or not what I believe to be God is doing the emanation.
The thing you believe to be God is emanating.
Yes, sir.
And it's emanating reality.
Yeah, it emanates reality through 3 specific.
So like a God, is it like a vapor? Like what is reality to this God?
That's a good question. So reality to this God is it is a splitting of unity into dualism.
That doesn't quite make sense. A splitting of unity into dualism.
Yes.
But when you say it's like an emanation,
yeah,
is that the splitting?
Yeah.
Is
so
emanating splitting?
It's splitting in projection.
Splitting in projection. I have no idea what that means.
Okay, so perhaps if I give my emanation model, that can possibly help.
No. Okay. Kenny, why did you request up here?
Because last time I came here, I was abusing substances and I wasn't in a good mental state, and I thought I'd give this a try again. That's all.
But why did you request up this time?
Just to see if I wouldn't embarrass myself as much as I did last time. That's all.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the bravery.
I actually am kind of pulsating right now. I'm quite nervous.
I appreciate that, and I understand it can be a little intimidating for some. When I say why, I mean, what do you hope to accomplish?
I hope to accomplish at least a more intellectually honest representation of my beliefs than when I was being a zealous jerk last time.
Yeah. So, as far as, and as we've spoken, I am recalling quite a bit of our conversation from before now. Why is it important to represent your belief?
It's important to represent my belief because Hermeticism, I think, is very misrepresented in modern media. I think it's important to have a proper intellectually honest representation of it.
So you didn't question, or I'm sorry, you didn't request up then to question your belief.
But
but rather
I'm not going to say that.
showcase it.
I'm not going to say that. Perhaps I phrased it wrongly. I did come up here to question, but...
In what way?
Well, last time I was with you, you helped me question if my syncretic and eclectic practices are culture appropriation. So I was hoping I can get some even better questions out of you on how I can intellectually, not just intellectually represent myself, but to intellectually represent introspectively too.
Have you had any thoughts about the cultural appropriation?
Yeah, I have a lot. Yeah.
And just as a quick recap, in what ways do you think it's possible that Hermeticism, or the modern practice especially, can engage in cultural appropriation?
By misrepresenting ancient cultures that didn't want to be integrated properly or integrated at all. Like Egyptian culture, the one for sure.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel that there is that potential there, that it is?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. And in what ways do you feel that your practice avoids that?
The way I feel like my practice avoids that is by, I try not to touch upon initiatory or ancestrally connected practices. For example, like African traditional religions like Voodoo, Ifa, Yoruba, African diasporic religions like Santeria, Hoodoo, and all the other things. I'm not trying to infringe upon ancestrally connected religions, rather open practices that are openly kind of like can be converted to, rather than, like I said, like familial connected religions.
So, because they're not ethnically connected, you say? What is...
Yeah, because they're not ethnically or, I guess, relationally connected.
Good morning, Bats.
Good morning, Thrayle. Good morning, Kenny.
Hey, good morning.
Go for it. I already heard. I mean, you requested up. You had a question on your
Yeah, I did have a question. Even though you may not be partaking in closed practices, Kenny, is it still possible to maybe misuse other cultures' practices?
Absolutely, and that's why I try my best, knock on wood, to like do my proper research before I integrate it into any of my practices, because I know these are sacred grounds that I'm walking on.
How do you verify that you are treating them appropriately? Do you have anything to I guess, help you figure that out?
Yeah, asking people in the practice themselves, cross-checking scripture, cross-checking tradition, making sure that there's a proper representation being done in my syncretism, rather than just blatant copying or blatant appropriation.
Why do you seek another culture's beliefs or do you also seek your own ancestral beliefs?
I'm a bit of, that's a good question. So give me a second to explain that. My culture, I feel like, or my ancestral culture, is kind of like unknown to me. Like I come from Hindu ancestors, but they converted to Islam when they came to South Africa to as slaves. So I'm not really sure what my ancestors, and then my great-grandfather was from Burma. So I'm not really too sure what my ancestral practices might have been.
Is there a reason you're looking into these practices instead of your own?
Yeah, I think the reason why is because I'm frankly fascinated by them, and that I think that they have a sort of continuity amongst other different practices.
I think they used to say something about imitation is the something of flattery. Does it not concern you that maybe you might be appropriating beliefs?
Yeah, that's the most pressing issue that Thrayle and his crew kind of pressed on me last time, and it's been something I'm trying to work through myself, understanding how I could do these cultures justice and do them proper dues.
Who determines in the end what's proper and what's not proper as far as collecting beliefs?
I would say the originators of the practice. I've had open dialogues with many different practitioners of Judaic, Christian, Islamic practices, and I've asked them like, hey, like how do you see this hermetic integration? A lot of them are admittedly adverse to it because it's not orthodox standard, but there's some that are open-minded towards it because of the history Hermeticism has within being integrated into Abrahamic faiths.
Can I ask why Hermeticism out of all of them? Have you looked into all the other ones and just found this one to be more interesting?
Yeah, I think Hermeticism really interests me because of its how do I say this, non-dualistic approach, and it's open arms towards different philosophical presumptions. Like I kind of, if you're not familiar with the Corpus Hermeticum, which is the base Hermetic scripture, I won't explain the whole thing, but classical Hermeticists, middle Hermeticists, and neo-Hermeticists all have a different theological outlook. You can be an atheist and be a Hermeticist. You can be a dualist and be a Hermeticist. You can be a monist and be a Hermeticist. You can be a polytheist and be a Hermeticist. The fact that there's no theological premise that's superimposing upon you, I think, really interests me. I'd like to know how it's all logically coherent. It's something I'm struggling through myself or trying to figure out myself as I go along the way. And I hope you guys can help me better question the intellectual honesty of it.
Are you saying you're, I'm sorry, what were the three? There was classical,
middle, and neo. So
middle, they just call the ones in the middle the middle.
Like the Middle Ages, like medieval and Renaissance.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So are you a classical Hermeticist?
I'm a neo-Hermeticist.
You're a neo-Hermeticist, so Kybalion.
No, Golden Dawn.
Okay.
Kybalion is not really neo-Hermeticism. It's more like New Thought disguised as classical Hermeticism.
So the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn.
Yes, sir.
What is the distinction here?
But pardon? Distinction compared to what? The different eras?
Not necessarily the different eras. What separates this form of neo-Hermeticism from classical Hermeticism?
That's a good question. So, so classical Hermeticism is usually based on the first millennium's kind of thoughts on Hermeticism. So a classical Hermeticist would typically look at the Greco-Egyptian paganism that surrounds the Hermetic thought, whereas neo-Hermeticism specifically explores a lot more of the westernized kind of ceremonial practices. is some very peaceful music, by the way.
Is, hang on. What is it you learned specifically from this Order of the Golden Dawn about your monad?
Well, what I've learned specifically in the Golden Dawn about the monad is how it connects with us, how to bring myself back up towards the monad, and most importantly, how to mentally fortify myself so that when I come into contact with divinity, I'm whole and I am sober-minded. Because I don't want to get too personal, but like I said, one of the
You said you learned how to connect with it, or how it connects with us.
Yeah.
How does it?
So it connects with us through emanation, like I said.
Emanation, just through like when you, like the stink when you chop an onion, just emanates.
That's quite a way of talking about it. But yeah, the odors emanate from an onion. This can kind of be seen as emanation. Yeah, I wouldn't take that too much offense to that.
Does that mean our existence, if this were true, could be something as passive as BO? Like, could the god not even know we're there because he's so used to the stink?
It's not necessarily, I wouldn't really say that the god doesn't know that we're there. God knows everything. It's just rather that, could you possibly rephrase the question, meaning that reality is indistinct like body odor?
If you fart right now, are you going to care about the lingering cloud? Except to maybe get up and walk away?
I'm not following too much of what this question entails. I'm sorry.
I'm asking how you feel about your emanations.
So, how I feel about emanations.
About your emanations.
Yeah, how I feel about my emanations. Oh, my emanations. That's funny.
Yeah.
That's funny. I mean, even though, like, let's say I pass wind, right, and I wish to avoid it because I find that to be undesirable. It doesn't mean that it disappeared, right? It still affects the environment around.
Sure, it exists. It affects the environment. But do you, as the one who emanated, care?
Well, I would care because
you would care about your emanation.
I would try to care about what I'm putting in my system more that caused the emanation.
Yeah, I'm not worried. So you worry. So the monad worries about what it eats.
What it goes.
Doesn't stink.
It cares about what it reflects.
But how do you know it cares about what it reflects?
Well, that's the thing. That's where faith comes into play, right? I'm not gonna say I know for sure why it cares about what it reflects upon or what that would be beyond my pay grade. I would say you got me cornered there, brother.
So why think of it in a godly way at all, if it is just a being who could have passed the gas that we are in?
Well, I think it's important to have a sort of godly connection, a godly understanding, because even if you kind of come to, I'll entertain.
Is it really an understanding, though, if it is just kind of some guy's idea made up of other people's ideas? And at the end of the day, the God at the end of it, I mean, from at least this description, doesn't seem to. We have no way of knowing if it would know we're even here or care.
I agree. Like, but that's the whole like part of the journey. I think is to understand that if there is like a caring connection, while most religions will
Why would there
promise you
be a caring connection?
exactly, that's the whole epistemological foundational connection, question behind my journey, basically.
Mm-hmm. Can you think of any reason why there should be some connection?
Yeah, I could. The reason why I think and this is something I think goes through your entire life, not really too much of an answer you can get fully throughout your entire life, but an answer I kind of came to, and this is subject to change, and I hope you can change it too, is that if everything is a product of God's emanation, then there should be a relational care, not because it's distinct, but because there is a essential kind of connection there. There's an essential. I'm sorry if I'm going circles, but there seems to be through emanation.
The emanation connects us, and there's a relation.
Yeah.
How do you know there's any kind of relation? What indicates that there's any relation between us, the broken wind, and the monad windbreaker?
Well, what does passing wind a product of? It's a product of what we consume, right?
So then we are a product of what the monad consumes.
Absolutely, I would.
How do you know what it's consuming, and why does the wind care if it came from beans or asparagus?
I think it's important to know where you come from, even if you're disappointed on if where you came from isn't where you expect. I think knowing where you come from is an integral part of living.
Knowing where you come from. In what way are you knowing anything here? What is the knowledge you're claiming?
Well, the knowledge I'm claiming is that we all share a foundational essence amongst all of us that you could call God. Definitely could call the foundational essence that we all share amongst ourselves God.
Why?
Some people choose to call it other things, but
why would you call the foundational essence, and what does that even mean, foundational essence?
So like a soul almost.
So now we have souls. What are souls?
Life essence. So
life essence. What is life essence?
The thing that drives you to live. Like a heartbeat.
The thing that drives you to live. What does that mean?
Like a spiritual heartbeat, almost, I guess you could say.
Sorry, survival instinct.
Yeah, survival instinct.
That drives you to live, right?
Yeah, but who's the one telling you to survive?
What do you mean, who? Why are you inserting a who there? If it's survival instinct, why do I need a who at the end of that?
Because survival instincts are usually a product of a thinking or a feeling. Right?
I'm thinking, I'm feeling, I'm instincting.
Yeah, usually there has to be something that you receive.
Why? What are you talking about?
Survival instincts are something that you receive, correct?
What do you mean? Why would that be something you receive?
It would be something.
Instinct.
It would be something you receive because it comes
receive
upon
from
you.
Where? What do you mean?
A good question.
Could it not be a product of evolution? Or really?
The evolution of what, though? The mind, right?
Factor of it.
So even in evolution, there's a beacon where there's something you're receiving, right?
No, I have no idea what you mean there. That doesn't mean anything.
Okay.
Evolution is a beacon you're receiving.
Yeah, like your mind
What does that
evolving,
mean?
like your mind evolving, your body evolving. These are all.
This isn't telling me anything about the beacon. What are you talking about? evolution is a
Perhaps
peak in your
I
body's
used the
receiving.
wrong. Perhaps I used the wrong terminology. I made a categorical error there. I'm sorry, but what I meant is that even in evolution, I think with the body or the mind, there's something that's giving the core self that feeling or that survival instinct.
Why do you think there's something giving it? Why can't you be producing it?
Because what is you,
it
right?
to be a... I'm sorry, what?
Because what is you, right?
What does that mean? What is you?
We tend to...
In this case, I think we'd be talking about the biology, right? The body producing, or not even necessarily producing, but utilizing its evolutionary survival instinct.
But are we the body though?
I don't know. Why would you think that we're not?
I would think that we're not because our body tells us things that our core essence...
Tells us? What do you mean tells?
No, figuratively. Our body speaks to us in ways that we will disagree with at a core basis. Like, for example, like I said, I'm not trying to get too... I'm not going to get too personal here, but like sometimes my heart will beat or I'll get palpitations for things that are unhealthy for me, and I have to disagree with it and be like, that's not what I want, right? So if we are the body, then we would listen to every single inclination that our body gives
How do you
towards
know?
us.
Wait. No, you're saying we would listen to every inclination our body gives us, but
if we were the body, yeah.
Stop though. But wouldn't it make sense that our mind, this thinking thing, wouldn't have the wouldn't it have the ability to reason that certain things that our impulses might make us want to do will have consequences?
For sure, but then you get into a dilemma of what's the mind, right? Is the mind the brain, or is the mind...
So why, again, back to the body, why would you think that the mind would be anything other than a product of the brain? What reason would you have to believe that?
The thing that inclines me to believe that the mind is more than just the brain is that the mind can... Just my overall experiences with the mind has inclined me to believe that the mind is more than just neurons flowing through your brain. The places I've been with my mind, the places I've experienced with my mind.
The places that you've been, that's not telling me anything. What is it that indicates that those places that you've been aren't just imagined within the mind?
Well, even if they are, the fact that the mind can take you beyond like sensory places, I think is, even if it's your brain playing tricks on you, the fact that it's that's a good question, honestly. Let me not just answer to respond. Let me take a second to deliberate on that.
It's interesting. I appreciate the time taken to think. However, I think the answer that you've avoided for every one of these questions that could have fit nearly all of them would probably be best.
What exactly do you think the answer is?
What was the question I just asked? Remind us.
Why does the places that the mind take us not just be delusions from the brain?
Okay, fair enough. Do you know the answer to that?
Well, my rational side is telling me that it's because it is. But a part of me beyond my rationality wants to incline that there's not just a sensational spark in the brain. So I know that rationality isn't the only approach to life.
I have to step away for just a second, but I am listening. Bats, do you have any questions?
Yeah, so I was wondering why, Kenny, you have a lot of assumptions about the brain and the mind being separate. Did you do any research or study on the brain to come to this conclusion, or is it something more or less you read about?
It's neither. It's not something I really researched on the brain. I admittedly didn't research. It's just more of stuff I experienced in my life that I've come to conclude in terms of what the what the distinction between the mind and the brain is, because I see the experiences I have, and I rationally want to make sense of it being that, oh hey, it's just all a product of my brain. But the more experiences I have throughout my life, I'm finding it hard to just only rationalize it as products of my brain.
The experience you have, you're talking about like anecdotal evidence?
Yeah, anecdotal evidence, unfortunately.
Yeah. Besides anecdotal evidence, do you have any other reason to believe the mind is separate from the brain?
No, I'm pretty much solid on the idea that the mind and the brain are interconnected. But I typically like to argue that it's not, because I know that, like I said, I know rationality isn't the only approach to life. I know emotions exist, irrationality exists, and I think irrationality is sometimes a sane response to an insane world that we live in. So
how would you define like whether it's rational or irrational? Like what is?
That's a good question. So what I like to think is rational, irrational. I like to think of rationality as discerning, right? Rationality is able to distinguish, right? And I find irrationality as almost like an incoherent kind of like lack of discernment. I guess you could say a lack of reconciliation or separation, even to a certain degree.
So how do we determine though what's rational, unrational? What's the method we use?
That's a good question. I think the method we use is just really like being able to contemplative methods. I think are a really good way, instead of just like doing what I'm doing right now and just like being on the spot, like actually sitting down and like weighing out the options of things, and weighing out the possibilities, and weighing out the methodical kind of structure of things. I think is a huge contributing factor to finding out what's rational, what's irrational.
What would be an example of a contemplative method? I'm sorry.
CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy.
Okay, so you think you avail yourself to mental health research and stuff?
Yeah, I have schizophrenia. Yeah.
Oh, I have DID, so yeah, I avail myself too.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Do you find that CBT helps you determine what's rational easily, or
yeah,
or do you use other things too?
Yeah, I would say CBT helps me understand what's rational and what's possibly logically incoherent.
Yeah, but cognitive behavioral therapy teaches you a lot about how to respond in moments of stress and high emotions and things like that.
For sure.
But I'm not entirely sure where exactly it helps you evaluate what is rational or not. Is it because of you availing the sentence, you're staying in the moment, or how exactly do you? Because I could have an experience that I would find very irrational. I'm sure both of us have had experiences that are like, I don't know if that's real or not. And then you have to evaluate, okay, how is this real? Did anyone else see it? Did what other senses involved? Like, you have to but I don't see that as much in cognitive behavioral therapy. Is maybe something I'm missing?
Perhaps, because the way my therapist kind of described CBT to me is that if there is a sensational thought coming your way, she kind of put me through this method of the 3 C's: catch it, check it, or change it. Right? So it's like, that's kind of how it was taught to me, is that you can kind of catch the thought and it's like motion, or you can check it or be like, hey, like, what's like the basis here? What's the, like you said previously, like, has it been observed by other people? Has it been sensed, this, that, and the third? And then changing it ultimately, which is, if this is not a desirable or rational thought, then how could I change this into something that is?
I'm sorry, are you pacing?
Yes, I am. I'm sorry. You want me to
No,
stop?
it's okay. I wasn't unsure what the sound was. It was bothering me for a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. If it helps you think, it helps you think.
Yeah, it just helped me think a lot. Yeah.
Hello, Thrayle.
I'm still here.
Oh, okay.
You were never really alone.
Aw.
That's always very
sweet.
comforting.
That's sweet.
Because I was a little bit feeling alone right there for a moment.
Well, and you got Kazoo here too.
Hey,
And
Kazoo.
we have somebody else in request.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Who's never
Kazoo.
requested before. And the person in request right now, I don't think you know you're in request. So I'm going to set you down. And if you meant to be, then you definitely can request back up. Oh.
Anyway, did he come back up, or she, or he, it, them?
They, and I didn't realize I still had a segue.
Yeah, music got lit all of a sudden.
It did. It did.
Kenny, cognitive behavioral therapy for me, I've done it, and it catches it. It's a way for you to catch that thought before it sends you into like an irrational orbit. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Like,
for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Does it work for you?
I would say so, yeah. It's something we touched up on last time when they calmed me down in our last talk, is that I touched up on how I was actually having an irrational, I don't want to get too personal, but...
No, you don't have to. You're good.
But I was substance abusing the last time I was in Thrayle's live, and I felt like I did a great disservice to him. And at the very least, even if I embarrassed myself again on this live, I wanted to, at the very least, give a redo in a cleaner state, in a cleaner mind, and in a cleaner body, and a cleaner everything, basically. And part of my sobriety journey has been using CBT to understand, like, if a urge to indulge comes into play, I understand that this is just a temptation, or this is just a negative kind of relapsing thought that I can rationalize out of to explain that, hey, this is not conducive to what I want to be as a person or how I want to grow.
You're doing the work, man. Keep it up.
Yeah. You got, as for what you're doing is very admirable, and someone's also going through mental health. I know the hard work. Good job.
Oh, I appreciate that.
So far, Kenny, you've done much better this time.
Oh, thank you. I'm not going to spiels or sermons like you said last time, right?
That's right. You've
We all
limited
don't.
your answers to more direct, short, sometimes poetic and meandering, and not necessarily.
That's just me. You can't really change that about me.
No, but and that's just it. You're not being condescending or bulldozing, and I remember it got a little like that last time. So
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's what. I'm not gonna say that's what drugs do to you. I'm not gonna make excuses, but
yeah, no, I appreciate you coming up and giving it a more honest effort this time. Does it matter to you if Hermeticism is true, if this monad necessarily exists? Does that... is it really that important that that is true?
Well, when I go to sleep at the end of the night, I always throw this idea in the back of my head that, you know what, I could be BSing the whole time. And I think that whatever's out there is beyond my religious understanding of it. Although it's beyond my religious understanding of it, I still have that faithful idea that it's kind enough to me that it'll be lenient towards my misunderstanding if I did make a misunderstanding of my beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
Does it? You're saying whatever exists, you believe is kind enough that it won't matter if you're wrong. But what I'm asking is, I guess, do you need for a God or something like it to exist?
I would say so. I would say I personally, I don't think everyone else does, but I think I personally am in need of a higher power because it gives me a sense of purpose and a sense of direction.
Do you think you couldn't find purpose or direction without some supernatural force?
I experience meaninglessness without a supernatural force. So I'm not gonna say I know that for sure, but I've experienced it.
You said you've experienced meaningless without. Do you think that necessarily you will
Equates to without God?
That it would always be?
I wonder. That's a good question, and I wonder that a lot, to be honest. In my own personal life, I always wonder if my sanity is contingent upon my beliefs, and even if if that's the case, is that even a good thing? If my sanity is contingent upon my beliefs, because that's having a codependence on a higher power. Although it's like desirable in many religious paradigms, what I like about being a hermeticist is that it's not as proselytizing as other faiths, where it's like, oh, there's something inherently wrong with you if you're not in my religion, or there's something bad about you if you're not in my religion, or this, that, and the third. Yeah.
Can I ask you?
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Were people giving him some flack for like cultural appropriation of this?
Oh, we were questioning it. I don't know if it was flack.
Yeah, it wasn't flack.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
We questioned to see if he considered it, and
Yeah, it was the most important question that I think I took away from last time. By the way, I'll plug in, if you guys want to see the last one, it was November 19th, 2025. So he has all of his live streams
very cool
on his YouTube channel.
YouTube.
Yeah, on YouTube, yeah.
We try to anyways. Sometimes we
nice YouTube shout, I like it.
But yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Link tree in the bio.
Plug.
In Batcolyte and Thrayle's bio both. Kenny?
So I take it, Kenny, you've gone back and watched.
Yeah, I did. I studied my my behavior. I didn't like it at all.
That's brave. I can't do that.
That is brave. That is brave. I don't even go back and watch.
I can't do it. I think I've changed. I changed too much, even from month to month, for me to go back and watch myself.
Yeah, I don't know.
I liked how I was able to like sober up near the end. At that point, I wasn't hitting the stizzy as much as I was at that, because it kind of made me drop it with like your intense questioning, and like made me realize like, shit, I'm being a jerk right here. So it was like I knew I could have done better, and that's why I came here, because I knew even if like I said, I'm sorry if I repeat it, even if I do embarrass myself again like I did last time, I'll embarrass it on my own terms and not under the influence. And that's really what I wanted to do.
Well, you're far from embarrassing yourself this time, Kenny. You've demonstrated an ability to answer questions and contemplate them like most people don't. Well, not most. I'm not going to say most. I'm not going to discredit a lot of people who do question.
Yeah,
I appreciate. I appreciate your willingness to answer questions directly and not in a jerk sort of way.
Yeah, you did great. I don't have any more questions for you now, Kenny, but I think, if you want to come back another time, I'm sure, we could always find more questions for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I hope you look back at this one and say, hey, like, if anything, there is an improvement from the last time. And if that
I hope
gives
I can
you
finish
any
that
sense
out.
of anything, like if that gives you the tiniest bit of satisfaction, I hope it finds you.
And of course, look for what else to scrutinize too, because it's you can't even help it. You can't even help
Never
it.
find any
y'all
peace,
go.
man.
Y'all played your hand at the end, eh? Y'all scrutinizing me.
But I really appreciate you, Kenny, and I hope that you keep asking questions. I hope we get to talk to you again.
Like I said, man, it's because of questioning that I'm here, and I will continue to question to the end of my life. So
appreciate you.
Love, bro. Peace.
Big W's for Kenny. That was really good compared to last time. So
Yeah, big W's. I'm starting to remember last time a little bit, and yeah, it's a definite change.
it was more contentious. It was
never torture myself that way.
Yeah. It was much different, night and day. So
Be more like Kenny, y'all. Put healthy things in your body and be ready to self-evaluate, because self-evaluation is really hard, and
yeah, because that's super
important. Yeah, that's good.
every once in a while, I go back either to find something in the videos or to catch a clip, to find a clip. I don't clip very often, and part of the reason is because I don't really like watching myself back or listening to myself back.
What do you think about yourself?
I think my voice sounds like shit.
I think the same, but I do wish I could go back and listen to our first interaction, Thrayle, because that would have been... I'd be curious. I don't hardly remember it at all, so I'd be curious.
That would be... I don't think that one's on the YouTube. I only started probably... Kenny's is going to be one of the early ones. I started doing the YouTube, I think in October, and I didn't really even get it consistent until... Hell, I don't even know if it's consistent now. So it still crashes every few nights, like constantly, and every once in a while I just don't. But yeah. November 19th, he said. It'd be interesting to see the contrast.
Did he say 2019?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that's what he said.
No, it would have been last November.
Oh.
Yeah. No, the YouTube's only been going for a few months. But we have Kelvin joining us, and I've spoken to Kelvin before, at least I think I have. Can you remind me your age for TikTok, TOS?
35.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, Jesus.
And have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Intentionally, no, but I believe yes.
You believe the stories within the book to be true and literal?
I mean, that's a conversation itself, bro. It's not easy to explain walking on water, open the sea, so to speak.
What about the Old Testament? You believe the 6-day creation, Adam and Eve, global flood?
Yeah, I believe a higher power definitely has that type of pull to like speak it to. Yeah.
Fascinating. So you believe that things were created as Genesis 1 describes in 6 days in a specific order?
Sure, that music for yes, I do believe, yes.
Why?
For me, you said why? For me, because I feel like I went through mental health, and in this world, in Jersey, in America at least, mental health is real privilege compared to other countries. So I believe, and again, I don't what's the word? I don't like put it aside because I believe it does help certain people, not for everybody. So I just believe like if I could beat mental health, then what is out there? So God definitely, you know what I'm saying?
No, I'm actually not sure quite what you're saying.
Okay,
Excuse me, are you advocating against mental health?
No, never,
He's
never,
not.
never.
Okay. So I was just
No, I think
clarifying.
what he's. I kind of wanted him to try to restate it, but I think what I vaguely think I am understanding is that you use spirituality to beat your mental health problems, but you still, because you said something about it being a privilege here, so you do partake in the mental health system, right? Like you have a doctor you see. Okay.
I
You're
don't
not
bring it
advocating
down
against it. I'm not trying to get you into like
no.
counseling here. I'm just trying to make sure you're not saying don't go to therapy, use church instead.
I think what he's saying is it helps him sleep at night to have higher power in mental health. Is that right?
Yes, I appreciate that. Yes, I don't. Just to clarify, no, I do not. I'm not saying mental health do not go exception. No. I believe mental health does help certain people. I believe the system, depending on the people, like it is a good system. It's a good run.
Cool.
However, unfortunately, it doesn't help everybody, and we all know this, right? It's unfortunately. This
So
is what I
what does
believe.
that have to do with why you believe in God? And we'll get back to the real question I was asking, which is slightly different. But
okay, so we're gonna continue with left and right there with the people that unfortunately it doesn't work right now. The system is almost like perfect in a sense. It pay like doctors now. Unfortunately, there's people that don't get it. What about those people? I believe that's what spirituality kicks in, and it's like, okay, well, we're greater than this.
so you're saying spirituality is useful for the people who can't get health care. They should rely on God.
No. So, sir, I'm not even talking about as far as healthcare. I'm talking about
Why do we
even the
keep
ones
going
who
back to mental health?
Okay, so let's clear something up. When I say mental health, I say people that go because they're trying to get their brain basically straightened out, right? They want to be part of society. They want to be able to keep up, etc., etc. You agree there or what?
What I agree to or don't doesn't make any difference. I
The
would
reason
need to
why I'm
understand.
asking, okay, the reason why I'm asking is because I lose my train of thought with the music. Because I lost my train of thought, man. My bad, boy.
Are you trying to focus on talking about mental health because the guest that was before you? Because that's not what, like, the topic of the live is, right? The question I had asked that led us here, that you started talking about mental health, the question that I had asked was right after you said you believed in a 6-day creation, and I asked why.
Okay, well, for me, I'm only 35. I only seen a few magic tricks in my eyes. So I'm going to take this word for it. I believe there's something, like when there's a creation, there's a creator, right? I believe our bodies are too complex. I'm pretty sure there's a manual somewhere. For me, it's the Bible, for conversation's sake. There has to be a manual. Yeah, go ahead.
You're saying because the body's so complex, there has to be a manual and a creator. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, dude, our bodies are literally.
What do you mean by complex?
Like, all right, so for example, if my toe hits the side of the bed, my mouth says out. You feel me? Like, it all connects. Like, it's too, like, it sends the speed of light messages, like, real fast.
Okay. Bats or Kazoo, if either of you have any questions for this guest before we move on, this would be the chance.
I think what I'm getting from Calvin is that that religion might be a good source of, or a good reference for you to find how to live and how to mentally handle yourself and how to kind of hold yourself accountable.
I'm not gonna keep it like on the eye, so it won't be like an intervention thing. But because I can speak in general, like in mental health, there are people, unfortunately, even with insurance, even with all that people just can't reach them. They can't reach the core of the issue, or they're too embarrassed to speak on it. Whatever the case may be, these guys are considered what we say the misfits, the 1%er, the outcasts, et cetera, and spirituality comes in and sweeps that up. Like, all right, well, you ain't left behind. That makes sense?
Yes, it does. To me.
All right, cool. Now, right, and that's where it gets a little like spiritual, spooky speaking, because if the man here is thinking psychological, logically,
hang on, Kelvin, stop. You're just kind of going on a diatribe now, and I'd like Kazoo to get to her next question.
No, that's okay. We're good.
Well, I don't want just a random sermon that's not connected to the question. Kelvin, can you question your beliefs?
Absolutely, all the time.
What does that mean?
I mean, he gave me a brain, so I think not that much, but it works. I don't know, whatever the devil like throws in my head. Like when I think I'm thinking, I'm really listening. So then, whatever I'm listening, I question. I'm like, yo, why is this in my brain? And then God gives me an answer. And it's like a war type of thing, back and forth.
What if your own self gives you the answer? Is it okay if you gave yourself credit for that?
Well, you see, this was mental health. Me and mental health, we used to have crash a lot because I truly claim and believe I hear it from God. I also hear from the devil, and I hear myself, which is my conscious. I believe
How do you
everybody
know that the things that you're attributing to God or the devil or anything else aren't all just you?
It would be impossible.
How do you know?
Because it wouldn't make sense.
What do you mean?
Because I would be rich. Because I'll be rich. I would know I'll break all the codes. I would figure out.
Kelvin, I don't believe in God, and it's not impossible.
So, I don't know what you mean by the whole, you would see codes. Like, what does that have to do with the question that was being asked?
I'm gonna be honest with you. You talk so like smooth and calm that I lose my train of thought. Like I don't even know.
That's okay, Kelvin. It's rough. It's the first time. He asked you if you believe in the Bible
it's kind of
as literal, like everything in the Bible is literal, and you said you can't believe walking on water and all that stuff, right?
No, what I'm saying is it's hard to grasp that, like to fathom that, like, oh yeah, like somebody walked on water, somebody.
Do you believe it is what we're asking?
I mean, I believe. I mean, yeah.
Or does that have an icky feeling in your stomach?
Yeah, you could do that. It's light work. We're talking about ultimate God here, like quote unquote, just for conversation's sake, right? And even if this is Harry Potter, like this God is like ultimate. It's like looking into the sea, like you can't fathom that. So he's that type of
Kelvin, why do you presume that there is a God?
Well, you said me, Kelvin, right? So Kelvin used to party, rock and roll, drugs, women, lifestyle. But it was destroying myself, and I didn't know any better.
No, I don't mean like a life story. I just mean, why do you think there's a God? Why do you think you're interacting with this God? If all these things can be like worked out through mental health, why is there a God? Is he just not a medical device, like a crutch at this point, or is there truly a God out there?
Well, I was gonna say that. My bad. I don't know how to answer like quick to the point. But all that being said was because I didn't know what morals was. I didn't know what like. Unfortunately, you guys probably had good parents. Unfortunately, I did. So God had to reteach me all that and show. Okay.
What if you?
A lot, presuming people had good parents, a lot of us didn't, and I'm not speaking for anyone else, but presuming things about us isn't going to help you determine why there's a God and if there is one.
That's what I'm keeping it in the eye. I'm saying me, Cohen.
You think that because you have morals, there's a God?
No, I didn't have morals. Guys, is the reason I have morals. Guys, the reason I'm able to chill here in this panel, wake up early right now, about to cook breakfast. If not, I would have been rugged up somewhere. I don't know, under the bridge somewhere.
You didn't.
That's what he says by mental health.
You do so you didn't have morals before?
Okay. Yeah, excuse me?
You didn't have morals before, you said?
I mean, I knew they were there, but I didn't care. Like, for example, morals in the sense of like school, discipline, like homework. I got it as a young age, right? As we move forward, the rugs came in, the party every day. Who cares about school? Like, there was no discipline, there was no structure, and my parents tried, but they really didn't care. So I don't know. Like at the time, I thought it was cool, but now looking back, it's like, damn, like I don't know. It's a lot. It's a lot to speak on that part, but for me, and I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of us, because I got a crew in the sense of like people I grew up with, that we experienced this. So I believe we needed that. Without that, we'd probably be, I don't know where. I don't even want to think about it.
So you attribute your ability to develop better morals with religion?
100%. He gave us cognitive skills. Is that the proper term?
Could you have done it any other way without religion?
I don't know, but mental health played a big part, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't knock it, because I've been in groups in mental health where it gets real, like, deep, and I'm like, okay, I cannot judge this. I can't, because I used to think it was a joke. I used to think it was like, you know, a business. However, I get it. People got to pay rent. As I get older, I get a little wiser. You know, people got to pay rent. People got to pay bills.
That's what I was trying to stop. Good morning, Morgan.
Hello. Hi, Morgan.
Did you sleep well?
Yeah, sleep hit me like a train. It was not pleasant.
Lucky.
That's not good. I get out of the way of trains.
I like trains.
They stay on their tracks usually, so just kind of watch them go by.
Your trains have tracks? Fuck.
It's usually how they work.
Kelvin, I see how you got to your beliefs, and if that gets you going, you said in the morning, and gets you cooking your breakfast, dude, keep up. I get it.
Do you think that there's no other way that you would get up in the morning and cook your breakfast without this belief?
I mean, it is a good question, man, but I gave up in life. From years ago, like, I gave up. If it wasn't for this, I would have. But
we ended up on the topics of how you would give up and how your mental health was affected. And the question at first there in that long train was the 6-day creation and why you believe that to be true. And I never heard an answer anywhere along the tracks that had to do with why you would believe a particular story from an ancient book.
all right, so I guess to answer this your way, let me think. Like, the miracles in my life override that kind of like thinking and doubting. Not saying that they're not valid. Your thoughts, your feelings, all that is valid. Your question is valid, but I'm keeping it in the eye. Like, I've been through so much in life that those thoughts really don't cross my mind. Technically speaking, I'm a Gentile. Like, I care less about the Jews and all that situation.
What? So those thoughts don't cross your mind?
I mean, now, because you bring them up, but like in Bible class, Bible
Does
study,
it matter
not my
to you,
go-to.
Kelvin?
My
Does it
bad.
matter to you, Kelvin, if the Bible is true or not?
It matters to me if God claims that he's real, like the love. He claims to be love. That's what I was
So,
searching, love. So it's like
if the
that's
same
my...
Bible has God claiming to be love, I think as you put it, and God, I lost my train of thought. I hate when that happens.
Huh.
Maybe the God
The
also.
train didn't have tracks.
Morgan shouldn't have brought so many trains up here.
I'm wondering if maybe the train of thought was going along the line of.
It's not the music.
I wonder if the train of thought was going on along the line of maybe God portrayed himself to be something else than good, other than good, maybe even evil at one point.
Well, that's not where I was going, but that's another way to think of it.
Can I ask Kelvin something? Kelvin, would it bother you? I'm sorry?
I'm from yes.
Would it bother you if you came to a different conclusion later on in your life that it was actually you did this work yourself?
I thought about that, but it's a win-win for me right now. Like, let's say I'm alive, right? And I'm correct. It's a win. And let's say your way, I unalive and there is no God. I still win because I sleep and I got to like live in society instead of in a prison.
Yeah.
So then would you say that it doesn't necessarily matter?
Come again? What?
Then would you say it doesn't necessarily matter to you?
It kind of does, unfortunately, because one of the scriptures says like you have to believe in like you could do whatever you want. You got free choice. There's many guys out here. Now the question is which one's gonna be like number one? And I just, not to be cocky, not bragging, like I'm just conversation. Like I feel like my God is it.
What do you think happens to the people that don't have the right God?
And that's where and that's where me and God, you guys are awesome. So I fight with God because the God claims to be love. Why is he not disregarding them, but like what's happening here? And then he sends me to Job, like kind of like just mind my business. But
what do you think happens? Because your God says that. What does he say about that?
I believe for every action there's a reaction for sure, right? So I believe for everything, unfortunately, it's like dogs, right? I love dogs, but unfortunately we have to leash them up, harness, whatever. Fight me. And it's just, they don't understand it's the law. Like I can't just let them go. So, but I understand their crazy thought, like, why are you putting this on me? Like, it's not their nature. So for us, I get it. Like I'm questioning God, like, yo, like, let me go. I want to do me. But unfortunately, he's protecting me from other things that I don't see. I don't know if I'm going too much.
Does God follow a higher law that he has to follow? Sorry, does that make sense?
Repeat that?
Well, is there a higher law that God has to follow that he can't break? Because if God is God, sure he'd be able to do anything, right?
Touche. But so if you know the stories, right? There was angels, right? The demons before what's his name? The devil. He was Lucifer.
How it became Lucifer.
Sorry, which story has anything to do with Lucifer?
Well, Lucifer was the good guy. Lucifer was the good angel. He was like the I don't know.
Where is this in the Bible?
You will find that in Ezekiel, I believe. Exactly, I don't know, but dude, I'm in bed, chill. I'm like a burrito right now with the heat. I don't.
So if you'll find Lucifer in Ezekiel,
well,
I take it then that you read a King James version of the Bible.
Oh no, dude, I'm real dumb. I take the CEV version.
You're not dumb.
Well, it's a figure of speech, but technically I am. I'm like the sheep. That's why he refers us to sheep and he's the shepherd. And I kind of relate to that. I get it.
Does that
I
hurt
trust
you
it.
to say that about yourself, and then in reference of being a sheep and looking at the Bible and reading that stuff, and then giving him the credit?
Respectfully, like I cut trees, like that's like what I do. And unfortunately, I got a boss. If it wasn't for God teaching me how to bite my tongue, I would have been quit. I would have been cursed him out. But I have to do it. Like,
Yeah.
go.
I'm curious if I don't want you to take this the wrong way.
I'm done with it.
If you were to unalive and whatever happens, but it's not what Christianity says it's going to be, it's something completely different, something that you're not prepared for, what would you want it to be if it wasn't what you've expected it to be?
I mean, very deep. But I mean, I would say, how come you didn't reach out to me? I mean, I try to reach out to whoever created me. Whatever happens is out of my reach because I tried. When I say I try to, I yell at the top of my lungs to my creator, quote, at this time, conversation speaking, like, answer me. Like, I want to answer. Like, it never made sense how I came to this earth for what purpose? Just to be an experiment? Just to, like, doctors after doctors, medication after medication? Like, it made no sense. So I needed answers, and I really was seeking, but I'm talking about mentally, like in my brain, like the person who created my brain, not like physically. Go ahead.
No, I hear you. I meant more so you're prepared for whatever comes after, but it's just not the setting you expected. So instead of arriving at the pearly gates and speaking to St. Peter, you show up somewhere else and it's not the process you expected.
Yeah, and I'm putting myself in them shoes. Like, I feel like I have the I have the boldness to be like, I made it this far, like, and I sacrificed a lot, like in the sense of road rage, like that itself, you have no idea the task.
So would it be upsetting to you if after you unalived, it was not the thing you've prepared for up to this point?
I mean, I'll probably be upset with whatever that is, because I'm like, yo, you just let me hang in. You didn't even just call me, tell me a text, something, send me a message, anything.
You didn't even say nothing.
Do you think that the other gods, if you believe in the gods, do you think that they would take pity on you for believing that you were on the winning team?
I mean, why they made me then?
Yeah. Does it bother you that people with other gods actually think you're not on the winning team?
If that's the case, then I got the brains, the strength, and the connection. Like, let's kick up.
But what if your God is not the right one? What do you think? Do you think that you're gonna go to a concept, like what you think is your idea of your gods of that HE double hockey sticks?
Look, this conversation with this music, I'm ready for war. Now let me stop.
No, I hear you.
Realistically speaking, Miss, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't. Right. That's the scary part, the unaliving, right? We don't know the unknown. That's what everybody fears. I personally, I just feel like I'm gonna quit. I'm ready for that. I feel like death is just the beginning for me. Like, I don't look forward to it. It's not like I'm like, oh, it's my graduation day. Nah, but I know the day it does because I know it's gonna happen. That's for sure.
Judgment
Hands
Day,
down.
man.
Right? Excuse me.
It's gonna be Judgment Day.
I mean, I don't I don't fear, I don't think about Judgment Day. I get promoted. I don't really get judged.
How come you don't think about judgment? If you,
because us Christians, real ones, we don't get judged. We get like promoted, like well done, servant, etc., etc.
You think so? Why do you think that?
It's in the code book. It's in the moral book. It's just what we read.
What's a real Christian?
I mean, the ones that really love God and love their neighbors.
Is it possible for a real Christian to leave the faith and find better ways?
This is gonna sound like Harry Potterish, but there's this book called Book of Life, and I personally don't know like the names in it, but like if your name's in there, then you're golden. Like the mission is not like the world's not gonna end until you are completely saved. But that's God's and His counsel. Like I don't really know. I don't tap into that. Like I talk to God, but He don't give me that type of info. It's like military, top secret stuff. But
So if you're in the Book of Life, then you don't have to believe in God.
well, He's gonna like make you. That's where it's like it gets whacked. But trust me, man, it's for the good, man. Because we think we know best, but there's a whole wide world out there.
Why is it for the good?
He claims to be good. He claims to be. My bad. What happened?
No, you're right. He claims to be good. Are you sure he only claims to be good?
Well, what is good? That's subjective. But he claims to be the good news, like the rescue, this crazy life.
Does he not also claim to be evil?
This is where it gets a little yin and the yang type of Chinese type of thing. No disrespect, my bad. Because if God, for every reaction, there's reaction, right? So science would say, where there's love, there's hate, and there's good, there's bad. So if God does exist, whatever created that or made that about evil or the opposite has to be around as well to create that one in the first place. That makes sense?
So if God is capable of great good, is he also capable of great evil?
I don't think he created evil, but just who he is made evil. Yeah, you're tapping into some real. I don't really talk to God about this stuff, but I mean, I think that's the best I can answer.
Would you forgive the people that he alludes?
Excuse me?
Do you think he'll forgive the people that don't believe?
Well,
and it wouldn't be lack of trying.
So there's a story, right, in the cross.
No, what do you think?
Well, this is what I'm trying to get at, right? Again, I don't know the Book of Life. So there's a story where Jesus got crucified, whatever. Long story short, there's a thief next to him, and long story short, last second he got accepted, right? Because that last second. Now, I don't know about you, but I've done my studies. A lot of people, when they get into freak accidents, it's not that they want to, but naturally they'll scream out, God, or help me. Like, now, my thoughts, my opinion is that at that second, they were so reliant on God, their body, their soul, everything at one accord, that if God was like, yo, this is your time, you're faithful right now, this 1 second. Because you got to understand, God is out of time. So time don't really, I don't know how to explain, but anyway, so if it's meant to, I don't know, I'll stop there.
Well, what if someone had a close encounter with an alignment and none of their thoughts were God? Does that mean that they're doomed without God?
Well, good point, right? Now this is where, okay, let's say you survived that, and then a newscast comes right now, and they'll be like, all right, well, who saved you? What happened? Now, mind you, while you was going through that, you were begging God, help me, rescue me, etc., etc.
No, I wasn't.
You're
actually
ignoring Bat's question. You ignored Bat's question entirely.
I guess repeat it.
No, well, I was saying, what if someone had their an NDE, a near unalignment experience, and they had no thoughts of God. They didn't cry out to God. They didn't think, oh my God. They didn't do that. They just, whoop. Does that mean that they're doomed with life without God because there's no experience with God?
Nah, that was a hiccup. I appreciate it, host. Understood. Yeah. So wow, the host don't skip a beat. So no, that my point of saying this only applies if you're calling out to God. If you're not calling out to God and you're just gangster out of car, you're just like, oh well, this is my fate. Gangster, that's you. I don't know, but I'm just speaking for the ones that follow this like G code, so to speak.
Yeah, because I've had multiple NDEs, and I didn't cry out to God. I didn't think, oh, God's coming, or where am I going? I had a natural chemical experience in my brain. I didn't have any.
I have.
Well, I don't. Does that mean that there's no God? Because I had no experience of God reaching out to me or even crossed my mind.
No, I was gonna say I've been in mad NAs and meetings and stuff, and I heard certain stories about this that rug. I think you mentioned the MDA. You mentioned that?
I didn't mention any rugs or anything.
Okay, never mind. I apologize. Go ahead.
They asked a question in there. What was the question they asked?
So she said that no God. She's been through experience, which yo, God bless. I mean, good for you. Good luck. Yeah, I don't know what was the question though.
If someone doesn't have an encounter at the end where they think of God, does that mean God doesn't exist?
Well, you want my opinion? This is on me. Don't stone me. I think God still protects his spoiled ones. There's a lot of spoiled kids he got. And again, this world is not going to end until they finally, so very patient.
So you believe in the elect? In favorites? The elect, maybe?
Yeah, yo, there's levels to this, bro. You know, listen, God's hands reach very, very deep. It's crazy, man.
Why would God have favorites if we were all created in his image?
So we were creating his image, but the devil's job is to destroy the image.
That doesn't really answer my question.
I know. It's just tomato in this book, man. It kills me sometimes.
If you're finding problematic parts in the Bible, do you question those problematic parts, or do you just move on and say, oh, that's uncomfortable, I'm gonna stay where it's comfortable?
Yo, you guys asked the awesomest question. So for me, again, I'm different. The Bible, when I was looking for love, I followed Paul. Paul was my general, so to speak, because all that other stuff is considered to the Jews. I don't even like pita bread. You feel me? I have nothing to do with that stuff. I could care less. I'm from Jersey, parents from Ecuador, crazy family. I ain't got time for all the extra rules and regulation. I got my own judges I got to deal with. So now, when Paul I'm going too much. Let me stop.
Is your family religious?
My bad if I go too fast or too far. I know sometimes I just be wild.
Morgan just asked a question.
What's the question? My bad.
Is your family religious?
To money and liquor.
So they don't have any kind of faith?
No, I'm sorry, being sarcastic. No, they don't. My mom threw me in church. She has this Bible for years, never read it. She claims to believe, but she wanted to raise me in church, and the only way to do it, she just threw me in church. She'd be like, I'll pick you up. And then she'll leave to do her crazy stuff.
What denomination were you raised in?
Unfortunately, that hype Spanish, what you call Pentecostal, but I ain't with all that right now. I'm non-domination, chill.
There's no judgment. It's just thought process mapping. That's all.
Believe it or not, that non-denomination is a domination itself, which I don't understand. That's why labels and titles is icky.
But you don't eat pita bread?
That's a figure of speech for my cousins.
Does it matter to you, Kevin, if there are errors or even full contradictions within the Bible?
I mean, I'm more than willing to listen, kick it with you. But again, the miracles in my life override all that. But I'm kicking it with you. I'm here, I'm rocking with you.
You're saying the miracles in your life would override that. So even if you were given reason to believe that the Bible wasn't true, you would still believe in it?
I mean, I love a challenge, by all means. Go ahead. But I see there's respect. Like, I know where I stand. That's why, like, people take TikTok, Instagram, all that stuff serious. Like, me personally, man, I know where I'm at. I don't know. I like to challenge my brain. I like to, like, see if other people kind of, like, think I'm too crazy. Or, like, I don't know how this goes.
Why do you think having a belief makes you seem crazy?
Yo, I don't know why you talk like that. The host talks like this. The music, I feel like I'm like being hypnotic. So, say that one more time. My bad, yo.
Oh, you gotta over here.
Listen,
Honestly, at this point, I can't remember my question.
It's the music. I'm telling you.
Kelvin, I think what Morgan was trying to ask is why you think being religious would make you appear to be crazy or something like that. If I think that was it, Morgan?
Yes, that's correct. Why would you think that believing in something makes you seem crazy?
So I'm not trying to brag, right? I give God the glory, but just to conversation, I did some time right behind enemy lines and mental health, right? Because at a very young age, my mother, she couldn't tame me. I was very hyper. So long story short, I was able to experience like what you call right now doctors, but at the time they were students. So they'll come to these prisons. Mind you, all they'll give us is pizza and like soda. But they'll literally for 2 weeks asking us questions, putting things in our brain, all this crazy testing. So I've been through all this, right? And I feel like there's only one doctor I could say that was really, really smart, like Dr. Phil type of thing. But every other ones, I just felt like, I don't know, I felt like this like, I'm like, yo, I think I'm wiser than you. I might not be smarter than you. I might not know how to like read and all that extra stuff, but I'm definitely more conniving than you. And to me, that gave me power. I don't know. It was weird.
So you felt as if you could outsmart the doctors?
Well, yeah, I feel like no disrespect, I'm not trying to be perverted. Like, I smashed 2 of my therapists, and I'm not even, let me stop.
What? You attribute your ability to outsmart doctors with God, maybe? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think, again, and I'm saying mental health does help people. It just, I'm only talking for the ones that unfortunately don't make it, right? Like, they don't really understand it, or the people themselves can't relate. So religion or spiritual, whatever you guys call it, that's where they come and help, because we're humans. We still feel, we still hurt. We just not be able to vent. We're not able to communicate. We're not able to, look people in the eye and really, express, especially when you're misunderstood. Instrumental is awesome. Like, you guys really know it.
I'm sorry, how does that answer Morgan's question? I'm unclear how.
That also is my question. I'm not really sure how that answered the question I asked.
I mean, I don't know, Morgan. You kind of scared me. You remind me of that show Arrow.
I scare you?
I assure you, Morgan is very intimidating. Yes, Morgan is so scary.
So very scary. The scariest here. How did you know?
The only thing women don't have on men is, and no disrespect, is strength. You ladies are wiser, more conniving, more. It's crazy.
How of you to assume that I'm a woman?
Conniving is very Christian.
I'm not a woman, but thanks, I guess. I'm conniving, I guess. I don't know. Is it a compliment?
Do you know how many Chinese men have unalive on sea, like on land, because a woman was whispering in the king's ear?
Before we get into the misogyny.
Before?
Have you ever heard of aspiring, Kelvin?
You got a point there, Thrayle. Okay, Kelvin, why is it that your beliefs are so important to you? Could you not survive without them?
Yeah, for sure. Like I'll be unalive somewhere. Now I definitely know what happens after unalive. I really don't want to know, not prepared, because that was my biggest fear.
Do your beliefs maybe bring you comfort? Is that why you hold on to them so much?
Yeah, for sure. It gives me peace. But that's what I'm saying. Like I went through mental health and it gave me peace. The world, every woman, like it never gave me that satisfaction. So it's like I don't know how to explain. Like it went past the sexual, it went past the I don't know, it went mental.
Possible that it's more than just one layer? Is it possible that all of these layers need to work together? Mental health, faith, relationships, etc.
Yeah, I get you, but I don't have that patience. Well, but you're right. You know, it's got. I don't know. But me personally, like I want it now. Like that's why me and God fight a lot because he's like, yo, no, because
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe that's something to reflect on.
I'm just saying if this guy opened the sea for Moses and all these people, why can't he just like make things happen from here?
So this belief maybe isn't all that comfortable. Maybe there's some bumps in it and some.
I'm speaking my mind. However, I gotta understand too that he's not a genie. And again, there's so much more to this conversation, but
He's not a genie. He's not a genie, so he doesn't grant wishes. Is that what you mean? Or he doesn't have the power of a genie?
Well,
would God not have the power of a genie? Wouldn't he be more powerful?
He does, but then that's when the story gets crazy. Because if I start, so for example, I have what I need, right? But there's things that I want, and God is really like my parent. He gives me a raise or boss calls me out of nowhere, makes things happen. So my point of saying is like, it's always a lesson for whatever reason, which pisses me off with Adam because all he had to do was manage this land and we would have been chilling, but he became passive, listen to eat. My bad.
What would you prefer, Kelvin? Would you prefer? I'm not sure what that one. No.
Oh, go ahead if you want to keep going.
Do you want to keep going through? I've noticed there is a poll up. People want to interact with it.
Yo, but if I lose you guys, like let me know. Like my bad. Sometimes I just be like talking because I'm thinking like I'm talking to God with y'all. So I'd be let me know if it's too much.
Let me tell you, I'm freaking lost. So don't look to me. And we're just here to ask you questions, dude. We are not.
Really? Sorry,
I apologize.
I've just got to jump in and say there is a poll in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, everybody. A little blue clipboard if you want to make your voice heard. That is how you do it. You go there and you can cast your vote for that question.
I just know the picture is awesome. It's crazy.
Kelvin,
the rare
if you woke up, I've got a couple questions real quick. Just if you woke up tomorrow and found that there was no reason to believe that the Bible was true and that there was no God as far as you could tell, would it change the way you live your life?
I don't know. I think that's what Miss Betts was asking me, but I don't want to find out, dude. I don't know.
Just bats, no miss to it.
My
bad. You did ask the question. I'm sorry.
Just think about what you're asking, dude. Like me personally, it's not like I'm inviting the Red Reaper, but I know it's there. But I think Jesus beat him. But I'm not sure sometimes. But sometimes I am. Listen, it's a war. It's a battlefield, man.
Red Reaper. Do you mean the devil?
Reaper, my bad.
Oh, okay. Unlifement. Okay.
The guy that's sitting right here that looks super.
You referring to the prompt? Oh, that's Thrayle.
Well, I merged it, but yes, the Ram Reaper. Am I saying that correct? Ram Reaper.
Grim.
I don't know.
Grim Reaper. Yeah. Okay. You're right. I just wasn't sure what you meant there.
Being depicted.
Hey, Kelvin, you said that talking to us was like talking to God, is that correct? Is that what you said?
Well, in some words, yeah, and out loud. Like I can talk out
Right.
loud. Yeah.
What is it? How does it make you feel that that's questioning you? I am completely lost myself. I have absolutely no footing in conception at all. I just question it. I'm questioning it.
Yeah, but I believe
like you.
Like, all right, so for example, there's no such thing as stupid questions, just stupid people, right? So figure speech. Now, you guys ask the right questions, whereas to other people that I be around, or even in real life or in TikTok, like they just, I don't know, there's certain to answer, and sometimes no. Right now, God's giving me green light, like the whole time.
Have you ever explored other religions?
I mean, I've seen online, YouTube. None of them catch
have
my
you
attention.
personally, yourself, never looked and really thought about it?
Besides Islam, no, not really, none of that.
Why? Your parents are Christian Catholic, right? Hispanic?
I mean, yeah, but they're not really. They're part of the world. Like they drink.
Right.
They work.
Go
We
ahead. All do. We all drink. But well, at least in my Hispanic family, they do. That doesn't mean you're not close to God, but in your idea. But what I'm saying is that are these people, your parents, the people that gave you that first idea of God, which is Christian God?
I don't know if you're breaking up or
They
it's
have
my
crosses
service.
in their house.
It was a little hard to hear you there, Kazoo.
Yeah, we're starting to lose your audio.
Okay. Not bad. I'm going to set down the questions for Kelvin for now.
We did hit the poll there, and we did get a result. If anybody's got a last question for Kelvin before we move on, go ahead and get that ready. I'm just gonna say real quick, if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, go ahead and rest very soon.
Like Titanic right now. We're sinking. Don't let go, Jack. Don't let go.
Kelvin, what is one thing you think you can take away from this conversation?
That we're all gonna see each other in heaven. Because there's no way you guys could understand and have this conversation with me this long without being in tune somehow, somewhere with God.
So you think we're gonna find God now?
What?
Nah, but he'll make. I don't want to like not jinx it, but I mean let light play its course.
What would you say if I
Compliment your mind.
Yeah, it's kind of like we all have our own beliefs and or disbeliefs with things. But like as far as I go, like I've went down the Christian route 20 years and I'm very happy without it. Thank you though.
You asked me. I ain't. My bad.
I'm not saying you did anything wrong. I'm just saying thank you, but it's not for me.
I mean,
We said that time was still ticking for you, Kelvin.
So I'm curious of this conversation. How do you know I haven't committed a sin? An unforgivable sin?
I mean, we all sin every single day. Like right now, I'm debating actually eat bacon and let me stop. So God knows your heart, and again, for you to have this type of wisdom, and I call it wisdom because people read this book, break their brains, travel to Egypt, all of that, trying to understand these words. For you people, go ahead, I'm listening.
No, I wasn't saying anything. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the fact that you people could understand this simple, and this is simple stuff. Like this is like, because I'm not that high, but I'm pretty sure you guys can hang with these type of people. that's God given. That's not. I don't see that earthly universe. Medusa giving Hercules. I don't know.
I know that you think that that is a very high compliment. And what I am going to do is take it because know that in your life that is the highest regard, in your belief system at least. So thank you, Kelvin.
I guess, but I didn't make. Okay.
Morgan, did you have another question?
I did, but I don't think it's going to go anywhere, and I think I'm done.
Yeah. Gotcha. Appreciate you, Kelvin, for being up here. Hope that you keep asking questions. And maybe
Keep
another
getting up in the
time
morning
you'll
and making
come
that
back.
breakfast.
Yeah, definitely do that. And maybe another time you'll come back, and who knows where the questions might lead us then. And we had one in queue. And there it goes. Yep. Every time.
This, when you question someone for about an hour and they come away with not exactly what we were trying to tell them, is that still what is it? What are we supposed to take from that?
At the end of the day, you can lead a horse to water, but you cannot make them drink.
If the horse thinks that's poison, dude, you just
Mm-hmm.
you can't break that horse. Really, you don't want to. In a way, you don't want to break the horse. In a way, you don't want to make. I don't know.
You can show them that the water's there, that it's water.
I love the use of water with the horse because in indigenous cultures, some, and it's not all of them, but in one of them particularly, you don't break a horse. You take it into the water and you work with it. You spend time to gain its trust, and you spend time. You put in the effort. So, I guess maybe that's kind of what we're doing here: bringing the horse in the water, let it get used to us, and then let it free, and maybe it'll come back. I don't know.
You also can't excuse me. You also can't convince them that there's no God there.
No, and if believing in God helps someone be a better person, I'm not about to try to take that from them, but I would at least
You
hope
also
for them
can't
for their
convince them there's a God in there either.
Yeah, no. I would like to at least hope though that they consider, why do I believe there's a God there in the first place?
Just drink the damn water.
Glug glug glug. No, drink water.
Speaking of, drink your water, take your meds, eat some breakfast.
Morgan. Do I have to?
Yes, you have to. If I have to, you have to. If I have to do this shit, you have to do it too.
I guess hydration is one thing I can't question, huh?
The water's right there.
Practice what I preach and drink my water.
Mm-hmm. And if you have a belief and you think you can question your belief, request up. We've got some questions for you.
Questioning. Maybe I should set a timer on my phone to question every 25 minutes something.
They were there for a split second. Did you see them?
Someone appear and disappear? More ghosts.
There was a ghost.
A poltergeist.
Poltergeist.
I had a Coke after 3 p.m. yesterday, and that was a big mistake. And as I get older, caffeine is like I'm more sensitive to it. And I did not sleep very well last night, unfortunately.
Sleep? Kazu, you sleep? I haven't heard anybody around here that does that recently.
What the fuck is sleep?
I have to. I'm out of my knockout stuff.
My body makes me whether I want to or not.
I fight it. I fight it. Oh. And then I come over here and question beliefs.
I say my cap is like 52 hours, then I'm absolutely done.
Yeah, I graduated up here to asking questions. But Kelvin kind of made it a little easier.
Ooh, Kiera's judging the school spelling bee today. I hope you look extra badass today.
Really, you want to play a song?
What's a song?
Kazoo,
My
you
DJ
want
Thrayle
Thrayle to
now.
play a song?
Hell yeah, I do.
DJ Thrayle.
Yeah, I mean, oh my god. None of them are bad. I have not heard like a iffy one yet.
If you're a DJ throughout, does that mean you need a hype man?
Don't know why we need spamming caps in the comments. What the hell is going on there? Huh?
Ah!
Somebody's yelling very loudly.
Look at all that.
Look at all that.
Look at all that. And then this one.
Yeah!
Goodbye.
What's up? Oh. Yeah! Yeah!
You just screaming into the mic like that.
It's terrible. No, thank you.
If you fix your microphone and you stop screaming at us, you can come back. But I don't know what that was.
I do. I know what that was.
What was that?
A particular bit. I don't know how to describe it, but I think they were probably. I'm not gonna say it.
I got you.
Oops.
Kira thought that was you, Kazoo.
God damn. Do I have that kind of energy?
No, but your audio sounded that bad for a little bit.
I had my. I'm sorry.
Well, if you and your audio are in alliance and can question your beliefs. You can question what it is you believe or why you believe it is what you believe. Request on it. There's several request boxes, and the pink and blue people down below you can hit to get on up here and let us ask you some questions.
You shouldn't hit people.
No, I'll
click
tap
'em.
gently.
Is my audio better?
I think, I don't know if there was a particular request, but I picked a song. And Michael V's here.
Hell yeah.
I mean, we did kind of hear this one already, but I like it.
Yeah.
Can you question your beliefs? To question a belief is to knock on the door of the house you built in. Some walls are made of inheritance, some of fear dressed as certainty, some of stories repeated until they forgot they were stories. But curiosity is a quiet crowbar. It does not destroy the house, it opens a window. And suddenly, fresh weather enters the mind. Dust dances in golden light, and you remember you are not the house, you are the sky it was built beneath.
A belief question does not mean a belief betrayed. Only that your spirit has chosen growth over furniture. Ask gently, wonder wildly. Let mystery keep a chair at the table. For the bravest souls are not those who cling to answers, but those willing to fall in love with better questions.
Hell yeah. I
Another
love that
banger.
one. I love it.
I also love that one. That one's probably my favorite.
It doesn't destroy the house, it opens a window. No, yeah, it's one of my favorites.
Also, and because you pointed this out in the comments, the female vocalist in that song sounds like your voice, Bats.
Yeah, it sounds.
Wait, what?
The song singer sounds like your voice.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Good morning, Wildon.
Good morning.
Hey, Wilda. Pleasure to see you,
You're
man.
awake now, right?
Yeah, definitely awake now. If I'm dreaming up the cold I'm standing in, I need a new subscriber. Or no, subscription to dreaming.
There's this really fun subscription called Valerian.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
I'm not sure we need an infomercial, though. What is it?
It's just an herb. Helps with dreams. Cognition while sleeping.
I thought you were talking about that movie for a second, and I was very confused.
It's a great comic if you've ever actually looked into it. I personally loved the movie.
The song did raise a question for me, Thrayle, if it's okay to ask.
Go for it.
What do you think is people's maybe most difficult reason why they don't understand what it means to question their beliefs? Why do you think people don't understand that? They just assume we're here to dismantle beliefs.
How many other panels are there that are just atheists trying to tear down theists?
So because there's lots of other panels where atheists are tearing theists apart, they have to assume that this is that too?
Well, yeah, that's the generally agreed upon consensus.
Also, if a few questions is all it takes to dismantle your belief, do you really believe it?
You'd be surprised. I've seen it happen. And the devastation afterwards because of how much they believed it.
Yeah, I think I've cried on panel a few times myself.
But I guess it does raise a good question, although do they actually believe it? Not just the ones that are able to the heart and actually question it, doubt it, scrutinize it. But the ones who say they can't, that seems certain, do they really believe it?
And I think that's probably the most sad part, is these questions aren't meant to destabilize at all. They're genuine questions. Pure data collection. If you're getting upset at a few questions about your belief, you should probably examine that.
Well, here's a good question. What question is your belief answering? Because belief, like, The way I see it, beliefs are just answers to questions.
What questions are they answering now?
Well, obviously, the most difficult question, which is how long at about.
No, Aaron. Not that. God damn it.
That's all I hear in my house right now.
I have a 6-year-old who's in that size of clothing and is pushing it in my face every chance he gets.
What's the matter, Michael? You don't like fresh picked chicken seeds?
Uh-oh. We had a request and then they're gone. Keeps happening. Now, maybe it's because it says, what the fuck is the question? And the question, of course, is, what it always is. It's, that question. Can you question your beliefs?
Oh, that was
thank you, Lady
lovely.
Huggy. Thank you so
A long neck.
Dinosaur.
A long neck.
Nancy.
That's what Littlefoot looks like when he growed up.
It's a lizard puppy.
A lizard puppy.
Did you say a lizard puppy?
Yep, they're lizard puppies. I love them. Dinosaurs are amazing. Dinosaurs are one of the main reasons I don't believe in creation.
I mean, who wouldn't want a lizard puppy?
But you can't say having like a raptor as a friend, as a best friend going on your adventures would be totally awesome.
Except lizard form.
I like reptiles. They're quiet.
Instead of Lassie come home, it'd be Raptor come home. Imagine the adventures humans would have had.
God damn it, Bats.
Well, it said to in the song, it said to question wildly, right?
Yes. Well, wonder wildly.
A wild question.
I do wonder wildly.
Is there anybody in the queue? I can't see or anything, but I was just wondering if there was anybody in there.
Nope. Big empty box.
Perfect time if somebody has an ability to question their beliefs, request on up and avoid the line.
Pass.
I understand, Nancy, you're trying to tell jokes, but I think caps is forbidden except to mods.
Yeah.
Caps are in fact for mods only here, please. Thank you. I've also already told you that.
Ed Thornquist? Yeah, I believe he is too.
Really? Why do you believe that?
I went to a deep dive into the autopsy photos and some stuff, and I just don't believe he's gone. I think he's happily off somewhere, and that's what I like to believe.
His ego was.
Are you afraid that questioning them will take them away from you?
Very possibly. So, I don't have one, so might as well adopt him. You know when kids talk about stories about their dad, oh, he's off with working with the FBI and the CIA somewhere. Yeah. Well, maybe my dad's off somewhere doing something cool. Who knows?
He wishes he was. If he was actually cool, he would have been around and a nice guy.
I used to tell people that my dad was a WWE wrestler when I was little because he's big, muscular kind of guy. And I cringe at that thought, but it's kind of cute if you think about it.
When we're kids and we're trying to make sense of things, we put in little stories. I think that's how religion came to be.
My dad was my. He was awesome. I had good parents, so I wonder. I was thinking about the train of thought, or I was thinking about how Kilman says he didn't have very good parents and how he looked to religion for answers of how to behave. And then I'm the complete opposite.
Yeah, I related a lot to when he said that because I had not so great parents and I did cling to Christianity for a while. But eventually you have to decide whether you're going to cling to something that doesn't make any sense or if you're going to realize that no, you got yourself out of that situation.
I was kind of hoping he was going to give himself some credit, but
one day he will. Music in the background, it reminds me of an old favorite movie.
I find it weird that nobody really points out the correlation between the people who think Tupac are alive and the people.
Oh, I hope Elvis isn't.
He is.
You.
This is a Discord conversation, not a panel conversation.
To be fair, this was already a panel conversation, but yeah.
I agree.
Sorry, I got deer trails. I go off on once in a while.
It's starting to get to be a while since we had a real questioning believer. So I'm wondering if it might be time for me to be getting a poem ready.
Well, while you get the poem ready, Thrayle, I think I'm gonna get my kids ready for the yellow military bus that drives by every morning.
Military buses aren't yellow, they're the same as color as the prison buses.
Prison buses here are white.
Regardless, the bus is yellow when I have to go to it.
Take care.
Appreciate you, y'all. Take care.
You friend.
Debbie Betts.
The only other difference is that the military buses have a video player in them, and it's not for videos that you would want to watch.
I have to drive my kid to school every day. My kids to school. We don't have buses in at school. I still think they'd be late and wouldn't catch it if it wasn't for me to take them.
And thank you for tapping the screen up to 168,000 likes. Keep on tapping. Don't stop now. With almost 90 people here in the room, if you haven't shared, please revisit that. If you haven't shared, reposted, please do so. We appreciate having you here, and we would love to have somebody you know come in. Especially if they think they can question their beliefs in a God, God's higher power, or anything like that.
you
60 days, 60 years, 150 years older, long life. I believe they live over 150 years. Long life, over 200 years. And I believe the platforms were rocket boosters. The platform of Ball or Nippur back in Minnesota. That's why the Jews, they touched the wall because they remember the
What
platform
was
of
the
the rocket
question you're
boosters.
responding to?
And I believe the Earth is flat because why would you
Just saying things to see how long it takes for us to drop you off the panel.
Yes.
Because you guys know nothing. I'm waiting for somebody to know something.
To know something.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, you know.
I wasn't going
Sometimes you
to
just-
question that one.
I don't think anybody was.
Nope.
I mean, I could have, but
Set it down gently.
Mm-hmm. You just go right back where you came from, most definitely.
You had a lot going on. And he was circling something.
Absolute silence. Well, I mean, not absolute. We did have the loot there.
I mean,
If we should do.
Did say absolute silence?
That's true.
The silence isn't lie. It's imaginary.
just had to proofread. It's not great, but you know, it poems.
Maybe you know, what do they say when you're watching football and something happens because you're sitting on the couch? What is that called? Like a magic trick or something? I'm gonna drop. Maybe you can get some more people.
I mean, we can try, but appreciate you, Kazoo. I really do. Your questions were great this morning. Thank you. W's for Kazoo.
Speaking of W's, take a peek at the gift goal, Thrayle.
Hell yeah.
Selling paradise like it's on sale. Got a pamphlet in each pocket. Got a script you learn by mail. Tell me this, oh holy salesman, if your truth is carved in stone, why you need my trembling signature to validate your own. Riddle me your savior. So, if love is free, why the cold on soul? If your heaven's so sure, why the hard little cell? If you're walking with the light, why you yelling about it? You say I'm born already broken. Need your club to make me whole. Funny how to fix your pushing.
And this is where I mosey on. Have a good night.
Appreciate you, Wilda.
Question for you, traveling preacher. Doubt is such a sin. Why'd your founder speak in puzzles and draw questions in the sand? Riddle me your savior. So, if love is free, why the quota on soul? If your heaven's so sure, why the hard little cell? If you're walking with the light, why you yelling about it? If your God can move a mountain, can they handle my no thanks? Or do they need your raised voice and my name inside your ranks? If faith is such a fountain, why you guard it like a gate? If your cup is overflowing, why you scared I won't taste? Tell me, riddle me your savior. Show. If love is free, why the quota on soul? If your heaven's so sure, why the hard little cell? If you're walking with the light, why you yelling about? Hey, so keep your script, kind pilgrim. I'll keep questions, you keep trace. If your God can't stand one skeptic, maybe they should call you back. Maybe they should call you back.
Hell yeah. Adam BC, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
They just loaded in. They might not have heard you.
Ada BC, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello, good afternoon. According to what I posted, I said I believe in Jesus, that
You're not listening.
It is perfect.
I said, I need your age. Are you listening?
I'm listening to you.
Okay, what's your...
Well then, no. He's listening and he ignored me, so... He just... Fuck off.
This is not a debate space. You're not here to change your mind. You're not here to take anything from you. Or even really give you anything, actually. This is all a self-driven exercise, my friend. Michael, there's no such thing.
That's what's happening now. Before we do anything else, and before I let another moment of neglectful hosting pass me by, wow, words work.
It's so great.
I'm gonna make sure that I think Dancing in Duality, Claire, Donna P. Yellow, Insomnia, Bats, also Diamond, Polly, and Cat DeWitch. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate all of you. Thank you. And, well, Morgan, thank you. But I think it's time.
I think it is too.
Oh, the thing. Let's make sure that I do the thing.
Which thing? Oh, yes, the thing.
That thing. No,
Yeah,
wrong thing.
That thing. There you go.
And then I do this thing too.
Bye.
Bye, Morgan. Appreciate you.
Of course.
Is everybody here that means to be here? Because, yeah, sometimes I'll send an invite over to, whoever it is that may or may not want to come watch the poem or hear the poem. Whatever it is you do to poems. I'm going to read it. That's what I'm going to do to it. But before I read this, Yeah, it's a poem, I think. Before I read this poem, I'm going to make sure that I thank everybody for being here, for tapping the screen, for sharing the live, everybody who shared your questions, who came up to be questioned, and everybody who asked such wonderful questions on panel, in the comments, whether you were awake or asleep. I just appreciate all of you being here. And thank you especially to the mods. This place couldn't be what it is without you. So I really appreciate you. And if I could just I just want to see a bunch of W's in chat for the mods. That would make my night, morning, yeah, whatever it is. W.U. Lady Huggy. Is it trying to play more music for us? I don't think we need a final song there. Though that is a good one. Yeah, thank you guys, everybody. Best audience on TikTok and the best mods, making the best room for the best audience to feel cozy in. Thank you for all the questions and all the attempts at answers and, answers, whatever those are. Clearly, I've been delirious for a while. I let such great questioners help finish the questioning, but yeah. If you want to join this community and see what we get up to behind the scenes, between the lives, you can, of course, join the Discord. There's a link in the link tree in my bio, or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. You just need to make sure you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App and you want to show your support that way, it is always appreciated. I really thank everyone who helps that way. It does make all the difference. And I think there's really only one thing left. You drew a throne above the trembling air, then swore a sovereign must be seated there. You named the silence mind, and called it will, then bowed before the echo, standing still. You saw the lightning split the ancient tree, and crowned the storm with hidden majesty. When knowledge thinned and terror filled the sod, you stitched the dark together and called it God. You carved a face in chaos, line by line, and traced your pulse inside the grand design. You feared the random churn of dust and flame, so forged a cosmic parent out of shame. You wrote a book and sealed it up with dread, and fed it to the hungry and the unled, tight and broad, and locked the questions out to guard your God. But every lock requires a fragile door, and every claim demands a little more. If truth is truth, it need not bear its rod, nor threaten thought to prop up a fragile God. What needs defense from doubt and honest sight? What shuns the test of day and calls it night? If infinite, why tremble at a nod? From finite minds, dissecting a sacred God. Perhaps the heavens never held a throne. Perhaps what is cosmos will never fully be known. No watcher waits beyond the cosmic sod, just atom woven patterns, flawed and often odd. And if no monarch rules the tuning sphere, no hidden judge to tally hope and fear, then meaning is not granted, signed and odd. It vast. Let borrowed certainties be overpassed. Unbuild the throne, applaud the lightning's nod of the absent God. Until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.